And now we're to reflect kind of what we're actually paying out. So we're hoping and expecting that we will get another kind of installment based on the actuals that we have written checks for to both Crowder Golf and to Tetra Tech.
And the actuals are about what, 120?
Oh, that's the estimated total of about
that's the
125 million.
Yep.
I don't know that we've received the entirety of those
Okay.
invoices as of today.
Like 80 something.
Yes, I think that's
Like
about
86 million.
86 million is where we're at
Yeah.
with actuals, but we expect it to be in the 125 million.
If I remember the numbers, yeah.
Okay, just to put that out there, that's money we're
Yeah.
waiting. And whenever we get that information, I'm sure you're going to immediately let us know.
absolutely.
You know what?
Like when that check comes in.
For the balance, we get reimbursed, so we have to, once we have those expenses, then we can send those into FEMA, and then they look through them and we get reimbursed. So the quicker we're paying those invoices, the quicker we can get the reimbursements.
Yeah, I've never anxiously waited for money coming back as I am that money. So, thank you. In terms of this, and I'm sure I'm not the only
Add
one.
One more thing.
Huh?
Just to add some additional information that we didn't put in the memo from Ms. Pollard, but we are expecting some additional payments on those previous storms. They're kind of rounding through that long, process. So, hopefully in the not too distant future during this fiscal year, we will receive some payments on those older storms that are still kind of out there.
And when you talk about previous storms, we're not talking about previous storms from last year. We're talking about previous storms from
From
many
3 years ago, correct.
Okay, thank you. In the stoplight report, just on some of the items that were in the red, in the variance red, the golf course, just tell me a little bit about that. I know we just covered golf courses, and they're doing good. I just want to kind of understand why it's in the red.
So the red, so that's when you're looking at the amended budget versus
Yes.
what's happening. So if you look over one column, the expense side
Yes.
is yellow. So they're over
Okay.
the expense side, and it's mainly because of some storm repairs that they've had to do.
Okay. And then there was something else that I had here. Stormwater. I think all of these are due to the storms. Are there anything that are not? Oh, billing and collections. That was the other thing I wanted to ask. Billing and collections. I know obviously we've had the billing issues, but does that cover, these numbers cover what's recently happened and where we're at now? I just want to make sure that we clarify where we're at with billing and collections.
So during that, while we paused our normal business practices,
Yes.
That's what you're seeing is that our revenues have been reduced by the fact that we're not collecting late fees and things like that.
Okay.
So that's the impact of.
This is that
Correct.
reflects that. Okay, that's all I had. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any other, Councilmember Harding?
Thank you, Chair. Tom, I actually had a question from someone recently about finances in the city, which was weird because normally it's other things. What is our credit rating as an entity?
So,
Yeah.
there are a bunch of different
Yes.
credit ratings,
Yep.
right? So we have what's called the issuer default credit rating, which is kind of for the general fund. And we are a AA2.
AA2, AA plus.
Yeah,
AA2, AA.
Depending on the rating agency.
And then for utilities, like we'll talk about here at the end of the meeting this morning or this afternoon, we have a AA2 rating on the utility as well. And I'm looking at Jay there.
So will you,
AA2, AA on the utility.
Okay.
will you take a minute and explain what that credit rating, how it relates to the health of the city financially and what we look like or how?
Come up.
Say.
So
Erica.
I'll get started because, this is really kind of not only a financial rating, it's a quality of life rating. It really impacts your cost of borrowing. The higher you're rated, the lower your cost of borrow. And that's the real significance of it. But just to give you a flavor of the things that the rating agencies look at, they look at all kinds of matrices and compare us to other cities of our size. And they really have these massive spreadsheets that compare everything you can think of: population, education base, economy, and it's a pretty thorough checking under the financial hood. So when our rating agencies apply a credit rating, that indicates, good leadership from city council, good leadership from the mayor, good leadership from the city, organizationally. So it really is a reflection of our operation top to bottom. And, I'll let Erica and maybe Jake Glover, our financial advisor, come up and say some things too, but it's.
And they do in their analysis a lot of stress testing with what if scenarios as well to go into what would happen with another hurricane season, what would happen with this. They ask a lot of questions about our plans for the next year. The reserves, our fund balance is always a discussion to make sure we have these reserves. So back to our questions here, are we getting to that 2 months? Where, are we still meeting our targets? And maintaining that fund balance is really important, and why we went down the route with these storms to do the short-term loans. So we kept that fund balance up there. It's a kind of like a circular pattern. Because we have high ratings, we can take out additional debt at very low cost. And you take out that debt instead of using your reserves. If you use those reserves, you could have a downgrade, right? So it's an interesting when we're looking at those decisions. That's why we also looked at all the impacts.
And thank you for that. And the point being, I wanted it on the record and in public that puts us in a very elite class. I don't know how elite. I don't know how the scale actually works.
I'll let Jay talk about comparables.
But from what I understand, it's a pretty high continual accomplishment.
Jay Glover from PFM, committee members. AAA is the highest credit rate you can get. So in terms of the issuer credit rating from Fitch being AA+, you're one notch below as high as you can get. So I would say you're very much in the upper echelon of where credit ratings are, around the country. And I think the points Erica and Tom made were right on. They look at economics, they look at demographics, they look at financials, they look at debt load, they look at management. So it's a pretty broad review they do of the issuer itself. And then when you get into the enterprise fund, like the public utility, how it operates and its various ratios and things. But no doubt you are in the upper echelon. We're happy to share the actual reports they put out that detail the rationale for why they assign such a rating.
Thank you for that. No, I just wanted the high level out in the public that this city makes to get to that level. You have to make great decisions at literally all levels. So I think that's pretty impressive. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Committee members, any other questions? I just have one, and Liz, you may not have it right in front of you, but and thank you, Vice Chair Hanowitz, for bringing up general fund target and where we're headed and some of the history, because I think that's important. If and I'm not saying I'm in favor of this, let me make this very clear, but if we decided to go up a percentage point based on what we think is going to be the general fund next year expenditures, what would the general fund target be if we went up another percentage point? Do you happen to know?
Well, without having the budget solidified, it's hard to say.
Yeah, I was kind of going on the.
But I know if we were, because I looked this up for another report I was working on, but if we had to be at that 16.67 in today's budget, we would need 65 million would be our target. So if we went up 1%, we'd probably be somewhere around 62.5 or 63 million. So we might be pretty close still.
Yeah, I was just curious.
Yeah. But then it would increase, if our budget's higher next year, it would.
It would increase that number, right, yeah. Okay. Okay, and then my last question, and I just wanted to make sure I was kind of tracking this correctly, and I'm on slide 7. Okay, so 24 million of fund balance used, which is approximately $1.4 million down from last quarter on use of fund balance. And I think I heard you say approximately 11 million of fund balance use is storm related.
So that was actually the amount that was from the rollover cleanup ordinance from one year to the next. So when we did the cleanup ordinance, we rolled over about 11.8 or 11.3 million in 24 expenses that weren't completed to 25. So that's part of that driver, that use of fund balance. And the rest is mainly storm. There's some other, small items that aren't storm related, but the majority of the rest would be.
So it's the 13 million that's left over that's storm-related.
Yes, it could be a little bit each
Yeah.
way because, there's a lot of different factors going in, but, and it actually may be more because our revenues are more than budgeted, so those are covering some of those.
Some of it.
Expenses, so it might be closer, 20 if we looked at revenue at budget.
Got it, okay. What I was getting to, but that doesn't obviously capture all storm-related expenses because we're using the credit facility.
Correct, yeah, that's the ones that are hitting the general
That's just the
fund.
general
Yeah, it
fund.
doesn't count the others.
I just wanted to make sure that's clear, because, I'm sure if all other council members are like me and we're talking about expenses to storm, and then we hear, well, general fund hit this year is 13 million, those two numbers don't jive, and I just want to make sure people understand, we use dollars from other places other than the general fund.
And an example is we do have part of the debris in there, but we have the revenue to match it. so
Right.
That's going to show up as zero.
Right. I just wanted to make,
Storm expenses.
I wanted people to understand that it wasn't apples to apples.
Yeah, it's just the overage.
Correct.
Is storm-
Okay.
Or the use of fund balance.
Awesome. Thank you. All right. What do we have next? We've got quarterly report, investment report. Thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
Oh, there's like 17 reports. I have to make sure to follow them correctly. Welcome, Erica. Tom, good to see you.
Morning.
Good morning.
Whole team.
Oh my gosh. What do I do to push this? There we go. Thank you. All right, good morning. Erica Langens, the CFO. With me today, I have Tom Hoffman, our treasurer, and David Gaddu, our controller. We're going to split up our topics this morning and start with our quarterly review of investments as of March 31st, 2025 with Tom.
2 slides. And as we start taking a look at where we're at March 31st, 2005, in the city portfolios, both the general policy and the alternate investment policy, we have a book value of $1,267,000. That is down $56 million from the prior quarter. Market value, $1,284,000, and that is down $49 million from the prior quarter. The bottom part of the screen shows you by portfolio. On the left, you can see the general policy with the 5 portfolios, and on the right, we see the alternate investment policy with the 4 portfolios there. Activity during the quarter, a little slower than what we reported at the end of December. We had purchases of $48.1 million as compared to $186.2 million in the prior quarter. Calls were down. We had 14 million of calls as compared to 64 million in the prior quarter. And maturities, 52.9 million as compared to 142.3. Looking at rates of return, and on the screen we have now are just the money markets under the general policy. And we have the rates up there by month, 4.47 for January, February 4.44, and March 4.37. So for the quarter, an average rate of 4.43. As we can see on the screen, those rates are going down. We lost another 3 basis points during April. So the trend there is with the money markets going down. The last 12-month average for the money markets is just a little bit over 5%. Now looking at the general policy, which managed by the city, those are going to be the corporate bonds, municipals, U.S. instrumentality, and treasuries. Looking at the monthly rates of return there at 3.67, 3.4, and 3.99. The quarter average, 3.69. And looking for the last 12 months, 3.65. When we look at both the money markets and the city managed the bonds, we're looking at the 12-month period of 4.02, so 4% on $1.2 billion translates into somewhere earnings in the neighborhood of about $45 million. On the next slide, we have compliance, just a couple of points of interest on this one. On the left side near the bottom, we have a minimum requirement, which is 2 months of expenditures. We update that annually after the prior year's financial reports are prepared. That previously, the 162 million that you see up on the screen was 145 million. So we saw the expenditures go up. We are in compliance with liquidity. On the other side of the screen, we see a yellow note there under the water cost stabilization portfolio. On corporate bonds, we're out of compliance. We're at 35% of the holdings in corporate bonds with a limit of 30%. You'll continue to see that. When we purchased the bonds, we were in compliance, but as things change over time, this threw us out of compliance. You'll probably see that up there for another year. There's 2 maturities under the corporates. One of them will occur next month, so we'll see 2 million of that go away. And then the next one won't be until April. So we're going to see that flag up there probably for a few more reporting periods. The next screen is the credit risk. Everything is looking good here. We see that everything is of investment grade quality. No, nothing there to be alarmed. And on the next screen, one of the reports that we do is when there's a downgrade in any of our holdings, and we had no downgrades in the holdings from during the quarter. The last piece of presentation we have this morning for you is the index funds. This has been in place now for 10 years. Of note there in the yellow is what the threshold is. So when we meet that threshold of 33.3 million in market value, it triggers that where we're going to do a transfer of the gain over to the water operating fund. So 33.3 is our target. And on the next screen, on the right side near the bottom, market value as of March 31st is 32.3 million. So we got about another million there to go before we trigger that. In the yellow on the bottom is the dividends that have been transferred, and we transfer those every quarter as they come in. We've transferred in over the 10 years over $6 million from the Water Cost Stabilization Fund to the Water Operating Fund. In addition to that, 6.6 million, we transferred from the gains, those 6 times that occurred, of 8.2 million. So during that 10-year period, there was 14.2 million that was transferred from the Water Cost Stabilization Fund to the Water Operating Fund.
Thank you. David, you want to start on debt?
Before we jump into debt, let's take a pause. Committee members, any question on the investment reports? Vice Chair Hanowitz.
Thank you. And thank you, Tom, for that update. It's good to see our liquidity disclosure, even with everything, we're doing good. The only note, obviously, is on the corporate bonds and the diversification schedule. It's just a little higher. And obviously, we're going to keep that for a year. Any concerns with that? Are there going to be any changes to that in the future? We're going to keep the percentage of the portfolios the same.
As the maturities fall off, that'll change, but it's in the corporates where we need to see that reduction. And to give you the dollar magnitude, the out of compliance is $4.2 million.
Okay.
So it's not extreme, just to put it into that. But we do have then, as I said, we've got the maturity coming up in June, so that'll take $2 million off, and then we won't see the other fall off until April of 2026.
Great. No, looks good. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll just say from my perspective, normally when we're looking at variances of portfolios, and Jay, I don't know if you want to talk on your side as well, but normally if we saw a variance outside of 5%, that's when we would worry. But you kind of experience the same thing, Jay, or you
Well, I'm going to shy away from investment advice
yeah.
because, not regulatory.
Got it.
I'm a debt guy.
I don't want to put you on. Well, and I'm not giving advice. I'm just saying most of the time when we're looking at selected portfolio diversification outside of 5% is a variance that we're not willing to take on risk is most of the time when I see in the marketplace. So I'm glad you had the note there because it's right up against it. 4.2 is certainly close, but 4.2 million, I think puts it in perspective. I think that's really important. Okay.
And calls over time can change.
Could change it.
that,
Yeah.
And that's where usually we end up with this difference. It's at the time of purchase, we're in compliance.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Tom.
Here we have a representation of the general government debt, principal and interest outstanding for the solar panels, the peer approach, the penny for Pinellas projects, the pro sports debt, and the disaster short-term financing.
And to note, so the 102 million in principal outstanding at March 31st doesn't include the 85 million we issued April 17th. So that'll be on the next report, but I have that footnote with that information at the bottom.
And there's no changes in the table from the prior quarter.
Quickly, can we go back real quick? I have a question on how this will be viewed next quarter when that's in there. Have we used the entire?
We have some pages on that going in later in the slides, but we only drew down so far the closing costs.
Okay.
We are first spending down the 2024 disaster note, which we are about to consume all of that for debris removal. So you'll see drawdowns probably by June of more debris removal invoices from this line of credit. So that'll have a different type of disclosure on here of what we've drawn down so far from the line of credit.
So we'll see it like we see the truest. We'll see it lined up like that. We'll see the total and the principal amount, and then, or excuse me, we'll see the total, but will we see the total of what's owed based on the 85 million, or will we see the
Just
whole
the drawdowns,
85?
what's
We'll
owed.
just see the drawdowns. Okay.
Exactly.
All right. Great. Thank you.
And here we have a graphical representation of that table, the principal and interest outstanding by fiscal year.
And this is skewed with that 2024 disaster note as the assumed payments over the next 3 years in there that we hope to have before then, the FEMA reimbursements
Right.
and insurance.
Here we have the funding sources for the general government debt, transfer from the pro sports fund, penny for Pinellas, transfers in from the general fund, interest rate subsidy on the solar panels, and transfers in from the TIF redevelopment fund.
And again, that transfer from general fund for everyone listening at home as well, this looks very high because it's assuming we're paying off this note over that period of time from general fund resources when we will have FEMA and insurance proceeds. Okay, the next slide is a snapshot of what was approved by council in the $50 million disaster short-term note 2024. The first column is the budget appropriations of $50 million. We have actual cost commitment, our outstanding purchase orders and total costs and available balance. So of the $50 million, we have cash available as of March 31st of $40.1 million. I will like to footnote that debris management line, we had a lot of invoices paid in April. So we have spent about 20 million of that 23 million available for debris management since this snapshot date. So the timing of this, we are tracking for arbitrage purposes as well, but we will have, I think, rapid spend down as we get through the Tropicana field as well. And these projects are really ramping up, especially as you see Parks and Rec has encumbered most of their balances there with contracts. Okay.
Sorry. Let's keep going.
The next page, I wanted to share with you the SOFR rate. So we keep monitoring that every quarter with the city council members. So this is from 325 to 425. Today's rate is 4.30. This is really small, but we're ranging from March 25th, 433 to 433 at April 25th. So today's rate's about the same. So if our calculation is 80% of SOFR plus 46 points, we're at 3.924% interest rate. So we're still at the same rate we expected at closing last month. And at the bottom is a very small table of what we've spent down so far, and it's just a drawdown of the closing cost of $191,000. And we'll include this table going forward so you can see drawdowns and unused fees and interest as we pay it. This is a snapshot of our outstanding enterprise fund and internal service debt as of 3/31. We have $76 million in principal for public utility water resources debt, $30 million in public utility stormwater debt, and both of these include lines that have the bond anticipation note as of 3/31/2025. We did make that May 1st payment for half of that principal, so that is reduced in half, and then the next action item today is talking about refunding the remaining portion of that bond anticipation note. We have $13.6 million in the revenue note for sanitation for their new sanitation building outstanding. The marina has a $2 million note outstanding, and Fleet has an equipment lease agreement outstanding for $1 million that will be paid off in the next year. Okay?
Council member, or committee members, any questions on debt?
No? Okay.
Okay.
I wanted to provide a quick update on debris removal funding summary for
Yeah, thank you for
everybody's-
providing this,
Yes,
Erica.
for everybody's, thoughts. I look at this every other day, I feel like. We're gonna throw a little parade, like hole punches, throwing in the air when we get money in.
No more debris. No more debris. Yeah.
Biodegradable. Yes. So I like to fund, of course, where is my funding summary? Do I have estimated funding sources for what we have in expenditures out there? There is a time lag because we have Tetra Tech reviewing our invoices, making sure they are valid to pay. So when they finish their steps, Parks and Rec approves them for payment through our procure to pay process. And then we pay Tetra Tech and Crowder. So there is a lot of details, as you can imagine. So the timing has come through. So far, we've paid, as of March 30th, $54 million to Crowder Golf and $1.6 million to Tetra Tech for debris removal. So I have an estimates there remaining to be received. We have received, as of March 31st, $30 million in debris removal invoices that were being paid in April. We're still looking. There's more coming through every day through the process. We're verifying, but we like to verify all of our steps before we just pay them. So you
Thank
see,
you.
Yeah. We have a little bit of excess in our funding sources over our estimates, so we'll see where our final actuals come out to play. But we'll have this every quarter for you.
Awesome. Thank you. Committee members, any questions on this page?
I just want
Yeah, Vice
to
Chair.
say, Chair, again, I feel the same way about debris removal. Thank you for this
Yeah, this is-
funding
yeah.
summary. It's very helpful because that's a huge chunk
Yeah.
of money in debris removal that we.
There's a lot of eyes on this. Parks and Rec has their own spreadsheets they're monitoring. We all look at it different ways. We're all looking at this every day.
Good.
Erica, I think the only thing, and I hate to add a step, but
I'm
if,
okay.
if this has a dramatic change, would you mind sending it out to all council members?
Yeah, don't
If
mind.
this page I think I think all of us would love to see this if
Yeah.
there is a large chunk paid.
And it typically comes through like that. All of a sudden, we're paying 8 or 6 invoices for $30 million.
Right.
So we can definitely send out updates.
Good, that would be awesome. And I think just on like a major change, something like that, that would be super helpful to all of us.
Yeah.
Thank you
So
very
where
much.
we are.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Rather than waiting 3 months.
Yep. No. Very important. All right. Pension plans. David.
Here we have a graphical representation of the diversification of the three pension plans, ERS, fire, and police. You can see the different things they're invested in and the percentages and the amounts. In the next slide, we have the quarterly pension market values and trends. You can see how the market value is affecting the pension plans from 12/31/23 to the end of March 31st, 2025, the end of quarter two. And you can see the impacts the economy's had on the different periods of the investment balances.
Yep.
Here's a slide we like. It's kind of an actuary table of the funding status of the different plans. We like this one because it's more conservative. It includes future salary increases. And it shows how our three pension plans are healthily funded right now, and the changes over the year.
With the mass fluctuations in markets in the last quarter, we still have ERS at 83.7% funded, fire at 105.49%, and police at 79.66%. So even with those drastic changes, I think when we looked at this picture in June, we're going to see another, hopefully we're going to see some normalization in the markets, but the boards are all looking at this every day. So there's different changes you'll see in allocations as the boards are looking individually into how to respond and what's their long-term outlook. But it is a long-term pension, so there's less short-term movements reactive.
Chair.
Councilmember Harding.
Thank you. Just to give us perspective, I'm not familiar with pensions. At what point do we consider the funding level, or the percentage funding level, to be below what is acceptable, and we start to make it up with cash? So 79.6 for police. We're on target. We need to be concerned. We're doing fantastic. How do we look at that?
You look at it a couple different ways. The pension plans do asset liability surveys and studies where they look at the asset diversification versus the liability in long term. So they might be, right now you have a lot of cash locked up in alternatives, but they might be right on the edge of having a lot of return. So it really depends on what pension plan and what diversification they have underneath it, where you're going to start seeing those returns for that investment in it. Police, we do have a large ARC right now that we've talked about in the operating budget for 2026 because of the older gains amortizing off and the larger losses from 18 to 17 years ago. So it really depends their diversification. It's hard for a city to manage as they are 3 different legal entities. So each of the pension boards do these asset liability studies, look at their diversification, and have that long-term analysis. Are we going to be getting to that 7% rate of return or not? And it's really hard to look at it. Like, I don't really necessarily like looking at it each quarter because it's hard to tell with the market fluctuations. It's
Right.
all of a sudden really out of whack. But really looking more as an average over time, they've stayed steady between 80 and 90% if you look
Okay.
back another year.
That's what I was looking for. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Vice Chair Hanowitz, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. From your lips to God, your normalization in June in the markets would be fantastic.
Yeah.
Not just for this, but for all of us.
For every human being, yeah, absolutely. I think some normalization of what to expect to be normal might happen, not necessarily like the markets aren't going to be very sensitive, but I think what we should expect from it maybe normalizes. The pension plans just have a very different perspective because there is an increase if you look at the diversification on different alternatives that help with that smoothing over time for them, and they're looking at increasing a lot of their allocations in different alternatives. That gives credit to companies that aren't on the public markets.
So with Councilmember Harding's question, when you were talking about the large ARC and the gains and losses from back then, is it just like right now we're kind of absorbing those losses at this time?
It's a nice coincidence.
It's right. Well, I don't know if it's a nice coincidence. It's just not great timing in terms of it would have been better.
So it's 2 different economic times at the same time.
Right.
Yeah.
Right, and that's what we're kind of seeing. And then in terms of the number that you percentage funded, I know you like to see it in the 89, is it the 80-90 range, and it starts going a little bit below, that's when
And every actuary, like you met Lawrence, wants it at 100%.
Of course.
I mean, we all would love it at 100%,
Yes.
but sometimes it's not economically feasible if we're not paying it all out at once
Right.
either. So there's a lot of different houses of thought on what percentage it should be.
And just to give a perspective, when, the markets were not great back in 2008 and 9, where were we at in terms of range with, when this was in a bad time period, and obviously it recovered, just because it helps give us
I
perspective.
would have to
that
go
this-
back and look.
I
I don't remember the pension plans being in a trouble situation
Okay.
in a very long time.
Okay.
The city of St. Pete. Many places, yes, but I don't believe this was one of those situations back then.
And I think part of it is that we historically have always paid 100% of our ARC, our annual required contribution,
Right.
which helps us keep up with,
Right.
even when markets are fluctuating, we're always making what the actuary tells us we should be making, so.
Good. And that's the message, because it's easy to kind of see this and start worrying, but we've been in a good spot for a while and we've managed it well. So I appreciate that. Well, thank you, and thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I just have one question, Erica, and you may not know the answer off the top of your head, and frankly, it's pure curiosity. But from 1231 to 331 in all three, well, in two of the pensions, they still had a dollar-weighted gain, but fire did not. Do we know what that's like where in their diversification schedule that's attributed to? I mean, they seem to have much wider swings than the other two pensions.
And you can see how different they're
Yeah.
invested. In the middle one is fire. So they have traditionally been a little bit more passive on their investments, and then over the last, I would say maybe 3 to 4 years, they've gone to more active management and different types of investment vehicles in that plan to manage growth and ensure they had higher returns.
Yeah.
So sometimes when you change that, you're going to see some more variability than if you kept it pretty passive.
I mean, it's only a 2-year snapshot, really, but it seems like that has worked for them. Their upside has been massive,
Right.
and their downside has not been all that bad. Their capture on the downside, but I was just curious if in their last pension board, or I'd be curious to know if in the upcoming pension board meeting they're looking at that. I'd just be curious about it.
I would have to check in on that.
Okay.
I just know high level, they've been changing kind of their diversification
Okay.
methodology.
Okay, like I said, it was just curiosity.
Sure.
All right, let's keep moving.
All right, budget versus actual reports. I'm just going to briefly talk about this as you guys have worked with Liz this morning on budget versus actual. These are graphs from OpenGov. So we have OpenGov available on the website for everybody to log into and look at different trends and drill down. This is a trend as of March 2021 to March 2025, so just that 331 snapshot. You can see 2025's bar graph for sources of revenues in the general funds group is much larger. The green block is the 37 million in FEMA advances as grants, and the yellow is transfers. That's the 30 million for debris transfer from the debt. On the next slide, you see, like Liz mentioned, the blue, this is expenditures for the general fund as of March 31st. The growth in March 2025, and that light blue color is also the 36 million in debris removal that's hit the general fund as of that time. This is a tabular format of the general funds group revenues. And you can use this chart to look at the percentage consumed and earned during the year. I just like to note that it's taxes are at 88% of budget versus actual, as we receive most of them by this point in time, while most other revenues you'll see at 50% as 6 months into the year. And no major issues noted. I did want to give a highlight that we did have already over 900 million extra in revenue for investment earnings this year. So
Wow.
there's that so far. So that every little bit helps. This is expenditures in the general funds group as of March 31st, 2025. Same idea. I like to look through budget versus actual in the general fund by administration and make sure we're not too off target, and that those are discussions budget has with departments. So we're on the same trend I would expect for there. And any questions?
Any questions on budget versus actuals? Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, Tom, I'm going to turn it over to you for public utility revenue bonds. We've got the all-star team with you, I know.
We do, and thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll just take a second while Ann's getting up here to get herself situated to introduce the members of the finance team. Obviously, McCall Dyer works very closely from the legal side on all of the debt issuances that we bring forward. Jay Glover from PFM is here. He has already come up and said good morning to the committee. Dwayne Draper from Bryant Miller and Olive, our bond counsel, is here, as well as Brian Fender from Gray Robinson, who is our disclosure counsel. So he and his team put together that preliminary official statement that is in the backup. A lot of heavy lifting there, so we appreciate Brian and his team. So I'm going to turn it over to Ann and to Erica to walk through all this. But I did want to also mention, certainly the finance team is before you today with this approval, but, Mr. Tankersley, Administrator Tankersley and his team are very much involved. John Palanchar, Water Resources, Marshall Hampton, Angela Miller. I mean, I could just go on because it is a big team effort to put all this information together. And we are drawing on each individual person's expertise on various items throughout this process. So with that, I mentioned some of our professionals are here, staff is here. We're looking forward to Ann and Erica kind of walking through this and then answering questions that you have with respect to the proposed bond issuance.
Okay.
So, Anna, kick it off to you.
Absolutely, thank you. Now, in this particular instance, as part of our evaluation process for the requirement and timing of the planned bond issue for fiscal year '25, we reviewed the funding needs first with public utility. So when we were looking at that focus, we are not in 2021, we're at a very low rate environment, right? We're at a higher rate environment right now. So our focus is when do we need our money and when do we know that we have the requirements for spending that money? So in this instance, we did a little bit different than normal, is kind of taking a look as the SPAR program is being developed and the public utility with the 2 hurricanes, all of the effects of that, is we actually reduced the borrowing from the full fiscal year 25 CIP to $15 million for water resources, and then about $5.3 million for stormwater. In addition, we are, as Erica had talked about in her program, is we made the May 1st debt payment. Remember, we had that discussion here, and we took it to City Council, where we used accumulated fund balances for the $26,500,000 principal payment on the 2024 public utility. So this actually then takes out the balance of that, which is coincidentally another $26,500,000, okay? So that combination of the new money and the refunding of the note is in 2025A. 2025B, okay, is a situation where we have had multiple times, okay, a refunding opportunity for the balance of the 2014 series. It was a Public Utility Subordinate Series 2014, and that would give us the authorization of up to $35 million for that potential refunding opportunity. There is a callable. This is a current refunding for the bond, so these qualify as a current refunding and would be part of the issue if market conditions are such that the city's financial advisor, PFM, Jay Glover, right behind me, recommends the refunding. While there not be full savings amounts for all maturities. Remember, we always look at our net present value of those savings, and our target is normally we want to be 3% or higher, okay? We're a little lower at that, but in this instance, there might be other reasons why we'd want to do the refunding based upon, even in the higher rate market environment, is this also releases over $2 million in debt service reserves, okay, which would then be available for debt service for water resources. So again, the combination is what we're recommending for the 2025 issue. We have a preliminary source and use of funds and the draft resolution, along with a myriad of other documents, okay, for your reading pleasure. Okay. And I'm sure you've studied every page. Every page, which again is what we do, and again, for those new to the debt issuance process, is when we're going to market to issue bonds. This is a little bit different because this is publicly traded bonds. So what we do is we release a document called the preliminary official statement, okay? When we release that preliminary official statement, then that is, again, controlled by SEC controlled document. So we're very careful, and we have various components within that POS, which includes a financial feasibility report from our rate consultant, Stantec, as well as an engineer's report from Jacobs. What that does is give assurances to the POS, to the market, on how the city's managing its public utility. So those are included, drafts are included of those, but in a refunding of this issue, these are kind of living, breathing documents. So as additional information is gained, these documents may change up to the date of the POS. Once we release the POS, then we will issue that with the notice of sale. This is a competitive sale. So our plan is to have that competitive sale beginning of June, Jay, I believe. And again, based upon market conditions, we may reduce the size of the refunding to only include certain years, okay, where we're in the money. So all of that will depend on those market conditions as well as the competitive rates that are offered by our those firms that vote on our issue. We have, again, we introduced everybody behind you, so behind us, so we're all here for questions or any comments.
Vice Chair Hanowitz.
Thank you, and thank you, Ann, for that update and presentation. I just want to ask Jay, in terms of what the market conditions would be for the call, if you can just kind of walk down and explain just how you all look at it and when you would recommend refunding.
Yeah, no, it's a good question, and we have the word I've used more so. Again, Jay Glover from PFM, the city's financial advisor. The word I've used more so, I guess, for the last 3 or 4 months is flexibility. You know, we're preaching to issuers to be flexible, to get transactions approved, so we can move quickly when market opportunities present themselves. So that's really what this refunding is. I would tell you 6 months ago we were probably in the money. You know, the last month or so has been a little bit rough, but the market actually has started to improve here really the last couple of weeks. So, you know, what we do is, generally we set a savings target. So the resolution that City Council will consider has a minimum savings target, which is 3% of the refunded bonds par amount. So if we don't meet that target based on whatever the winning bid would be, then that bond deal cannot move forward. I will tell you, as we sit here today, we're at about 2% savings. So we're below that threshold. I think one thing that Ann did mention is the council can decide to do a refunding at a lower savings threshold if they are desired to do so. And the only thing I would ask you to potentially consider here is the refunding is also going to allow you to release a debt service reserve fund that we were required to have many years ago when we did the 2014 bonds. So a lot of your old bonds have a reserve fund in place, which equals 1 year's debt service. As we refund those deals, we can release that reserve into the escrow and reduce the amount of debt that's outstanding. So if we're able to accomplish this refunding, we'll be able to release about $2 million that's sitting in a debt service reserve fund. So that's the only thing I would say would likely make me consider doing it for maybe 2.5% savings or something less. That's completely at your discretion. So, that's sort of the way we look at it. I mean, I think the way the resolution is built, and Dwayne can correct me if I'm wrong, we've built in the flexibility that if the new money moves forward, say in June, and the market improves in August or September, we can still come back and do the refunding if we meet the savings parameter. So the deals don't have to be done simultaneously with each other. So we've really built in flexibility that as long as we can meet the parameter, the main one being that savings threshold, then we can move forward with the refunding. But we're going to need some market improvement if the refunding is going to be part of the transaction.
And in terms of determining what that savings threshold is, obviously, we have it at 3%. You just explained the reason why it's at that percentage, and why would we ever decide to go below that?
Yeah, the only reason you would decide to potentially go below, we're not recommending you do that. I'm
Right.
just suggesting you have the option to do that, is if the $2 million worth of reserve fund release is going to benefit you. And
Got it.
the reason I say that, it's your $2 million. It's just sitting in a restricted reserve. So it would reduce the annual debt service, but we don't count that like PV savings because you're taking money out of one account and kind of paying debt down. So that's the only kind of ancillary benefit that's not captured in your net PV savings parameter is that reserve release.
Okay, great. Thank you.
But I think my gut tells me the market comes, it ebbs, it flows, it goes up or down. There will be an opportunity to refund these bonds and release that reserve. Will it happen in the next month when we're ready to do the new money deal? Maybe not, but that's why we've built in flexibility to do it 2 or 3 months from now if the market does cycle around.
Okay, great. That's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Jay, I know you said right now the PV savings is at 2%. What is that in a dollar amount?
Yeah, so the latest numbers we ran, and it's about, $500,000 on a net present value basis.
So if we did want to take I know you don't take it into account, and nor does the original resolution take that into account, right?
The resolution before you would have to be amended.
Amended.
We would have to adjust because it specifically states that the net present value debt service
Right.
savings equal to at least 3%.
Of the refunded bonds.
The
par
refunded
amount.
bonds par value.
Yeah, so that reserve fund is not really captured.
It's not contemplated. If we wanted to contemplate it, just from dollar perspective, it puts us over the 3%.
It would, yeah. I mean, I'm not here to say you should change your policy, because I think we'll get the
Nor
deal
am
done
I,
at
but I
some
think it's
point, but
important to
yeah.
understand and I understand where you're coming from, because you're just essentially reallocating it to different debt service.
If these bonds just stayed outstanding to the maturity, then that money would be used to make the last debt service
Right.
payment. So it's your money. I mean, it's restricted right now.
Whether we want it now or we want it on the last payment of the bond.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. All right. I just wanted to compare the two. Okay. Council members, I'd entertain a motion for approval.
Move approval.
Any other comments? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thanks, Jay. Thanks, everybody. Okay, we're gonna get on to look at us, we're so close to being on time. All right, quarterly review of the procurement reports for January, February, and March. So let's go to January 1st. Council members, any questions on January procurement? Councilmember Fix Sanders.
Thank you. I just have one of interest. What is the Leadership Horizons program?
Let me, which one are you looking at?
I'm looking at January, 275, 777. It's the,
About halfway down.
yeah, halfway down, Leadership Horizons.
Is that a human resources, Tom?
Yeah, what is it?
Yeah, so that is one of our new training programs that we have created in the Workplace Culture Division. And I'm getting these confused in my mind, but so Leadership Horizons, I believe, is the kind of, we bring together managers from different departments to kind of work on a collaborative project. So it's a training program through our Workplace Culture Division.
Okay, that's for city managed leadership.
And that, did you say that was in January?
Yeah,
Where am I?
yeah, it was
Sorry, I'm
just
trying-
past halfway down. Find the John Deere and go down, because that was a 50, I mean, it was only 15,000.
That's February. Maybe I've got it. Oh, yes, that's right. So we had a consultant who helped facilitate that programming.
Okay, and that's just for management, leadership, local, city.
Yes, for our internal managers.
Oh, okay. Thank you. That's the only one I had. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Gabbard.
I have two, let's see, little ways down, almost halfway, the hub, the Innovation District reimbursement for repairs. So for that particular one, I just want to understand, they fronted the repairs and then we're reimbursing them, correct?
So I'm trying to think of how that agreement is written. I think that is correct. I'll
Okay.
get with James and his team. But yes, we have an agreement with them to a
They
certain number.
handle the
Yes.
maintenance to a point.
Correct.
Okay, so we included hurricane damage as quote maintenance, if you will, or under like their maintenance piece of their agreement. And I understand it's very difficult the way we're doing this now for you to have all the answers to this. I feel like we're setting you up for failure because we're asking you all these questions about all this stuff, and I totally get it. So if you
Understood.
want to get back to us,
Absolutely, yeah.
yeah, follow-up
We will
emails
follow
are
up.
perfectly fine
Excellent.
as we
Thank you
point
very
out
much.
items.
Yeah,
I want to give you a little grace in this
Yeah, I
process.
absolutely agree. We're not trying to put you on the spot.
It feels a little
Follow-up
wonky.
email is perfectly appropriate.
Yeah.
On it. We got
Yeah,
it.
yeah. And then I have a second one on that, and this again will probably be a follow-up email all the way down on the bottom of page 1. The tree removal services through neighborhood services. Would like to understand if that's part of like hurricane recovery as well.
Okay.
Or if that's just kind of routine tree removal as they age and need to be replaced. And that's all I have for January, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Hanowitz.
Thank you. Tom, my question is as to the Spiff's consulting agreement. If you don't have the answer, you can just put it in an email. I know that we've given funding for the event before, but I just,
Actually, I think this year is the first.
this is different, right?
Now, I believe that's probably our annual, a portion of our annual agreement, but we'll get back to you on that.
Right.
It's just worded a little differently than it has been in the budget.
I just don't, the consulting agreement, right. I don't think I've seen that like that
So
before.
there's a portion of it where, and I'll get the details, but
Yeah.
I think a portion of it is to do the Takamatsu exchange trip.
Okay, that would make sense. So, yeah, just let me
Yeah.
follow up. Yeah. That was it for me.
Committee members, anything else on January? All right, let's move to February. Anything on February? Councilmember Fix Sanders.
Thank you. Tom, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The sixth one down, the St. Pete Museum of History Archive Project, it says year 2, Museum of History for the 75,000. How many years is it? This is year 2. How many more years do we have to 75?
I think it was a 3-year
It's a 3-year,
for
okay.
archiving, so we're in year 2 of 3, so the FY26 would be the final year.
Okay, and thank you for that. And the one right under it, the Dome District Business Association, the edge for payment for the Main Street manager's salary. Is this quarterly or, I mean, how do we paying that? Is that monthly? Because I didn't see it in January.
No, I think it's an annual payment to each of the main streets.
I mean, each of them from the main, okay. So
Well,
that's
no,
annual.
it may be semi-annual, because I believe it's more than the 28,000 that we
Yeah, I was
provide to each
wondering.
of the main streets,
So
so,
this is semi-annual?
yeah.
Okay. Let's see, the other one is, so you can just send, response back to that. The NLC on the very back page, 1, 2, 3, the fourth one down. The NLC SCI project implementation consulting fee, is that a one-time fee? That was for the Deuces survey project, right?
I believe so.
Is that a I don't
Right.
remember the terms of the contract.
I'll have to get back to you. I believe it was a one-time, but
That was a
we'll
one-time
we
payment?
will
Okay.
confirm that.
All right, if you can let me know, that'd be great. I think that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Gabbard.
Thank you, Chair. So on the second page, the gate replacement at St. Pete PD, maybe this jumped off the page because of the incident that happened last Friday. Maybe that's why I saw it. But just wanted to ask, kind of in general, you know, St. Pete PD headquarters has now been open since 2019, I guess. So is most of the stuff there that was under warranty kind of starting to come out of warranty? Just because replacing the gate now, you know, when it's not that old, I was just kind of thinking ahead for repairs that may need to come up. And I see Megan, so.
Oh,
Yeah, we got support.
I phoned a friend.
I love it. Hi.
Yes, I was diligently present in case there would be some questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. Yes, unfortunately, with the time that we've been in the building, we can't really call it a new building anymore.
know.
So a lot of the warranties are at their end, and obviously costs of labor has increased. Specifically with this gate repair, it was connected right around the storms, but I also do want to emphasize one of the things that we did is we reconfigured the gate. So we hope to have greater longevity with
Oh, good.
being able to work, because it is, as you can imagine, high volume, up, down, up, down. We've adjusted some of the hours that the gates are open, just, for the influx of staff. But in relation to your other question about what had happened last week, we are also looking at other possibilities for hardening the facility for access.
Okay, great. Well, thank you for the update. And as items at St. Pete PD start to get a little worn and you need support in getting those sort of things fixed, please reach out to City Council, because certainly not only is that an asset we're very proud of and we want to keep nice, but, we want to make sure that it's in good shape for whenever it needs to be used for emergency response as well. So, all
Very
right.
busy place.
Thank you. I appreciate you. Oh, whoa. Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Vice Chair Hanowitz.
Just tell us quickly about the BJA Crime Gun Intelligence Center Integration Initiative Grant.
I knew you were going to ask about that. So that is a subaward to the state attorney's office as part of our 3-year federal grant, Crime Gun Intelligence Center, and it's basically an integration between the police department and our prosecutorial partners. So the grant itself required us to subaward a certain percentage of the overall grant award
that makes
to a prosecutor. So the full grant amount was $580,501 for 3 years, and it ends 6/30/25. We may have the possibility of a no-cost extension if we ultimately need, but it's been very, very successful grant, and again, the focus is reduction of gun violence.
Great. That was it. Thank you so much.
That's it?
Yep.
Okay, let's go to March. 3 minutes, people. Councilmember Fitz Sanders.
Okay, trust me, it won't be 3 minutes. Tom, if you go down to like the 6th one, the Innovation District invoice payment, and this is our second installment, we paid to be a member of the Innovation District? Because the second installment is $45,000. What is our membership contribution? What do we contribute? What membership are we?
Yeah, I'll have to respond via email. I'm not sure
That's a lot of
about
money
that.
to be a member of something.
Yeah.
And that's only the second installment. And the same for the Grand Central District that's right under it. Can you let me know the frequency of that? And then the labor netting removal at the pier, I'm sure we're gonna see additional costs with that. So we've removed everything that's done, that we don't have anything else to do with the net until it's time to reinstall, right?
I will have to get back to you. I do not know what the current status is of that.
Okay, so can you email that to
Yes,
us as
ma'am.
well? And that is it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Committee members, anything else on March? Tom, the only thing I would say is that what might make this a little bit easier is if maybe for the next, for the remainder of 2025, that maybe just an asterisk be included for anything storm-related from procurement on these reports. That seems to be a general question on whether that's included on whether we're tracking it or not from a storm-related, might make your life a little easier.
Got it. Yeah, sounds great.
Okay.
We will.
Chair.
Yes.
I do have one for March.
Councilmember
sorry.
Gabbard.
So the hidden voices, FY25 hidden voices, the 99,000. Can we at some point get a update on hidden voices and what's happening in that organization? I see Councilmember Fig Sanders coming out of her seat, so yes.
We will get an update on that. What we have done is transitioned that program some.
Okay.
And Lisa Wood Bowman has asked for different bullet items with that program.
Oh, okay.
So I will be meeting with them on May 27th to get all of the changes. We've had issues with payment, with the city actually paying that program.
Oh,
Yeah.
Okay.
So we're trying to get on the same page and get in sync.
okay.
With no fault of theirs, but the organization has fronted a lot of dollars, and we're just catching up with that.
Okay.
So yeah, we're changing, and they are definitely coming to make a presentation.
Good.
That one with a couple other organizations that are coming. So that is one that's headed by Esther and Perky
Yeah.
Gelizo. So
Well, I would love to see the work that Lisa Wheeler Bowman is doing for our city highlighted in a city council report sometime soon. You know, she's been hired, and I know she's doing some great work, but I don't know how connected we as council members are to that work. So I think that could be very beneficial for us as a
You
report
will
item.
be, and especially with us going through the budgeting process.
Yeah.
You will be. So yeah, that one, I think this is its third year, going into its third year. So
Perfect.
you will get that really, really soon.
Looking forward to it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Yeah, I think with the new Jordan Park initiative and some of the other
Yeah.
things, I think we're going to be seeing that soon. Okay, we've got an upcoming meeting on May 29th where we're going to have a discussion on Woodlawn Park, a discussion regarding potential child care benefits, and an annual review of the city investment policies. And then June 12th, the FY26 utility rate study comes back to us. If there's nothing else for the good of the order, only 2 minutes late, BF&T is adjourned. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Chair.
I'll take responsibility.
District 4 is centrally located in St. Petersburg, from Coffee Pot and North Shore to the east and I-275 to the west. It reaches as far north as 77th Avenue North and as far south as 5th Avenue North. I'm Councilmember Lisette Hanowitz, your representative for District 4. I love where I'm standing right now, where baseball legends played. Huggins Stengel Field hosted the New York Yankees spring training sessions with players like Babe Ruth, Lou Gehrig, and Joe DiMaggio, all the way back in 1925. This baseball field is located in what I consider one of the city's best parks, Crescent Lake Park, a 56-acre city park featuring the natural Crescent Lake, home to an incredible amount of wildlife. And of course, One of the city's most recognizable landmarks resides in Crescent Lake neighborhood, the Water Tower. Standing above the treetops at 110 feet tall, the tower features local artist Tom Stovall's mural and plays host to a pandemonium of green monk parrots. One of the best parts of District 4 are the many unique neighborhoods with their diverse architecture and residents that call this district home. Historical Northeast, Greater Woodlawn, Euclid St. Paul, and Crescent Lake and Crescent Heights are just a few of the great neighborhoods that represent the area. Our numerous parks allow our neighborhoods to enjoy casual waterfront strolls, swimming laps in the pool, play a few games, and a moment to reflect while taking in the nature that surrounds our city. Speaking of nature that surrounds you, tucked away in District 4 is a true tropical oasis, right along 4th Street North. Sunken Gardens is considered St. Pete's oldest living museum and has been around for more than 100 years. Meandering paths guide visitors through a living collection of more than 50,000 tropical plants and flowers. And don't forget about the flock of flamingos. There's really no shortage of energy, nature, neighborhoods, and great local businesses to enjoy while you spend a little time in District 4.
District 6 encompasses downtown St. Petersburg and includes the Edge District, the Innovation District, and neighborhoods like Coquina Key. I'm Gina Driscoll, your council member for District 6. I'm standing in front of one of the many murals you can find in this area. For over 10 years, the Shine Mural Fest has contributed an indelible mark all around our city, and many of those locations are spread throughout District 6. Another great event in this district is the Grand Prix of St. Petersburg. This 3-day race draws in big crowds, some of the best car racing in the world, and takes place along our beautiful waterfront in downtown. Waterfront is a big part of this area, with a number of waterfront parks, from Straub Park to Lassing Park to Grandview Park with its popular boat ramp. These are just a few of the many parks you'll find in District 6. Many of these also have fantastic art installations. That's what I love about District 6. The arts are everywhere. You can see it on countless murals, in our museums, our galleries, and in our theaters. You'll also find the art of food, the art of beer, the art of going full force or taking it easy. District 6 is all about the art of being who you are, the art of being St. Pete.
I want it to be fun. I want people to ask questions like, why are the cows flying? Why does the girl have two faces? All of my artwork, I want to hint at a story that you can fill the blanks in with. My artwork tells my story of navigating femininity, faith, and Latinidad through my paintings. Having something that is gonna live on and that people will stumble upon, like, wow, this really is super cool. I'm Christy. I've always been an artist. It's never really been a choice that I've made.
Hey guys, St. Pete Mayor Ken Welch here, continuing our Sunrunner bus tour. I'm here with fellow Bull USF St. Pete student Joey Vars. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you for having me.
Tell us what Sunrunner means for a student at USF.
You know, Sunrunner is really a game changer. If you live on the western side of St. Petersburg or by the beaches and you're a student, it really opens up the city to being able to get to town a lot quicker. You can go to class without having to drive. I take my bike from Paso Grill to the station, and then I'm downtown in less than an hour, and I don't have to worry about driving.
And you were telling us on the bus how you actually get your bike mounted on the bus. Can you explain that?
Yeah, so the way that the Sunrunner has it, they have these little bike assists, and you wheel your bike right in kind of on the little machine, and then it verticalizes it, so it takes up less space. You can kind of stand more compact, and you actually get more people on the bus that way, too.
Cool. Well, thank you for sharing your thoughts with us today, Joey.
Thank you for having us.
We'll talk to you more on our Sunrunner bus tour.
I'm the youngest of 7 girls, and so I had lots of female role models. One in particular is most definitely my mother.
My mother has always been my strongest influence. I distinctly remember growing up in South America, there were not very many opportunities for women in leadership, and my mom really made her own place.
One of my grandmothers had ovarian cancer, and my other grandmother had 4 cancers. In the late 60s, went in for a lumpectomy. They did a double radical mastectomy. She woke up being taken down to her breastplate. For her, that was incredibly humbling because her whole identity was being in the community, and she felt embarrassed, and to some extent that her womanhood was gone. And so watching her overcome that and thrive was really, that was inspiring as well.
Growing up, I really admired one of my high school teachers in particular. She was this incredibly brilliant woman who was tough, who was smart, and who also would give everything to help her students.
I think it's critical to have a mentor. I found mentors that taught me self-acceptance, self-love. They help you find a way. They help you find an opportunity to a path to your full expression.
Well, I think mentorship is extremely important to the pathway to success.
Having someone there who is really going to be the shining example, who is going to be your guide through life, is really what's so important and what so many of us need.
Every life, you should have somebody that is your champion and somebody you can champion. And I think that's really important as we think about elevating others.
Oh, St. Petersburg Leadership for Women is outstanding. I think we are positioned perfectly.
I feel so very fortunate to live and work in a city like St. Pete that's inclusive, that's progressive.
I believe that we are a future that will be kind and generous.
There's great support amongst the women leaders to collaborate, to make a difference, to solve complicated problems, and they're brilliant, brilliant women.
This community has not just great women leaders, but a platform where they're elevated and able to do things that are meaningful and that really impact our community. And that's part of the reason it's such a phenomenal community.
Women have such an important role in our culture.
The future of women in St. Pete has never felt brighter.
Mentor a young lady or find a mentor for yourself.
Be sure to honor the women in your life this month and every month.
Hey guys, Ken Welch, Mayor of St. Petersburg. Now I'm with Dex Fabian, the publisher of I Love the Burg. Thank you for being here with us on our Sunrunner tour. Tell us how this changes life in St. Petersburg.
Coming from New York, one of the things I missed was mass transit. And I think having something like the Sunrunner now actually happening in St. Pete after so long, it's a game changer. Riding it today got us from point A to point B so much faster. Don't have to worry about parking. It just makes life so much easier for locals and even tourists.
And I think it helps us to change the culture. We really don't have a transit culture here.
Yeah, so I think this is a good starting point for more developments in our mass transit system.
Thank you for being with us, Dex. We'll talk to you next time on our Sunrunner tour. Hey guys, Ken Welch here again on our Sunrunner tour. Today I'm with Catherine Woods, who was the artist that did so much of the work that you'll see at the stops. Thank you for joining us, Catherine.
Oh, my pleasure.
Tell us a little bit about what the art means.
Absolutely. Since St. Pete is such a mural city, if you took all the glasses out of all the shelters and put them together, it kind of looks like a mural, a continuous mural. If you take the glasses and where they are at all the 16 stops, they all relate to the neighborhood. So it's like the welcoming front porch to the community and the neighborhood that it's in.
What's the message you want to convey to folks who might be from out of town that see that?
I just want them to feel the joy of St. Petersburg. The colors are joyful, the way the sun comes through it's a very happy thing, and I just want them to feel that.
And what drew you to this project in the first place? How'd you become
Oh my gosh,
involved?
how could you say no to that big canvas? There's 2 glasses per station, and each one is 5 foot by 7 foot, 16 stations, so that's a lot of glass, and that's a lot of chance to get a message across and do a lot of beautiful color.
Well, thank you. It's beautiful art.
My pleasure.
And it tells the story of St. Petersburg.
It does.
Thank you, Catherine.
My pleasure.
Camp Ignite is a 1 to 3 day program geared to help girls build their self-confidence and for St. Petersburg Fire Rescue to show them what we have to offer. It's going to be action-packed. They're going to get their hands dirty. They're going to be a little tired at the end of it. But when it's all said and done, they're going to hold their head a little higher. They're going to leave a little more confidence to go out there and get after whatever it is that's their calling.
They'll get CPR certified by me. So I have the joy in teaching them that. It's a lifetime skill. They'll still have the CPR certification and the knowledge of it to take with them for the rest of their lives.
we want to ignite. We want to empower them. We want to be proactive in reaching out to them at an early age to expose them to the possibility of being a first responder.
Exposure's huge. I didn't get into the fire service until after I started my military career. I'm embarrassed to say I really didn't know much about it. And I got into it because we had to do onboard firefighting on our ships, and that kind of led me down that path. I didn't have a program like this.
It's important for us to have female mentors to help girls be able to see what they can possibly be one day.
If you can see it, you can be it, right? So that just inspires them, like, hey, if she can do that, so can I.
This is our way of being proactive and ensuring that we have a very diverse workforce that reflects the community we serve.
We have a big mix here. We got more people coming. I think it's just important for us to look like who we work for.
We're being firefighters today. We basically trained to be a firefighter. We learned how to do things that the firefighters do.
I really like the hose because I learned how to put out a powerful water supply out of a fire hydrant.
The coolest thing I've done out here is putting out fire. The coolest thing I've done is probably walk down a tower. It's like having a ton of adrenaline go through your whole body, and then it's like you're scared, but you know you're safe.
I think it's a cool idea, and I like how they put this together for girls to learn about firefighters and show that you can be anything you want.
I feel like it's great for me because I want to become a firefighter when I grow up, and becoming a firefighter, you get to help people, and usually when you call in, it's usually the worst day of their life, so you're there to make that better.
I think they're pretty cool. I think I would want to be a firefighter. It seems fun.
I never really thought about doing it before, but doing this actually kind of changed my mind a little bit.
Together we ignite.
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 Together we ignite. Woo!
Maybe it's a little bit of my kind of hippie roots that makes me believe that music can change the world, and I feel we're doing our part in doing that. I'm Brad Winkos, founder of True Fire. We're based here in the Warehouse Arts District of St. Petersburg. True Fire is a publisher of interactive video software for music education. In the Warehouse Arts District, you still have a lot of warehouses and industry, but you have artisans, you have pottery, you have painters, studios. What do we have? 3 or 4 breweries even. So you've got this really kind of hip scene that's growing up Central Avenue. We're really looking forward to what the Warehouse Arts District is going to look like in 5 years. I think it's going to be one of the country's premier art centers. When we present a course, you're either streaming that course or you're downloading the course. And it's not just the video that's a part of the lesson, it's sheet music, interactive tablature, backing tracks, charts. So there's a lot of digital assets that comprise a True Fire video lesson. I wish we had more teachers here in St. Petersburg, but typically we'll fly them in from Europe, South America, all over the States, Canada, fly them into St. Petersburg, put them up at one of the nice hotels downtown.
When I'm in St. Petersburg, I'm happy. For that reason, I wrote a couple of songs in my acoustic album dedicated to St. Pete.
When I was growing up, if you wanted to play guitar, you couldn't even learn that in school. You had to go find another guitar player. There were no books, there were no DVDs. Certainly wasn't any internet, so you'd found another guitar player. Today, you can sit a student in front of a screen. You can show them multiple angles so that they can see the right hand, the left hand, Everything that the player, the teacher is doing. So you're watching a video, you have a little map for where to put your fingers, you're listening, and you're able to learn how to play music. We do live broadcasts every time an artist comes to town. Streams around the world. For those 60 minutes, we have people of all creed, color. For that hour, we are one. We are a family. We share a passion. That's a very, very powerful influence.
My name is William Clifton. I work at the tire shop for the city of St. Petersburg. I'm a tire and wheel specialist. My general responsibilities are to make sure everything rolls. We just make sure everybody's rolling safe. We deal with garbage trucks, fire departments, wheelbarrows, forklifts. We pretty much deal with anything that has a tire. Some days it's 10, 20, and some days we're just non-stop. I know there's over 100 sanitation trucks. I think there's roughly 300 police vehicles, upwards of 1,000 or better. We have the big loaders. I think that's probably the heaviest, the biggest tire. Smallest, I've worked on probably forklift tires, the rear tires on a forklift, or wheelbarrow tires. I love the work. The work is fun. I mean, I like working with my hands. I feel like the tire shop is an integral part in the city because without us, nothing rolls. No fire truck, no police department, no water department, no tractors, no backhoes. All that comes to us. Well, right before Hurricane Irma came here last year, we were the last group of people out of the compound, and we were the first people in the compound back to work. We got somebody that needs tires right away. You can have all the running vehicles you want, but without tires, they're going nowhere.
My name is Adrian. I've been with the City of St. Pete for about 3 years. My job title is environmental tech. That means strictly rodent control and basically keeping the rodents out of the structure or the home. Basically, the service that we provide is a free service to the resident. Kind of go through an interview process with the customer, what they've been dealing with, how long, how often.
Good morning.
Good morning.
The city of St. Pete. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
All right.
And then from there, an exterior inspection takes place. And then from there, it's pretty much education, which is key. The more the customer knows, the better we're going to be able to assist.
But the flap's sealed right now, so that's excellent.
The most common problems are going to be entry points. When we get those cold snaps, rodents are just like us. They want to be inside, they want to be warm. So the first place they're going to look for is set up inside the home. So we want to go ahead and get those places sealed off, which is pretty much the most important part of pest control. Sanitation definitely is key. Not giving them a food source to keep revisiting. My job is important because of the fact that rodents do carry a few different types of diseases. They can basically make you sick. As a last resort, we do provide bait boxes to the customer to kind of try to help control the population. I've been in the business for over 20 years now. I think it's a sense of enjoyment being able to help others that may not know exactly what to do in the field of pest control. So it's kind of a privilege and an honor to be able to help that customer and be able to walk away knowing that that customer's been satisfied with the service that's provided.
My name is Jeremiah Daniels, and I am the first African-American male salutatorian for the Boca Ciega High School. My definition of a trailblazer is somebody who breaks away from the norm to create their own path. They're not a trend follower, but they set their own trends. And the big thing about it is that not only do they do something new, but what they do is something that allows more people behind them to follow in their steps. Growing up, I would say the trailblazers in my life, I would say Jackie Robinson. When I was growing up, I played baseball, so that was a big part of my life. And knowing the role that Jackie Robinson played, that was obviously a big trailblazer to me. Throughout my 12 years of school, I've had pretty impactful mentors. My Algebra 1 honor teacher, her name was Ms. McAlpine. She gave me advice that would be greatly used during my high school career, even when I was back in middle school. And even now, I still keep in touch with her. I would definitely say there probably are some who see me and are inspired. I hope that by me doing just what I do, that I do inspire others. So that way not only they accomplish what I did, but do greater things above what I did. It's a phenomenal opportunity to be able to give the last few words to our graduating class and those in the stands.
Please welcome the first African-American male salutatorian in Boca Ciega history, Jeremiah Daniels.
It was a great experience. A little nerve-wracking being on the stage and seeing everybody, but once I did start talking, it all came out pretty smooth, and I'm just glad for the opportunity.
No matter where we go from this point, we must be tenacious.
Obstacles are in your life for you to overcome it. It's down to you to overcome it. There's support everywhere. You just gotta know where to look, and they can help you overcome the obstacles so you can do it. It's when you say you can't that you won't.
Like Moneybagg Yo said, hope for the best, prepare for the worst. However it comes, just know that I'm ready. Thank you. Have a great holiday.
To address St. Pete's growth and rising housing costs, Mayor Welsh launched the Housing Opportunities for All plan in April of 2023. It is a multi-year plan that will help residents settle, stay, and feel stable in St. Pete. Housing affordability is a key element in Mayor Ken Welsh and his team's agenda, and one of his 5 pillars for progress. The next milestone in the Housing Opportunities for All plan is the citywide expansion of the Rebates for Affordable Residential Rehabs program, previously only offered in the South St. Pete CRA. The program provides rebates to eligible homeowners to make improvements to their properties, making it easier to stay in their homes. Examples of potential improvements covered by rebates are structural repairs, roof replacement, electric and plumbing upgrades, window and door replacement, HVAC replacement, insulation upgrades, kitchen and bath upgrades, and accessory dwelling unit construction. For more information on qualifications and how to apply, visit stpete.org/home rebates.
It's hard to imagine a time before sunken gardens existed in St. Petersburg. You would have to go back more than a century to see the land as it once was, a sinkhole. In 1911, George Turner Sr. and his wife Eula purchased 4.1 acres of land 1 mile north of the emerging city center. Due to the sinkhole on site, the land sat 15 feet below street level. But George, a plumber by trade, had an idea. He devised his own terracotta tile system, effectively draining the sinkhole, leaving behind a rich, mucky soil. Perfect conditions for his favorite hobby, gardening. Living a good life with lots of luck in the Florida real estate world, the Turners were doing well. However, after a series of hurricanes and freezes in the area and the downturn of the real estate business in 1926, the Turners were soon left with just the garden. And to make ends meet, they opened a fruit and vegetable stand. Soon, neighbors began to stroll through George's tropical garden, enjoying an array of plants from around the world. In 1934, Mr. Turner began charging 15 cents to enter his subtropical paradise of royal palms, banana trees, coffee plants, and more. It's hard to imagine the old sinkhole site would become a natural paradise. For 3 generations, the Turners ran sunken gardens for almost a century, building a world-renowned attraction complete with beauty contests, celebrities, models, flamingos, and other exotic animals. A lot can happen in 100 years. Freezes, economic downturns, and a breed of new amusement parks opening close by. So, in 1989, the Turner grandsons put Sunken Gardens up for sale. And 10 years later, the residents of St. Petersburg voted for a one-time tax increase so the city itself could purchase the gardens. This tropical oasis still stands as one of Florida's oldest and last remaining roadside attractions. Thanks to generations of the Turner family's dedication, a community grassroots effort, and a bit of luck.
When you look at the top concern for residents in an urban city or even our rural communities, a growing number of Americans list affordable housing at the top of the list. Here in St. Pete, it's no different. I'm standing here at the Shores in South St. Pete with 51 new affordable units made possible by a county-wide collaboration. Understanding the relationship between our quality of life and housing is critical. That's why I'm launching the Housing Opportunities for All plan, an intentional expansion to our existing housing plan that addresses the current state of our city. The plan aims to produce new affordable housing units, preserve existing affordable housing, and protect tenants. Housing opportunities for all is more than a priority in our administration. It's a foundational part of our mission, a pillar for progress. This year, we've designated more than $40 million to build new affordable housing units and plan to help thousands of residents preserve their current homes over the next several years. We've also implemented powerful protections for renters with our Tenants' Bill of Rights. There is nothing more important to me and our City Council than improving the quality of life for the people of St. Petersburg. And these are just a few examples of the impactful work that's underway right now. I will continue to keep you updated on progress made as we help more families settle into their new homes and stay in their current homes. So working together and listening to each other with our eyes on inclusive progress, we will continue to move the needle on affordable housing. To learn more about the Housing Opportunities for All plan, visit www.stpete.org/affordable housing. We are St. Pete.
Wardsville, that was actually named for perhaps a businessman and his wife who was maybe for a while the postmistress in town.
They took care of everybody's mail here, and we needed a name, and we were Wardsville until, you know, the magical day where we became St. Petersburg.
And speaking of that, how did it happen?
That's a great story. If you ride the trolleys, you hear a great story about, you know, a coin flip where, you know, Peter DeMenz and John Williams, who owned most of what is now downtown St. Petersburg, General John Williams, flipped a coin, right? The winner gets the name of the city, loser gets the name of the first hotel. Makes complete sense, right? The city is St. Petersburg, named after St. Petersburg, Russia, where Peter DeMenz is from. The Detroit Hotel is our first hotel, named after Detroit, Michigan, where Williams is from. Great story, but it's not true. We needed a name. And the postmaster wanted a name. Peter DeMenz had a press conference saying he was taking his train to St. Petersburg. John Williams didn't want to call it St. Petersburg. So there's all kinds of discussion. So what do you think happened after that?
I think somebody, perhaps one of the partners in that railroad enterprise, said, look, we have to name this after Peter DeMenz, and so we're going to name it St. Petersburg, and you go to the post office and tell Ms. Ward that's what it's going to be. And that's probably about how it happened, as simple as that.
It's as close as it came.
Morning, everyone. We're calling the May 8th Housing, Land Use, and Transportation Committee meeting to order. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Floyd.
Here.
Harding.
Here.
Driscoll.
Here.
Gabbard.
Here.
Dick Sanders.
Here.
Committee members, we have an agenda before us. Do you have a motion for approval?
Move approval.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All right, motion passes. We have the approval of the April 10th, 2025 minutes. Do I have a motion for approval?
Move approval.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, motion passes. Now we're on to our new business for today, which is the Public Scooter Share Program. And we have the Transportation and Parking Management Director, Evan Morey, with us, and Cheryl Stacks as well. So take it away, y'all.
All right.
Oh, and hold on, unless Councilmember Gabbard, you want to say anything?
I mean, I think this item pretty much speaks for
Yeah, it's
itself. We
pretty
had a
straightforward.
fairly good conversation upstairs as to why we were going to bring this forward down here today. So I'll go ahead and turn it over to staff.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll go over about the first half of the presentation, and then our transportation manager will cover the second half. And we've got some more staff here in the audience that might be able to answer questions if appropriate. Yes, we are here today to address the new business item filed by Councilmember Gabbard and approved by the Council with an update on shared scooters, including ridership trends and statistics, successes and challenges, an update on the scooter share industry kind of as a whole, including a closer look at the Florida market. Also, similarly to when we came to Council in 2022, at the end of the initial pilot, we hope to receive direction from the committee this morning regarding your level of support for continuing offering shared scooters as a transportation option for our residents and visitors. So just to touch on the history of scooter share in St. Petersburg with some background, shared scooters were launched almost 5 years ago as a pilot program to see if we wanted that transportation mode to be an option for our residents and visitors to get around. Enhancing transportation options is in keeping with the transportation element of the city's comprehensive plan, and a lot of public engagement and research went into designing St. Petersburg's program, which was unique at the time in a lot of ways. For example, we were the first medium or large city to require 100% corral-based parking, whereas the industry norm was basically park haphazardly. You could park wherever you could find a space for them. And we also implemented a sidewalk riding prohibition when most other cities either allowed sidewalk or street riding, or some cities actually required sidewalk riding instead of street riding. And here we can see that ridership has generally held steady over time, and that a whole lot of people have chosen to utilize this form of micromobility for their trips. In fact, over 1.2 million total since inception. And now we average about 750, a little bit more than 750 trips per day. And then at a peak, we hit over 4,000. And that was back in the summer of 2023. In the transportation realm, we often hear about the need to solve the first mile, last mile problem, which is helping people complete their trips because the bus stop or parking space isn't close enough to their final destination. And a mile can be pretty far to walk. Well, we know now that those 1.2 plus million rides, they happen to have averaged 1.1 mile, and people can cover that distance in a little bit over 11 minutes. And here you can see on the map, we certainly have trips venturing, or we have most of the trips in the downtown core, with some trips venturing outside of that, a little to the north, west, and south. Trends also indicate average trips are getting a little bit longer distance-wise. So some nationwide trends. We're finding that it's interesting to see that very large cities and very small cities, or the largest and the smallest cities, they have declined in scooter share, while the medium-sized cities have increased. And based on the way that this report broke down cities, we definitely fall in the medium-sized cities. Also, we've seen market consolidation and an increase in trips over time. We looked at some mid-sized cities across the country. This slide goes over 14 of them, and it shows various medium-sized cities across the country, whether they have scooter share, whether they have bike share, or one or the other. There's a few examples of cities with bike share only, but most cities with any shared programs do include scooters. And then we dove in a little bit more on the state of Florida, and this will show you a lot of the major cities, the population, their current vendor or vendors, when they started, whether they have corral-based or the open parking, which doesn't require corrals, the fleet size, and if they also have a bike share program. So some of the key takeaways here are that most Florida cities do have scooter share programs, but not all. And fleets range from 400 to 1,600. And just like across the country, there has been a consolidation of operators. We did find 2 Florida markets that discontinued scooters after having them, either for a pilot or another period of time. And that was Miami due to safety concerns, and Fort Lauderdale that ended a pilot due to COVID, and they just never picked back up that program. One thing specifically about Miami that I'll say about the safety concerns is that they required all riders to wear helmets, and that they weren't getting compliance with that. Most cities don't require that, and it's a really hard thing to actually have happen. So it wasn't happening to their satisfaction. That was one of the reasons that they discontinued it. And speaking to other cities, challenges have been related to ordinance compliance, sidewalk parking, and sidewalk riding. Tampa and Jacksonville started with open parking and then switched to what we do, which is the corral-based. So some program successes. We did get a nice editorial a few years ago when our program was praised for its organization, and we've been happy to have high ridership despite initially having a lot more restrictions than were present in other markets as it relates to forced parking and sidewalk riding. And based on the program's success, our staff has been invited to speak at various state and national conferences to educate other cities about some of the best practices that we did develop here. Another great aspect of our program is that we reinvest the revenues from scooter share into making our infrastructure safer and more inviting, not only for people to ride scooters, but also for people to walk and bike. Of course, not only have there been successes, but there have been challenges, indeed. So we did lose Razor as a provider in 2023. They left the market, and that's why you saw on that earlier chart the rides in red just fell off. They essentially got out of the business and left us before the end of their contract. And just like we see some people making some poor choices when they drive their car or ride their bike, we have had instances of poor scooter riding behavior. The most common improper riding behavior we see or hear about is sidewalk riding. So we've implemented various strategies to deter that riding, including the in-app messages, signs, and stickers that you can see on the right side of this screen. And another challenge we've experienced that we've not always had timely compliance with the requirements to indemnify the city when claims have occurred. We have been tracking incidents in cooperation with the St. Petersburg Police Department, and to date, there have been 19 incidents reported, and about half of those have resulted in injury. One particular operator made a series of bad decisions, which unfortunately did lead to a fatal pedestrian crash in 2023. However, trends are improving, and that there's been no reported incidents involving scooter shares to date this year or any last year. Here's a chart of the years with those incidents, and we wanted to put on here also that in cooperation with City Council, we did extend the hours. We used to cut them off earlier at night, so we extended the hours, and that did not cause an increase in crashes. In fact, you can see here that the peak number of crashes happened in our first full year of service. So that might mean that when they were new, they were more likely to have incidents, and now that they've been around for longer, that people are more used to them, people have ridden them, people know to watch out for them, and now the statistics are better. We don't think that would necessarily indicate that they will never have an incident again, but they are heading in the right direction. regarding that curfew, we do have 3 hours every night that they're not allowed to operate. That's one of the safety features of our program, and we have been told that we're unique. Most cities just have 24/7 operation, but we wanted to have the scooters turn off at about the same time as everybody has to leave the bars at 3 o'clock in the morning. And from here, I'll turn it over to Cheryl.
Thank you. The latest RFP was similar, but not quite the same as the one that we conducted in 2020, including the same speed limitation of 15 miles an hour for the devices, geofencing capabilities, the requirement for ID scans and in-app quizzes to ensure all riders know what's expected of them before they ride. In order to help address the indemnification challenges, we had the draft terms and conditions included, and they've been enhanced in the agreements from what we expect to bring to council. The results of the latest RFP resulted in the committee recommending 2 operators for award, Lime and Spin, which would have equal shares of the allowable fleet size, which is initially 900, which is close to what we have right now. And that allows and they have some flexibility to increase the fleet size as more corrals are added. And the proposed right-of-way fees are consistent with what we have experienced in the past, generally about $250 per scooter per year. Like we had initially, 2 vendors are being recommended, which likely helps keep prices to the consumers down and helps provide people with more options. However, since Lime is already the bike share operator, this doesn't necessitate coordination between 3 different companies trying to use many of the same spaces, which could be a challenge kind of administratively. A little bit about Lime. They're already in St. Pete, as you know, with bike share. The same program manager is expected to oversee both programs, scooters and bikes, and we expect to see a lot more robust community engagement from them with their hire of a junior operations coordinator. Here's a picture of the standing and seated devices, with the standing device making up most of the fleet at first. One thing that we really like about the new this device is the camera-based sidewalk riding technology, which helps us detect and enforce the no sidewalk riding rules. And they'll couple that with an education program to remind users about sidewalk riding. Lime's base rate to the consumer is the same as their bike share rate for consistency, but they'll offer several packages and discounts that reduce the overall cost to the consumer. Lime plans to offer a monthly, what they're calling a First Ride Academy, and their access program for low-income individuals is really generous at 70% off. This is going to be integrated with the Transportation Disadvantage program with PSTA, where users are automatically enrolled to the Lime program, so that would reduce a barrier to entry for access to the discounted program with Lime. Spin has been around about as long as Shared Scooters, but the current company structure is younger. They have a presence in several Florida cities, including Tampa. Spin uses an all in-house staff and is committed to work closely with St. Pete Works for hiring residents of the South St. Petersburg Sierra. Here you can see the seated and the standing scooters, and they'll start with a 70-30 mix of the devices. So while Lime uses a camera-based sidewalk riding technology detection, Spin uses telemetric sensors that will detect the difference in how a paved roadway works with a concrete roadway, and the expansion joints. So they have a different technology for the sidewalk riding, but still looks pretty promising. Double riding and wrong way riding are also, the sensors also detect that and encourage just generally safer behavior of the users. The cost per minute is slightly higher than Lime on Spin, but they're offering a local resident discount, and we have some familiarity with that with our Park Mobile program. So they also have multiple options for discounts, and even one that has people paying by the distance instead of time, which could help reduce incidents of people riding in a hurry or making haste decisions because they're concerned about paying by the minute. So they'll work with local businesses to provide free helmets, and their access program is also really generous, offering 3 free 30-minute trips per day. So next steps, if this council committee is supportive of continuing to offer shared scooters, staff aims to bring recommendations of award to full council on May 15th under the committee reports. The current agreement expires on June 14th, 2025. So this concludes our presentation, and we can answer any questions that you might have.
Committee members, council members, Councilmember Harding.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for all the work. The cameras are intriguing. At first, I like the idea of two different companies, but the cameras are intriguing from the standpoint of accountability and what happens after. But that's not Spin's way. Is that something that we get stuck on, or how do we view cameras versus no cameras, or how did that play into picking who we might go with? And I guess more to the point, is that data saved, or is it just used for that particular ride?
It's used to, it can slow down the device and give the user an alarm that they're doing something wrong, and then it also will send that information back to the company so that person can be addressed. And just like improper parking, all the companies will have a progressive discipline, if you will, where they get a warning, they can get a fine, they can get kicked out so that they can never use the system again. So it's should impact behavior immediately, and then also a follow-up with those users. And we were told that the telemetric-based or the sensor-based is 95% accurate. It's going to be a learning experience, I think, for us to see which one works better, the cameras or the other sensors. But in the past, the only thing that we've had experience with for that is GPS-based. And when you have as many buildings as we do downtown, GPS isn't always accurate. So we're looking forward to trying new technologies to reduce and eliminate the sidewalk riding.
Thanks, Evan. Safety and the future of safety. Did either company address where the industry is going in terms of it's a scooter, that's what it is. But any innovations in safety, it won't work unless you have both hands on the handlebars kind of thing. Is there anything new coming down the pipe, or is there anything one company is doing better than the other, or in the industry?
Good question. There's a few things. I know Cheryl picked up on the swept handlebars as an improvement in how riders will feel and be more stable on the device and be able to maneuver, reduce crashes that way. One of the things that we didn't talk about, but that Spin is offering that I've wondered about for years is detecting when there's more than one person standing on the device. And that's maybe the third problem. You've got the improper parking, sidewalk riding. Third problem we see, not too often, but sometimes, is a second person on the device. And especially when that second person is a child that the adult is driving. I've seen that a few times and really, really dislike that. So I'm looking forward to seeing that. The industry definitely is improving in its technology. The batteries are getting better. But as far as safety goes, those are a couple things that I've noticed. Do you have more?
Lime has a phone holder on their devices too, so that helps keep your hands where they need to be. Spin on their seated model has turn indicators, so that you don't even have to move your hand to signal your turn. So there's a couple of different technologies that are incorporated in these devices. I think that they're nuanced, but they are definitely safety benefits.
Thank you. All right. Thank you, Cheryl. I appreciate it. Thank you, Chair.
Great. Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation and for all the work that you're doing on this. I know, from being with you on working on scooter regulations from the beginning, it's great to see that we're at this place right now. It's especially great to see how the safety has improved. Regarding, how we're trending. I mean, going over a year now, without that is really impressive. I think the accidents and the incidents that we saw at the beginning, I mean, there's a learning curve, and a lot of the sidewalk riding that we see is also a learning curve because, as you pointed out, there are other cities that actually encourage or require sidewalk riding. So if you have someone who has recently moved here or is visiting, they may not know that our rules are different. So you have to take that into consideration as well. I like seeing that we will finally have a seated scooter option again. That tends to be much more desirable for, you know, a good number of our residents who otherwise might be a little bit nervous about trying it. And I've done both, and I see the benefits of both, especially if you're using it to go to Publix and you can put the stuff in the basket, but then like being seated, you have a little bit more control with your center of gravity being more focused. So anyway, I love that idea. It's really interesting to see how the technology is moving forward to increase safety and, you know, to help enforce those regulations that lead to safer practices. The Lime access, I wanted to ask you about that. Does that program apply to the e-bikes as well?
It's modeled after the same one. So yeah, so they
Okay.
offer 70% discount right now on the bike share. They'll offer that 70% discount for scooters, and then they'll automatically enroll everybody. Yeah. So
Okay.
it'll go across the different programs.
Okay, great. And then it looks like Spin is saying that they'll have an all-local in-house team. One of the issues that we looked at the beginning was the fact that some companies had independent contractors and sort of a very loosely defined operational system with their labor. And the companies that we contracted with back then both had in-house teams. So they were all employees of the company. Is that the case with this? It looks like Spin is. It looks like Lime is going to try to get there. Tell me what that looks like.
So yeah, good point. Spin has made that commitment, and Lime uses a combination of in-house staff and another company that they subcontract with. So they're not necessarily like gig workers that we saw in the industry 6 years ago or so, but they do use a subcontractor. They have been also for bike share though, and we haven't seen any problems with it. So I think when it came to evaluating the proposals, that Spin likely got some extra points for that versus others, but so far it hasn't been an issue for the bike share.
Okay, good. I also found it interesting that the incidents have gone down since extending to 2 a.m., where we wanted to watch it closely to make sure that it didn't go in the wrong direction. I have no idea if there's a relationship there, but adding 2 hours, but then number of incidents going down and being eliminated was very interesting to me. I also appreciate the data sharing that Spin is offering for PSTA. I think that's really important. Is Lime looking at doing that as well?
Yes.
Okay, great. That kind of goes back to what I talked about with the universal basic mobility idea. Part of that is being able to gather that data so that we can see what a person's transportation diet looks like and be able to adjust and improve what we offer to better meet people's needs in terms of getting around. So this actually solves that for us, and I can't wait to see what that looks like as we get going with it. I think that's all I have for now, but thank you so much for the work on this. I just always appreciate the the amount of attention you give to making sure that we get it right, and the fact that you are speaking nationally on this and inspiring other cities to do it our way really says a lot. It says a lot about your work and your leadership. So thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Great. Councilmember Gabbard.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation this morning. As Councilmember Driscoll said, she and I were the only two on council at the time when we went through this, and there was a lot of public input and kind of a little bit of controversy around it, if you will. And I think, just like with any new program, especially when you have vendors involved and public usage involved, I think when you first start something, you're always going to see a bit of an adjustment period. And I think that's what we see here in the slide from 2021. But, I think technology advances, just, people feeling more comfortable with utilizing them, us feeling more comfortable with enforcement. I think all of that really has shown its success. And certainly we don't want to minimize the incidents that have happened. But I think that, we are certainly on the right trajectory to doing this the right way. So I just want to applaud all of you, legal team and your staff for what you have done to implement what I think is a very responsible scooter share program. And obviously with your national recognition, it has been proven. So I did want to quickly just ask if I could, Chair, for Chief Gilliam to come up and maybe talk a little bit about the enforcement piece of it. Yeah. I'd love to hear a little bit about that. I think that that's probably important just for the public to kind of hear a little bit about PD's, or whoever would like to speak on it, a little bit about PD's experience and what you all feel like, from your point of view. 'Cause you're the ones out there.
Thank you. Good morning to everyone. Thank you. So Evan and his group, first of all, they did a great job of implementation. They usually partner with us when they know something like this will impact law enforcement. So really applaud them in their efforts. I think you all spoke to some of the facts, which are when it first rolled out, we were skeptical. Mm-hmm. But like anything else, I think once our citizens became acclimated to it, we see those incidents decrease almost to a non-existence level. And a lot of that is enforcement, warnings. I think our community has gotten used to scooters being around. I think it's kind of led to our citizens driving more cautiously, right, because everyone's looking around for them. So Sergeant Shade, he's really the expert in terms of our enforcement, so I'll allow him to speak to it and talk about the differences between privately owned scooters and the ones that we contract with.
Very important, yes.
Good morning. My name is Mike Shade. I'm the sergeant for the traffic section for the police department. Initially, when the program came out, like you all said, we had a learning curve. We did some education operations. We had a couple incidents. Unfortunately, we had the fatality crash that happened. After that, we did a significant enforcement operations after that to try to get people on board, and we really have seen the results of that. We don't have the rental scooter problem that we had when the program first started. We definitely see a lot more privately owned scooters where people are committing violations, and they can go a lot faster than the city-owned ones, which makes it even more dangerous. So we really have seen an improvement in the users of the city rented scooters doing the right thing. It's pretty much non-existent now. It happens, but it's not where it was at the beginning of the program.
So what I'm hearing is maybe an opportunity as we refresh our agreements and we bring on a new operator that, maybe we could do a PSA just kind of out to the public about scooter responsibility. Certainly I think that usage may tick up a little bit in the summer when kids are out of school and they're looking for more things to do. So I would love to see us do some sort of marketing campaign around that, just so not only, to your point, we are collecting those who are renting the city-owned facilities, but we're also with their private usage. I think that could be a good opportunity hopefully keep people safe through the summer months. But thank both of you for everything in your team. I know it must be an interesting challenge, trying to keep up with all the different modes of transit that we have going. But as a multimodal city, I think it's important that we continue to move down this path. And so I just want to thank both of you for everything you do.
Thank you.
Yeah. I have a question for legal about the timely compliance with requirements to indemnify the city when claims arise. So this is something that is pointed out as a challenge. We're now negotiating new contracts. What is that going to look like in the new contracts? How are we going to be able to do better about making sure the city is indemnified?
So I can talk to you about the contracts, and then Ken can talk to you about what good is the contract.
Yeah, right, yeah. Which I think we've learned in real time, right? Yeah.
So the contracts that we had were very strong. What we are doing with the new contracts is adding a provision for liquidated damages for failure to comply with the requirements to indemnify. So it would be if there's a failure to timely defend or a failure to indemnify, or if the operator tries to get attorney's fees from the city, there would be a $10,000 liquidated damages per claim. So each time that happens, there would be liquidated damages of $10,000. So Ken can talk about, the fact that we already have really good terms and conditions, and then that's it for us.
Right. So good morning, everybody. Obviously, I'm in the litigation department along with two other lawyers in our office, and we've had 4 significant cases involving scooters where what we do when we get a case in, we have a contract previously, is we send in a request that the scooter company defend and indemnify the city as the contract requires. Normally in those situations, when there's a contract, people just pick it up, you do a pass off on the case, and that's the end of it. Virtually all of our scooter cases, we've gotten pushback, and we've had to file third-party complaints or cross-claims against scooter companies. We've had to litigate. We've had to take depositions of scooter company representatives. And we've actually spent more time litigating the issue of the indemnification than we have the actual injuries that a plaintiff sustained. Now, I will add that we haven't had any new ones in the last, it's probably been a year and a half or so, since we've seen a new scooter case of that nature. But that has been problematic. We thought we had a good contract, and if somebody's not going to comply, it's just legal fights are legal fights, and they go on and on. So that's the short version.
Okay, very good. Well, it's good to hear that there is going to be a little bit more tighter language around the liquidated damages, because I very much remember the conversations early on about this piece of the contract. And I think we felt that, okay, like this is as protected as we can be, but then to see it actually play out over 5 years, just to kind of understand what more from a legal standpoint we can do. So thank you for trying to be prudent, recognizing that lawsuits will happen regardless of what we try to do, right? So, all right, well, thank you for that. I just have a couple more questions specific to kind of the operations side. So in the RFP, Evan, it was asked about age ID scans. Is that going to be something that both providers will utilize?
Yes, that's been a part of the program, and it will continue.
Okay, and 16 is the age, right? 18. 18. I couldn't remember that part. Okay. All right. So we hope by 18 that they have a ID of some sort that they can scan. So, and it has to be a state of Florida ID, just like a regular. It doesn't have to be a driver's license, but
it could be an outside.
Well,
Florida also.
Okay, so some sort of state ID.
It's age verification.
Got it.
Alone.
Okay. It's not just a, are you 18 to drive, click, right? Okay. Now, one of the things when I read through the presentation that, if I'm putting my, I'm a writer and I'm looking at this, it's kind of confusing as to the different operators and their different rates and all of that. I'm sure you guys have worked really hard to try to kind of bring them more aligned. Is there any more room for alignment in their fees and discounts and things like that? Because if I'm, going to be a writer, it's a little confusing, to see who has the better discounts and all of that. So what does that look like?
We could have those discussions. What our approach has been that, especially if you have more than one operator, you can have competition and hopefully keep down the prices. And we kind of envisioned that individual users will have their favorite company. They probably won't switch between the two.
Based on like app preference and user preference and things like that, more so than the rate necessarily?
Right. I mean, they're similar. It's probably if they already have the app on their phone, Lime might have a little bit of an advantage here because of that with the bike share. But we don't see nearly as many rides on bike share as we do scooters. Now, Spins in Tampa, so I think probably a lot of people in St. Pete probably have that app on their phone. And just give people like options, and I don't know if it's necessary to make them exactly the same. We haven't been like overly controlling of the rate, but as we look at the different companies, that was part of the evaluation process. So, I don't know. It's a good question. I don't know if we want to force them to be the same. Or
And I don't expect them to be, like completely identical, because I do support the competition piece of that. I'm just thinking simplify a bit. Now, on your slide on the Lime for the rates, it says additional discounts could be offered based on certain conditions. What are certain conditions?
So they had a couple in there where, like, if they could offer air quality days, or if the air quality was not so great, they could offer a discount that day. They offer different discounts to different events. Last year they did Lime to the polls, so they offered free rides if you're going to a polling facility, and we ended up putting more bike racks and kind of introducing hubs at those polling locations. So it's those kinds of different opportunities that they have available to us.
And if you're a subscriber to Lime and you have, your notifications turned on from your app, and it is a day where they're doing, special rates or something, would the app notify the user that today you could get free rides to, I don't know, a festival at the Vinoy or something like that?
I think that's generally how it's handled.
Okay. All right. Very good. And then my last question, I have to ask it. I think I always ask it when we talk about scooters or bike share is there any plans to expand at this point in time into other parts of the city?
Good question. I think we can answer that with twofold. One is that we are most of the way through designing an additional, how many corrals? 18? Or the additional corrals?
The additional corrals, there's probably about 18 of those, but it's going to increase capacity by about 200, but those are going to go a little farther west, probably not out into the west end and up to the north. So we do have some expansion planned right now. We have recently expanded on the Pinellas Trail.
We expanded bike share westward along the trail. I think we could look at that with scooters. But we also have a study that's going to be paid for primarily by Ford Pinellas to look at our micromobility ordinance as a whole and options to expand and see if there's even a possibility to do remote operations, like as far as Skyward Marina District or Carillon. And in the past, it's been a little bit tough for the operators to spread out that far, but it is something we're looking to try to do.
Okay, well, I think I'm very much in support of us expanding, especially up to the north side. So please, continue to keep us updated on that. And as, those new corrals and new opportunities, I think we add that onto our summer PSA, right? That not only do we have new providers, but we also are expanding. I think that's a good message for people. So we don't want to stay status quo. All right. Legal, do we need a motion to move this upstairs? It's not really an action item. Are you just looking more for feedback and support?
I think it's just one feedback.
Well, we had a couple paths forward. One would be, we really wanted to get direction, which I think we've heard from council, that we do want to continue offering this. But we do have the deadline of the current agreement coming up pretty soon. So one option would be this committee to request approval by the full council at the committee report next week. That can come out of these committees. The other would be if we go through the normal process and turn it in 2 weeks early, then that would be June 5th.
Oh, yeah, that's
a little
close.
bit of a tight.
So I'll move approval that this be added to the committee report for next week's council meeting.
Okay, great.
Thank you, Chair.
We have Council Vice Chair Hanowitz next.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you all for the update. It's a great update, very thorough. I'm going to focus just on two things. Number one, the timely compliance with the indemnity agreements that these companies have and enforcement. So for legal and Ken, I asked for the complaints, the lawsuits that have been filed. And part of the reason is because when companies do submit for requests for proposals to be picked, they make agreements. And they make agreements under our contract. And we have had companies that we have picked, and they are not timely complying with these agreements that they have made. So, Ken, can you tell us which are the biggest violators here that we have had problems with?
The biggest problem we've had is with VioRide.
Okay.
I think Razor has been an issue also.
Okay.
But VioRide has been the biggest problem.
Okay. And at the end of the day, what happens when they don't abide by their agreements to timely defend or indemnify?
Well, we're in a situation where we have to bring them into the lawsuit.
Right.
Because they're not a party.
Right.
And so that can usually happen in the form of a third-party complaint. They get brought in. We start with a demand.
Right.
And we give them a time period, and they tell us they need to evaluate, send us more information. We do that whole dance. And invariably, it's a no. And we're running out of time because under our civil procedure rules, things are on a more rapid pace these days. So we really have to get them into the litigation quicker. And then at that point, they're a part of the case, and they're going to be at the trial. They'll be one of the named parties. None of the cases have gone to trial yet. I had one particular case that went to an arbitration. Interestingly enough, we zeroed the plaintiff at the arbitration, which was a pretty nice win. However, the arbitrator zeroed us in terms of being able to collect from VioRide due to some contractual issues on that one. The whole case went away. Nobody got anything. Right. I think Mr. Patner had a case involving a corral. There was a death due to an obstruction issue. And so there are a number of scooter companies in that. I believe we actually got paid some money from VioRide because we took it all the way to the mat in terms of them violating the contract and demanded attorney's fees. We were able to get money back on that one. So that's an example of the things that can happen on these.
Well, I just want it to be clear and on the record and in a public meeting that we will be enforcing our agreements with these companies if there are indemnification provisions and they're not doing what they're supposed to do. That's not going to happen anymore. And I'm glad to hear that we're going to have the liquidated damages provision in the contracts, because at the end of the day, they want to do business, and this is part of the bargain, and they should be upholding their part of the bargain.
Right, and the legal department takes that issue seriously, and that's why we don't ignore this. That's why we bring them into the complaint, try and enforce it.
Okay. Well, I appreciate that. And in terms of enforcement, Sergeant Shea, and if you can just talk a little bit about, I know there was a conversation and you mentioned that there were warnings, but what I want to find out, first of all, we have ordinances that people have to abide by, whether they're privately owned scooters, right?
Correct.
Or part of our scooter share program.
Correct.
And they are not supposed to be going over the maximum speed of 50 miles per hour and every other ordinance provision that applies to scooters.
Yes, ma'am.
How many people have we cited for violations?
So for the rental?
For any violations of they're going over 50 miles per hour, let's say.
So for the rental side, they can't go over the 15, but
Right,
for
'cause
the
it's
other,
right.
the other types of ordinances, since the program started, we're probably in the about 100 citations or notices to appear area. For the privately owned, we're probably a couple hundred in just the past year.
And where are those problem areas?
The privately owned, it's pretty much citywide.
Mhm.
We're seeing them on 34th Street. We see them on Gandy Boulevard out towards the bridge. So the privately owned is an issue citywide.
Okay. And what is the citation I get? Is it the speeding that you give the I mean, what is?
It can range from a series of things. We have scooters that are going so fast that we can actually cite them as being an unregistered motor vehicle.
Wow.
Because they're
That's
doing
Are you
40,
serious?
45 miles an hour. Absolutely.
Say that again, Sergeant?
Yeah.
How fast?
They can get up to over 40 miles an hour on these scooters. We've had close to 50 mile an hour.
And where is this?
Those were pretty much on 34th Street that we saw those, but they definitely happen.
Okay.
Yeah. So they can range from speeding to an unregistered motor vehicle and anything in between. They technically would need to have a driver's license because they're driving a motor vehicle. Even though it's electric, it's still considered a motor vehicle because of the speed it's going. They need to have a driver's license. They need to have it registered, everything. So.
Well, good. So for the public to understand this, so that way we're putting out our own PSA message here, they need to make sure that they are complying with our ordinances because we are enforcing. It's not just warnings that we're giving.
Correct. Not at this point.
No.
At the beginning of the program, we were doing educational efforts, but we're way beyond that at this point. It's 99% enforcement.
And mostly it's for the safety of the rider.
Absolutely. And the general public.
The general public,
Obviously,
of course.
The person that was killed in
Of course.
2023 was not on a scooter when it happened.
That's right.
Was walking along on the sidewalk.
And I'm glad you mentioned that. I want to talk a little bit about that. So when that incident happened, that was forwarded to the state attorney's office, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so could you just explain a little bit, just so people that are watching and are interested in it, what the process is, so they understand what happened with that?
So when the incident occurred, we investigated it just like we would a normal fatality crash or a serious bodily injury crash. And we determined that we had enough probable cause to present it to the state attorney's office. We did. They made their decision, and that's where that stood. But in that particular case, the rider did everything wrong that they could possibly do. They were on the sidewalk. They were riding tandem. They were using a cell phone. There were 3 hands on the steering arm of the scooter so that they didn't have the ability to take evasive action because they were kind of counteracting each other. So everything went wrong in that case. And we investigated it just like a regular fatality crash.
Just to move forward, so I believe Evan or Cheryl spoke to it earlier about the future technologies in terms of tandem riding, right? So you heard Sergeant Shea just speak to that fatality. There were 2 on top of the vehicle, on top of the scooter when that occurred, which we believe had some sort of an impact as it relates to that tragedy. So these technologies are definitely something that we're interested in terms of making this form of transportation safer. Also, when Sergeant Shade spoke about the 100 citations or so that we've issued, as an agency on a weekly basis, we issue anywhere between 300 to about 500 citations each week. So just to put that into context in terms of the citations related to this specific violation and all the citations that we issue on a weekly basis.
Good, good. Well, I'm glad to hear that. I understand that when it comes to driving at a reckless standard, and for those out there, to meet the legal criteria to make the action criminal. There's civil liability, which there's a pending lawsuit, and that's going to work out in the civil courts. And then there's criminal liability, which has to be willful and wanton disregard for someone's personal safety. And I think that's where the challenge comes. We've seen it happen with bicyclists that have been killed while driving on crosswalks in broad daylight. And it causes challenges that are outside of our scope of controlling because of how the law is. So I want people to understand that doesn't mean that there won't be consequences to those drivers. They're just not criminal consequences, but they are going through the civil system. Thank you so much for providing the update. Thank you, Chair.
Great. Council Member Driscoll.
Thank you. My questions are more for Evan and Cheryl, but thank you so much for that input. Just real quick, on the rate structure, the first 2 operators that we contracted with in the beginning, they had different rates too, and it was a slight difference, similar to what we see here. I don't recall hearing about or having any issues with that. One was a little more expensive than the other, but the more expensive one was the one that had the seat option.
They were close before, and I think that going forward, they're pretty close. I don't know if it'll make a big difference to
Yeah.
folks, but if they're really price conscious, like, I don't know, seeing the 2 gas stations on the corner and one's 3 cents less, I might go for the one that's 3 cents.
Yeah. Okay. And then the streets that you put the corrals on, is it streets that either, remind me, so it's a street that has a bike lane or is 30 or 35 miles per hour or less?
Under 35 miles an hour. So our regulations are that they can only be used on roads, streets that are under 35 miles an hour, if they're going to be in the street, or they have to be in the bike lane. So some of our bike lanes are on roadways that are 40 miles an hour, those kinds of things. So we really are very intentional about where we place the corrals to make sure that people can legally ride to them and ride from them. So,
Yeah.
And generally locating most of our corrals on the street level versus the sidewalk level, because once they start on the sidewalk, they'll never get off the sidewalk. So we try really hard not to put them there unless it's just kind of a gaping hole in the network where we know that there are definitely destinations that we need to serve. And we've been working to kind of move a lot of our corrals off the sidewalk onto the street level to, again, kind of encourage, set the platform that people can do things right.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. And when you have those criteria, then you go out and try to find the spots. It can be a little bit tricky, but it sounds like you're still finding ways to expand. So thank you so much for that. Regarding the, you mentioned earlier that Spin is still working on how that local discount is going to happen, or
We have to work with them to figure out
actually,
how
I read
people
it. I
sign
don't
up.
think you mentioned it. I'm sorry. I think it's in here that they are looking for a way that they can provide a discount for all St. Pete residents. And I'm wondering if they can't do something on their own. You know, we have that way that you can sign up to have your fees waived for Park Mobile. And I wonder if we can, is that done through us or is that done through Park Mobile?
That's done through Park Mobile, and I would imagine this would be done through Spin. Exactly how that's done, I don't know yet.
Okay.
We would work with them to figure it out.
Yeah, if they do have that, I mean, I think part of the education is on scooter safety. The other is all the different ways that you can pay less, and the different passes that are available and everything. So there's some good education that should come out of that too.
And I will say quickly, we meet with marketing once per year and do like an annual forecast of what, or they meet with all departments and ask, what do you think you have coming up in the next year they might need help with? And this was one of the topics that we said. So what you all talked about earlier for help from marketing on this as we transition in the summer, we do plan on working with them on that.
Okay, great. And then finally, I've been reading for a while about how there are some other cities, mostly larger ones, more dense cities than us, that are addressing the issue of fires that are caused by, and I'm getting into more personally owned, electric powered micromobility devices like scooters and more. And they are making free charging stations available out there. And you're usually ahead of me on this stuff, so you've probably heard about this. But I wonder if, not today, but as we look at this and as this type of mobility becomes more and more prevalent, more and more popular, and we are becoming more dense, we have more people who may not have a car, but they have a scooter that they bring into their apartment and they are charging it. There could be an opportunity to look at this at some point where those spots might be compatible with corrals. And it could help us to communicate better and communicate better safety messaging with those private owners of scooters. Any thoughts on that?
Thank you for the question. Yeah, I definitely think there's work to be done in that space, in that realm. We've got a couple of avenues that we can run it through our Complete Streets Committee, because fire rescue is a part of that, and they would definitely be a key stakeholder for us as we engage on that topic. The other idea that I would mention is that the conference that Elizabeth and I are speaking at on the program, we're co-presenting, and the other presenter is a researcher, and she has done research currently on what she's presenting on is the research on the relative risk between an electric bicycle, a pedal bicycle, a scooter, like what's the different in risk type. So I thought that was pretty fascinating. So I'm looking forward to her presentation. But when we last talked to her, she started talking about the fire issues and challenges and those kinds of things. So her next foray, I believe, will be in that area there. So we'll be definitely staying in touch with that co-presenter to kind of find out what her research is showing, so that we can use make some real data-informed decisions.
Yeah, that's awesome. It's not a problem here yet.
No.
But I think the proactive approach is something that we can easily model after another city. It's just about finding the money or a great vendor who can provide them. So I look forward to learning more as you learn more.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
All right, Councilmember Harding.
Thank you, Chair. Evan, you touched on it earlier, but just for information, will you hit the revenue side? The how we get it, how it comes to us? Are we in line with other cities and other or ahead or behind of how these contracts work? And then where do the funds go? What do we do with it?
Yes. So we've been told by several operators that we're on the high end, and I think our research has proven that we charge more than most cities. So for the privilege to operate here, where we are getting a ton of rides, they're willing to pay that, and so we're on the high end on rent, if you will, and what we do with that is it turns out to be approximately $250,000 a year. And we pay any expenses we have, like when we build new corrals, we'll pay for that out of the revenue. And then the excess revenue, which is approximately $200,000 per year, we pull that into our Complete Streets program, and we build new bike lanes, or we build a new crosswalk. And we really like that virtuous cycle of creating an environment that makes scooter riding more attractive and safer, but also the other modes at the same time. So that could help us generate more scooter revenue, and then we get to invest more in back into the same thing. So we thought that was creative and appreciated that. I'm sure some other cities just pull that money into the overall budget, and it gets spent through the regular priority process, which is where most of our budget comes from. But having that just dedicated back to our department is something we really appreciate here.
That's what I was hoping for. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Great. Councilmember Fix Sanders.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Hi, Evan. Hi, Cheryl. How are you? So I have a couple of quick questions and a statement. I see that we're doing $450 per company with these scooters. When are you going to do your first assessment in regards to popularity? As to, for example, if we see that most of our riders prefer spin over Lime, would we consider adjusting those numbers to accommodate that request?
I think we could. If there's a large difference, then perhaps the company that's getting a whole lot more rides deserves more corral space. But I would anticipate that they'll be similar. Off the bat, we've made a commitment 50-50, but we could adjust that in the future if the numbers warrant that.
And the reason why I asked that is because the spin scooters, they have the bikes, the phone holder, they have the baskets. They're a little bit more accommodating than the Lime scooters. And I do like, and I will state, for the spin scooters, they have more lighting. I don't see lighting on the, if I'm driving, and that's one of my personal issues, and I see them, and now that we've extended the hours later at night, visibility is important to me. Just like a bicycle rider. You know, we have, you know, reflectors on wheels, and I didn't see that on that, but the spin scooters actually have the headlights and the back brake lights. Is that the same for the Lime scooters?
They might be a little bit different, but they're all required to meet the minimum state standards. So they will have the front light, and they will have a rear light.
In Lime as well?
Yes.
Okay, because I was looking at it and I didn't see that one. The 3 30-minute rides, is that per rider on the spin bikes?
Yes, it's
Spin scooters? I'm sorry, I'm thinking.
per individual per day, yes.
So with that being said, I know that Lime has already spoken in support of working with PSTA, but with SPIN, it says that the residents enrolled in any local, state, and federal benefits program would also have that. So that would also include TOD, right?
Yes.
Okay, so they pretty much have that. And another quick one, and I don't know if our police officers want to answer from their seats, but we have helmets, scooter helmets, or do we only distribute bike helmets?
We have, the companies will give away for some scooters, but I'll let them talk about a city program.
Because I see that that is a great partnership in giving the helmets, but I thought as a police department, we also have helmets.
It's primarily the bicycle helmets.
Just primarily bikes, okay.
Right.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that we were covering all
Certainly
resources.
wouldn't not hand out a helmet for a person on a scooter.
Okay.
But it's primarily for the
Primarily,
bicycle.
okay, all right. Sounds good, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Great. Anyone else? Okay, I'll go. The first thing that came to my mind, and thank you for all the information thus far, is I could be mistaken. It's been a few years since I rode a scooter, but I'm pretty sure, like in the terms and agreements in there, it says like you should wear a helmet or you're required to wear a helmet or something. And so you mentioned Miami-Dade requiring that, but us not. Is that the difference between them having it in their terms and versus the city requiring it? Is that?
We encourage helmet riding, whether you're riding a scooter or riding a bike, but it's not required by St. Petersburg. It's not required by state law, and it's not required by very many cities, but Miami did have that requirement.
I just, I couldn't remember if it said like required or just like recommended, but.
We require them to have a helmet promotion plan. So we have to require them to have a plan in place to promote helmet use, but not necessarily require it.
Okay.
So that might have been the requirement that you might have seen.
Okay, yeah. I don't think I've ever seen anyone wear a helmet on it, but I just made note of it because you said Miami-Dade was. And then, I think we touched on this a little bit, but I'd like to make it a little more explicit. Just a comparison to the bike share program. And it sounded like usage came up and that these are much more popular than the bikes. Is that a one-to-one comparison? Are the bikes just as available?
People just tend to prefer the scooters more. We do have more scooters on the road, so there's more exposure there. But we've always found, and we've heard that in other markets it's the same, where there's many fewer people that are riding the bikes. Even though we were really happy to bring forward electric assist bikes, we thought that would help them compete with the scooters. And it helps compete, but it's still very different usage with a lot higher on the scooters than the bikes.
Okay. What about a safety comparison with the two between bikes and the scooters?
Good question. Here, I'm not aware of any incidents with shared bikes. And as we went over, we have had incidents with the shared scooters. So some of that could be the sheer numbers of trips, but it also could be rider behavior. I don't recall ever seeing a bike being ridden on the sidewalk, but I have seen some scooter share on the sidewalk. And generally speaking, on a bike, you're up a little bit higher. So if you do get, say, hit by a car, you have a better outcome on a bike than on a scooter or on foot usually. So those are a few observations.
Okay. And then the last thing I have here is just the difference between the seated and the standing. Like, do we see, like, what's the difference in usage? Is there any safety differences? Just if y'all could speak to that a little bit, yeah.
From what we've seen in the market, our ridership on the split on rides tends to be that it mirrors the availability of the devices. So I don't know that like the seated ones are more popular than the standing ones. I think people choose them for different reasons. You know, some people prefer a seated one. Some people would prefer to stand. So it depends. But the split on the rides tends to be it matches the availability of the devices. So,
Okay.
yeah. I think we just from our perspective wanted to make sure we were providing options to people. So regardless of what your choice is, there's something available for you, and it's predictable. You know where to find it. If you just go to the corral, you'll probably find several different options. You can find what you need, what you like.
Okay. All right. That makes sense. Okay. Last thing I'll say is literally yesterday I was eating dinner at a restaurant on 4th Street, and I looked outside, and a man on a scooter went past going north on 4th Street at least 40 miles per hour. I was like stunned when I saw it. Also, like, I just can't believe people feel comfortable doing that. I don't personally, but it was very interesting to see and very interesting to hear about how, like, the multitude of rules that you're breaking whenever you do something like that. So I hope people are aware of that and act accordingly. But that's all I had. Everyone else asked thorough questions. We have a motion on the floor, so I'll ask all committee members. All those in favor?
Aye.
All right. Any opposed? Okay. Motion passes. So I'll let you all do with that what you will. And I'll say, we managed to finish a couple minutes early today, so I'm very grateful for everyone for their participation. Our next meeting is June 12th, 2025. You'll see soon what the topic will be. We're trying to get a couple of things ready for us. If we think we have time, there's nothing else for the good of the group. Oh, yeah, go ahead.
I'm so sorry. I almost forgot. I wanted to go back to the referral list real quick.
Okay.
I mentioned earlier in the meeting the universal basic mobility idea and how the data collection that we're going to be getting kind of helps meet one of the goals of universal basic mobility. Also, as I've been working with Evan and Cheryl and PSTA and looking at the benefits of a program versus what we already offer, what we realized is that we already have, real connectivity and real accessibility in terms of, financial ability, what was I going to say? Like the discounts and the free rides, all of that with PSTA. We have discounts for scooters and e-bikes. There's a lot that we have. And so creating a program, there aren't that many benefits left that that would be met by this. What we really need is better marketing of what we already have. That's kind of the conclusion that we came to. And so I wanted to just explain that after looking at it further, we determined that we already have some great things going on. We just need to make sure that more people know about it. And so we've talked a little bit with marketing to see if they can come up with something. PSTA is willing to help, and I think we could kind of let that go. And, I'll just continue to have conversations about how to get better communication out there on what we offer. So in light of that, I'd like to make a motion to remove the universal basic mobility item from the referral list.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for that update. That was one thing that I was like, that was getting filtered up the list. And one thing I'll add because we don't get to talk about this outside of here, is I can't remember if it was you, Evan, that I talked to about it, or someone else, but this got brought up in the or maybe it was in a meeting, so we've already had this conversation, but I can't remember. In the context of like the UBI stuff, someone brought up like a program that other cities have. I think it was Chicago that like if you get a library card, if you get a transit pass, like they're all connected. It's all one card. I didn't know if that was going to be a part of the conversation, and I can't remember if it was you, Evan, that I had that conversation with. I cannot remember who I did. It might have been Whit as well.
It might have come up at the original referral.
Okay, yeah,
I
maybe
don't
it did.
recall it, but
Yeah, was
that
it,
is
did
something.
you bring that up? Yeah.
No, but
Okay, yeah.
I love the idea, and that's
Yeah.
something that would be great to bring up with PSTA, for
Yeah,
instance, because
yeah.
they have their,
Mhm.
their pass,
Mhm.
and that could, I don't know what that kind of network would look like, but
Yeah, I'm not sure either.
an exploration of that would be good, but not limited to universal basic mobility.
Yeah.
I just feel like at this point, UBM is a solution in search of a problem, and it's duplicating the solutions that we already have in place. And that's why I'm very happy to report that this is one that we don't have to find money to create.
Okay, sounds good. Yeah, I just thought I'd mention it since we don't get
I like
another
that.
opportunity. I think it was even broader than that. It was like a city card, and like everything that happened in the city was through one card. So just figured I'd mention it to everybody, and I'll let people look into that as they please. But okay, having said that, there is a motion. Committee members, all those in approval? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, great. Motion passes. That will be removed from the referral list. And anything else? Okay, all right. Thank you all so much. Our next meeting is June 12th, 2025. We'll call the May 8th Housing, Land, and Transportation Committee adjourned.
Yay.
Thank you.
Hey St. Pete, and welcome to the definitive guide for how to be the best resident you can be. A little tip from our Good Neighbor Guide. On this special edition, we will also help you be the most prepared resident you can be. Welcome to our special edition Good Neighbor Guide, coming to you from the City of St. Pete's production studio to talk about something super serious, hurricane season. Here's one thing we can't control, where and when a tropical system will make landfall. But here's what we can control, being prepared. So let's talk about what you should be ready for, before, during, and after a tropical system. Let's start at the beginning. What to do before the storm. Can we roll that before the storm animation? I love that. Right now, even before a storm is approaching, you should sign up for Alert St. Pete. If you haven't heard about it, it's pretty amazing. Also, it's free. You can receive notifications including mandatory evacuations, hurricane information, flooding, and other local emergencies. When it comes to a storm, you've got to have a plan. Prepare your home to weather the storm, know your evacuation zone, and make sure you have an evacuation plan. Stay with family or friends in a non-evacuation zone, in a hotel in a non-evacuation zone, or in one of Pinellas County's public shelters. A disaster supply kit is highly recommended. To learn more about what to include in your supply kit, let's toss it out to our field reporter, Ava.
Thanks, Bianca. When you're in a hurricane's path, a disaster supply kit can make a huge difference. So let's talk a little bit about what items you should consider including in your supply kit.
Wait, Ava, what's happening there? Where are you?
What do you mean?
Well, it's clearly sunny where you are, but it also looks windy and rainy. How is that possible?
Guys, take 5, take 5. Sorry about that, Bianca. Let's get back to the disaster supply kit. In the event you have to evacuate, a prepared supply kit can make a huge difference. Experts say basic. Emergency supply kit can include the following items. You should have enough water and food packed to last you at least 7 days. Additional suggested items include a battery-powered or hand-cranked radio, flashlight, first aid kit, extra batteries, and chargers for all your electronics. Cash if possible, and any important documents you may need, and some items to help pass the time. Prescription medications, glasses, infant formula, and diapers, any pet food, and extra water are also good things to consider. Being prepared will keep you one step ahead of the game. Back to you, Bianca.
Good tips to be ready before the storm arrives. Thanks, Ava. Now let's talk about what to do during the storm. You'll hear a lot of talk about tropical storm and hurricane watches and warnings. Being familiar with the difference is important. A watch means the potential exists for severe weather and you should stay informed. Remain ready to move quickly as conditions can change rapidly. But a warning means that severe and disruptive weather is imminent and you should take action immediately. Safety is critical during a storm. Do not walk, swim, or drive through flood waters. If you did not evacuate in time, stay away from windows and take shelter in a small interior room until the storm passes. After the storm, if you did evacuate, do not return home until officials give the all clear. Damage, road closures, and power outages are all possibilities after a storm. So check news reports over the radio or on social media to stay informed. If you encounter an intersection with an inoperable traffic signal, treat it as a four-way stop. Stay clear of any down-powered lines. Report outages to the Mayor's Action Center or your energy provider. And remember, the city has some low-lying areas, so if you see standing water, do not attempt to drive through it. Check the info at the bottom of the screen for ways to contact the Mayor's Action Center. This guide is not all-inclusive. For more thorough information, like checklist, a flood zone map, and other resources, visit stprepares.com. And our county's partners website, pinellascounty.org/emergency. A tropical storm or hurricane is a serious matter. If you're prepared, this stuff is so easy, a kid could do it. We all love our city, including our homes, businesses, pets, and neighbors. When a storm approaches, look out for each other. Rescue efforts are most successful when we all keep an eye out for each other. We can all do our part and take care of St. Pete the best we can and follow St. Pete's Good Neighbor Guide.
On the road, there are no second chances. When you're behind the wheel, nothing is more important than staying focused on the road. Your life and the lives of others are at risk. Put the phone away. It can wait. Don't drive distracted.
Moved to St. Pete in 2014. We drove around and walked around different neighborhoods and noticed that they had events, community gatherings, cleanups, signage, cool logos, flags, all kinds of stuff like that. And I thought, I wonder why we don't have that. For the longest time, one of the things that annoyed us was anytime we met locals from St. Pete, one of the first questions they would ask us is, what neighborhood do you live in, right? And so people would say, well, I live in Kenwood, or I live in North Kenwood, or I live in Old Northeast, or Old Southeast. And we would just say, you know, we're that neighborhood north of North Kenwood.
When we were initially looking at this house, on Zillow they had it listed as North Kenwood, which we thought was a bit of a stretch.
A little bit of a chin scratcher.
Yeah, I think they were trying to kind of just jump on the Kenwood bandwagon.
We wanted to have an identity. We wanted to have something that we could be proud of, but also that our neighbors could be proud of together.
We went into this just wanting to organize a neighborhood association, and we didn't realize how much it would change our lives for the better.
About a year ago, I joined up and became part of the core team reviving the neighborhood association, and as part of that, we decided to really start fresh, and we interviewed, asked neighbor input and talked about coming up with a new name.
I started doing some research and realized that we actually did have a name. We were Highland Grove neighborhood. Highland Grove was actually a much larger neighborhood, and we decided to split the neighborhood into two smaller neighborhoods. On the west side of 28th Street, a neighborhood formed called Station View, and on the east side of 28th Street, our neighborhood formed, and our neighbors voted to call it St. Pete Heights.
So St. Pete Heights is an amazing location, actually. It's pretty central. Our big intersections are 30th Ave North and 38th Ave North. We make up a kind of a perfect square in the center there, also from 275 over to 28th Street North.
The more people start to see the name, hear the name through things like signage, which we're working on now, flags and other merchandise. We just got our branding done by a local St. Pete artist.
I am the guy behind the St. Pete Heights branding project. I work with the committee closely to come up with a new brand identity that represents who they really are. From the beginning of the project, our goal was to create something that can represent the people of the neighborhood. As opposed to when you're working with a business, you're thinking about the customers in mind. In this case, we wanted to represent the community, the people, and some of the things that makes them unique. My job was to find a way to tell their story through a visual identity, through beautiful typography, colors, and something that is able to showcase their passion behind the love for the neighborhood.
People are going to have pride to be in this neighborhood. It's a new neighborhood. People don't necessarily know what St. Pete Heights is, probably never heard of it. Once they start seeing the logo on, signs, flags, shirts, things like that, it'll become more identifiable, and I feel like it'll bring more of a sense of community to the neighborhood.
The more they see these types of things, the more inclined they're going to be to care about their neighborhood and to want to feel invested in the community. It'll just be a domino effect where over time it will become bigger, better, and a place that people just love even more.
I can't wait to put that flag up in front of my house. I can't wait. It's gonna look really cool.
One of the things that we do in the neighborhood association is have care days. There are opportunities for the neighbors to come together and volunteer, oftentimes to beautify, clean up. It really can be anything. But the most recent one we did was a Drains to Bay project. where we put the signs that say drains to bay on the storm drains. We did every one in St. Pete Heights.
We had a day where we put signs that say drains to the bay on all of our storm drains, so people know that any water that go into the storm drains will wind up in the bay, so they're more careful about that.
When we do these care days, we're walking around the streets. Like, how often do you just walk around the streets of your neighborhood doing something like cleaning up? Or people notice that. Neighbors notice that and want to know, like, what are you guys doing? And then we get to talk about the neighborhood association. We even had one guy join in.
I would say it's very worth it. We've met so many incredible people in our neighborhood that we didn't even know live just doors down from us. Had it not been for the neighborhood association, had it not been for this initiative that we had, none of that would have been possible. And to me, those human connections are really what it's all about.
Hey St. Pete, and welcome to the definitive guide for how to be the best president you can be. A little tip from your Good Neighbor Guide. It's time to talk some trash. Well, not really, but we are talking about waste here. We all have waste, and so what we do with it is super important. Let's break it down. The good, the bad, the do's, and don'ts. The city works around the clock to dispose of our various waste, so let's do our part by being a good neighbor. So, when it comes to your trash collection day, remember, place your container with the lid opening facing the street by 7 a.m. And don't forget, remove your container from the curb by 7 p.m. later that day. Here's what not to put in your container: appliances, furniture, and any hazardous materials, such as batteries, paint, electronics, and more. But there's good news, people. The city will pick up the following items for free. Box springs, footboards, refrigerators, car batteries, fuel tanks, sofas, car tires, headboards, stoves, dishwashers, mattresses, washers, doors, nightstands, water heaters, dryers, ovens, and windows. There's a super helpful link on the bottom of this screen that will give you more details on special pickups. Yard project got you loaded with yard waste? No worries. We've got you covered with 5 brush sites around the city. St. Pete residents can drop off yard waste and other organic byproducts for free. You just have to show proof of city residency like a driver's license or utility bill. Just remember, yard waste must not contain plastics or metal. Limbs and logs should be less than 5 feet long, and tree stumps should weigh less than 300 pounds. While we're here, let's cover recycling, because eliminating waste is the right thing to do. Let's break down what the City of St. Pete recycles. Here's what to recycle: aluminum and steel cans and lids, cardboard, glass containers, milk and juice cartons, all paper materials, plastics labeled number 1 through 7, and plastic cups and bottles. What isn't recyclable? Ceramics, electronics, flimsy plastic like food wrap, anything tainted by food, think pizza box. Light bulbs, batteries, mirrors, plastic bags, or styrofoam. One more time for the people in the back. No plastic bags in the recycling bin. Thank you. There's a printable Good Neighbor Guide and a whole bunch more information on this topic that can be found on the City of St. Petersburg's website. The St. Pete Collects app is also a super convenient way to help you with all your waste matter questions and schedules. Join us in the road to zero. St. Pete's plan to be zero waste by 2050. And remember the 6 R's: refuse, reduce, repair, reuse, recycle, and rot. This stuff is so easy, a kid could do it. We all love our city, so let's do our part by following St. Pete's Good Neighbor Guide.
The Pinellas Trail is probably the best way I've found to get all over the county without worrying about traffic or my pace. It's just a way to get around and have fun.
So in the spring, say on a weekend, on a Sunday, you'd find lots of folks out just walking, biking, just really enjoying the weather.
So the trail starts downtown by the water, and it goes all the way to Tarpon Springs, if I'm not mistaken. And I like it because it kind of cuts back behind the neighborhoods. There's murals, there's tree coverage, and it just kind of winds through the most beautiful parts of the city.
It's an awesome engineering feat, and it dissects the middle of an urban city, and at the same time, you feel like you're off to yourself. You're a little bit secluded, ample places for you to run, ride, and even collect your thoughts.
It's pretty quiet and peaceful. Quiet in the sense that there's typically during the day a lot of users on the trail, so you're never by yourself, but everybody's kind of in their own world, so it's not a lot of noise.
We were looking for a place that would be a hub for a healthy and active community, and one of the big things we wanted here was to have a place where people could run and walk right near our location. Pinellas Trail, which is right behind our facility, turned out to be the perfect location.
We do lots of events here at the store. We do probably about 100 free community group runs from here where we're using the trail.
Have a great walk, have a great run, guys.
The running community in St. Pete is so supportive and so encouraging of all of the runners, no matter your pace. Everybody's just encouraging you along the way. And so when I went to my first group run, I invited my mom to come and do an evening walk with me, and that became part of our weekly routine, particularly in the spring.
We do 2 runs a week, Monday and Thursdays, where we're running on the trail. So that's 100 times every year right there that we're out running on the trail with a group of people.
I retired from Pinellas County in urban planning, and so I was involved in the initial planning for the Pinellas Trail. We saw it as a means of providing a facility that could be used not just for recreation, but health-related benefits as we deal with obesity and other issues. So our planning was from the perspective of an alternative to on-road facilities.
So a lot of times here in the store, we encourage people, just go out there and see what happens. Don't have any set expectation for how far you're gonna go, or how fast you're gonna go. Just get on the trail and have fun.
The scenery is probably why I started using the trail as much as I did. The murals, number one, are my absolute favorite thing, and they're constantly changing.
Not far from here, it's called Stonehenge Park. They have some beautiful murals painted on the bridges.
Stonehenge Park is like one of those really cool wonders of art, and it's just right here. Nobody knows about it.
So you'll have a cool blend between really fun art, awesome plants life. There's all sorts of berries and things growing I didn't know about back there. You learn a little bit more every time you go. Good morning. I love the Specialized.
When I was working still, we did surveys along the trail, and on any given weekday, we found about 1/3 of the users were using it as a commute alternative.
If you've never tried the Pinellas Trail, I urge you to do so. You can walk it, you can run it, you can rent a bike at just about every few miles. You'll find a bike shop that's got bikes for rent.
And we've had people come in and verbalize like their thanks, but also like you just see them out there and they just look radiant. They look awesome, they're healthy, happy, and you can tell that they're glad they're doing what they're doing. We're just appreciative that we had a part in their success.
Trails give me the opportunity to really get out there and feel safe. There's bike lanes in some places, but to have a fully dedicated place, that helps a lot. It's more than just a long stretch of pavement, it's a community.
The trail is a wonder that brings everybody together.
Hey St. Pete, and welcome to the definitive guide for how to be the best resident you can be. A little tip from our good neighbor guide. Let's talk about something stinky. Sewers. Not just sewers as a whole, but specifically what we put down our drains. The city works hard to keep things smooth. Here's how you can help. Remember, every drain in every building, citywide, all goes through our sewer system. So, when it comes to the bathroom, the only thing that goes down our drain is, well, number 1 and number 2, toilet paper is A-OK too, but not flushable wipes. They might flush down your drain, but they do not break down in the sewer system. And depending on where the clog exists, the expenses might be on you to fix. Use dental floss, any kinds of wipes, baby diapers, adult diapers, and Peppa Pig toys also do not belong down the drain. Also, don't forget, the sink in the kitchen can be the worst offender for a city sewer system. Never, ever put fats, oils, or grease down the kitchen sink. This includes butter, frying oils, and other cooking fats. Once these items go into the sewer system, they congeal and contribute to sewer blockage. Guys, there's a word for this. It's called fatbergs. You know, like icebergs, except these won't sink the Titanic. Google at your own risk. Collect grease in a container once cooled and dispose in the trash, not down the drain. Remove grease and oils from your pans before washing. Dispose of food scraps in the trash. There's a bunch more information on this topic that can be found on the City of St. Petersburg's website. Guys, it's so easy, a kid could do it. We all love our city, so let's do our part to take care of it the best we can and follow St. Pete's Good Neighbor Guide.
Today, we had our Contracts and Contacts bus tour in partnership with PSTA and several other businesses and agencies in our area. While the city definitely has tons of opportunities for our small minority women-based businesses, it's no guarantee that you can get on a contract here or there. So they need to know about all the different opportunities that are available to them in our areas.
We want to invest into our community. So for us to educate them and them educate us, it's a win-win for both of us. We also find that the community, when they can actually put their stamp on a project and say, I was part of that, it's just a wonderful sense of accomplishment.
There is lots of opportunity out there, not just within the city, but around the city, in the county even, for them to get work and do work right here locally, close to them. We just want to make sure we have the engagement and increase the likelihood of small businesses being able to participate.
In order for us to help them, we provide ways in which we can just put the word out there of the work that they do, so that way they can be contracted and win these projects. It's easy to say, oh, that's a $200 million project, and they're not gonna look at me. Well, you know what? They're looking for small businesses.
We did a lot of networking on each of the buses between the different groups, and there was a lot of really, really good conversation I heard being had. People kind of saying like, oh, I could use you on this project, and I'm working on a project that I need this type of work on. And so those connections were going on, you know, even as we were riding the bus to the different stops.
It's a benefit to both the city and to us as business owners to come together to network. After all, we live here, and so what better way to come together and make the city better than to use our talents and our skills and our expertise to make a positive difference.
It's been really exciting to see this program develop. We've been registered as a small business with the city for several years now. I'm really excited that they have expressed that commitment to encouraging small businesses like mine.
I think that it says that this city cares about its businesses and its minorities within the city.
For me, I feel like this is huge because a lot of times we hear people talk, but there's little action behind it. So this is a place where the talk and the actions align, where we see a real commitment from the city to increase the number of diverse suppliers and to create a pathway to allow us access to those opportunities.
We do plan on having a lot more creative, new types of events coming out of our office, so we're just looking forward to offer our business community something different and something that they can hopefully make new connections with.
District 5 is at the southern end of St. Petersburg. It's bordered by Tampa Bay to the south, Bogosiega Bay to the west, 4th Street South to the east, and as far north as 18th Avenue South. I'm Deborah Figgs Sanders, your council member for District 5, an immensely diverse district that is home to many of our city's treasures. To get in touch with nature, you can visit Maximo Park or Boyd Hill Nature Preserve to enjoy waterfront access, nature trails, all with family-friendly activities. Then there is Lake Vista's popular walking trail, playgrounds, and a dog park that encourages you to participate in a city initiative known as Healthy St. Pete. Also, education and academic excellence is important for our city. And in District 5, you will find 3 of Pinellas County Schools' finest in Bay Point Elementary, Bay Point Middle, and Lakewood High School. Not to mention the mighty Tritons of Eckerd College, a liberal arts waterfront campus which sits on the Gulf Peninsula of Florida's west coast. District 5 is a diverse makeup of cultures, communities, and socioeconomics that can be seen throughout our neighborhoods. Lake McGorry Shores offers a sense of community, or the pink streets in the Pinellas Point neighborhood that are a unique feature not seen anywhere else in the city. Our growing economy, friendly residents, and beautiful coastline showcases our best about living in St. Petersburg.
Food has always been a passion of mine. My passion from food comes from my grandfather. It was really just born out of the fact that I believe that he wanted to show us the world, and he did that through everyone's different cuisines. So like we would have really elaborate holiday parties, and we would have like Thanksgivings would be all designated towards like a different country, and he wanted to introduce us to that country, and it was through their food. So one of the things, we had a Japanese spread. I was not vegan at that point, but just the art of the cuisine, I was able to like eat with my eyes, and it just made me fall in love with sushi. When I went vegan, I realized I couldn't have sushi anymore. So it kind of started with a cookbook, and I did a pop-up, and then we were sold out, and then I kind of just went from there. I just did pop-ups, markets, and festivals, and I started delivering sushi to people's houses, and it kind of just caught on. I thought to myself, it would be nice to have a place, like a home base, where everyone can come to me, and then also, again, give vegans the experience of what sushi is. Being in St. Pete, I feel like everything is happening on Central. I feel like Central is where a lot of businesses want to be. On a normal day, we would go through 4 pots of rice, and that was like a great day. And now coming to the new space, like we're going through like 8, 9, 10 pots of rice in one night, which is like, for us, is crazy.
It was the best of times, it was the worst of times. It was the age of wisdom, it was the age of foolishness. Oh, hi, I didn't see you there. Just brushing up on some of my favorite literary classics. Even if a page turner like this isn't up your alley, did you know our libraries offer so much more than classic books? There's also things like passes to local museums. You can download ebooks onto your Kindle device. And super cool things like a teen gaming program. Visit your local library and see all it has to offer.
We are here today to celebrate more than $10 million in community funding requests from the federal government that Congresswoman Kathy Castor will be submitting to the federal budget.
It's such an exciting time to be in St. Petersburg. The city is growing. There are all sorts of new small businesses opening, but we want to make sure that as the city grows and thrives, that everyone benefits, all parts of the community.
These projects are transformational projects, and they really cover so many different facets of the importance of the quality of life in the city of St. Petersburg. These are really going to be transformational.
It's amazing the diversity of the impact. Part of this is $5 million for stormwater infrastructure improvements to deal with heavier rains and sea level rise and flooding in parts of our community. Another $4 million is for affordable housing on the Deuces in the Sankofa project, and we know that housing affordability is a major issue in our community. And another $1.5 million is to plan for the conversion of Enoch Davis to a really impactful community center for innovation and opportunity that will be like nothing we've ever seen here in South St. Pete.
Collaboration is not something that you always see when it comes to governments working together, but I think City of St. Petersburg has gotten it right. We have in the past been very successful at utilizing federal funding to do the most good for the most residents, and that is what we are intending on doing here today.
Having grown up in this neighborhood, I know what this community center means. It's very old, but it still is a hub. You have seniors here, you have young people, you have community groups here, and folks ought to be able to come here and make themselves better, lift themselves up, have the modern tech, have the facilities that are attractive and that you would want to use. And so that kind of impact is going to affect opportunities for young folks and old folks throughout St. Petersburg.
So these are steps in the road to progress for St. Pete. Here in Sunshine City, the future is bright, but you've got to make sure that you're lifting everyone.
Hey, Bubba. Hi, good morning. Hey, you ready to come out? Ready for breakfast?
My name's Amy DePalma, and I am a nature preserve ranger here at Boyd Hill. The specialty of my job is overseeing the Birds of Prey program. We take in permanently injured, non-releasable birds of prey, and we turn them into avian ambassadors. We take these birds all throughout the county, from the Saturday morning market to schools to assisted living facilities. When you're talking about conservation, sometimes it can be kind of a bore, but when you have a great horned owl sitting on your arm talking about conservation, people are a lot more inclined to listen, to pay attention, especially since these birds have injuries due to human interaction in some way. Conservation efforts in general are really important around the world, but specifically here at Boyd Hill because we do live in one of the most densely populated counties in all of Florida. It's really important to conserve these small parcels of land. All of these birds that we have here live throughout Florida. We also have to worry about their diet and feeding them, so we weigh them almost daily to make sure that their food fluctuates with their body weights. We also have to do medical care, but aside from me, we have 54 volunteers that help make this program run day to day. There's a lot of maintenance that goes along with these birds, and it's a group effort. It's not just me. Step up. Up. No, you want to face everyone, huh? You got an audience. They're just like people. They have good days and bad days. So sometimes when you walk in, they want nothing to do with you, and other times you're walking around the corner and they're chirping and yelling saying, "Come in here and feed me." So it's really, really, probably one of my favorite parts of the job is just interacting with these birds.
Hey, Dance. Yeah, so this is Dancer. He's a red-tailed hawk. He is 19 years old.
I mean, I get to spend my day in a nature preserve. So I am surrounded by nature and surrounded by nature-minded people, which really excites me. So interacting with kids and adults and just spreading my passion is really what I love about this job.
Hey, that's my house, and this is my ASMR video about water conservation. I use water wisely. Ever have a drippy sink? You should fix it to not waste water, and also not to go crazy with that dripping noise. Look there. That's my automatic shut-off hose attachment. Super water conservative. Even when nature calls, I call nature and I say, "Hi, I'm conserving water with my high-efficiency tank." Okay, bye. Oh, hey, that's me. Just using my high-efficiency washer. Just listen to the sounds of water being conserved. Go to this website to learn more, St. Pete, and do what you can for water conservation.
Hey. Go. Go.
I'm Officer Middlebrooks. I work with the City of St. Petersburg Police Department. I am assigned to the Police Athletic League.
And I'm Officer David Lopez, and my role here is to interact with the kids, create a positive environment, and be a positive role model in their lives. The idea of a police athletic league is very important.
It is important. It's important to have police officers interacting with the community.
It gives us as police officers the opportunity to create those relationships and change that mindset that police are there just to take you to jail. That's really not the case here. Kids know they can come here and have a good time and interact with police officers in a positive way. A lot of times they don't have certain resources, so we try and provide those resources for them. We have mentors here, we provide homework help, we provide recreation, we provide snacks.
My favorite part personally is probably the mentoring aspect of my job. There was a kid, they were having some problems in school. I started mentoring and having lunch with them and just giving them some positivity. And the teacher told me that they were doing better in class, that they were looking forward to having lunch meetings with me. So that made me feel really good, and it felt like I was definitely making a difference.
When these kids come in, it brightens their day to see the consistency of having a positive role model in their lives.
Foul on 3. 1, 2, 3.
A lot of times when they first start here, they may not take on to us as well, but as time goes on, you can see a relationship develop. There's one kid that started when I first walked into the center. He would hide behind tables. The beginning to the end period, from when he wouldn't even talk to me, he would hide from me, to now all of a sudden he can come up to me and give me a hug. That was a huge, huge difference. I always feel great coming to work. I mean, I know I'm gonna be having a good time with these kids, and we're here for a cause. We're here for the kids, and we want to make sure that we're putting them on a path to success. So being in a position where I can directly impact these kids on a one-on-one basis every day is a pretty good feeling, knowing that, hopefully these kids are changing for the better, and hopefully I have a role in that.
Today we're celebrating the grand opening of our Sunken Gardens History Center, which is housed in the restored original 1940s entrance building to Turner's Sunken Gardens, one of Florida's last remaining roadside attractions.
Since 1935, Sunken Gardens has been a landmark in St. Petersburg, providing a beautiful oasis in our busy city, a place to relax, enjoy nature, and the joy of gardening. What a great decision this was 20 years ago, because as we all know, St. Pete's become a lot more busy in the last 20 years. And so this is quite an oasis for us to have. The city purchased Sunken Gardens in 1999, and thanks to an excellent staff, volunteers, and a really dynamic foundation, today the Gardens is a must-see experience for residents and visitors alike. The historical assets of our city must be preserved and maintained. And that's why this History Center is so important. It honors our past and the early pioneers who paved the way for the sunken gardens of today.
Behind me is our new History Center, which we're so excited to have and present to you. And you'll notice in the window we have our founder, George Turner Sr., just as he was in 1940. The Gardens is really a family story. It's a story about the Turners that started with George Sr. and then continued through 3 generations. Today, all of you are part of Sunken Gardens history. All of you are here for this historic moment as Sunken Gardens continues to make history.
This was originally the entrance in 1940. Was about 4 years after they decided to make a go of having an attraction as opposed to selling fruits and vegetables. Over the years, it changed usage. When I was a girl, it was what we called the drink stand. More recently, it's been used as an overnight birdhouse to keep the birds safe. But now it's our new History Center. To see my grandfather in the window, it's icing on the cake. It's like he's there overseeing his garden.
St. Petersburg citizens in 1999 voted to tax themselves to save Sunken Gardens. That almost never happens. So my hope is that people understand the importance of historic sites like this, historic gardens, historic places that really give Florida its character. They're the reason that we want to live here. We need to preserve them, and I really hope people fall in love with it all the more and understand the importance of preserving it.
District 1 is located west of 49th Street North, from 7th Avenue South to 40th Avenue North. It's where the city meets Bogosiega Bay. I'm Councilmember Copley Gertis, your representative for District 1. Standing here by the baseball fields at Northwest Park has a special meaning to me. This is the park where I spent my childhood racing in the pool, playing youth baseball growing up, and where countless residents have enjoyed all kinds of outdoor activities. Northwest Park is also the home to the J.W. Cate Rec Center. District 1 is filled with an abundance of beautiful large parks. Residents can enjoy a run around Walter Fuller Park, the boardwalk's water views from Abercrombie Park, or a round of frisbee golf at Azalea Park. Swimming pools, dog parks, walking trails, outdoor gym facilities, and more serve whatever you seek this side of town. I love that the neighborhoods surrounding the parks, such as Jungle Prada and Jungle Terrace, inherit the lush landscape and wildlife we love within the park system. As if these parks aren't enough to keep you in touch with nature, some of the best beaches in the world are a quick drive or a bike ride away. The proximity between the Gulf beaches and downtown St. Pete make this part of St. Pete one of a kind. This side of St. Petersburg has become a mecca for local shops and restaurants like Alessia, Two Graces, the Wheelhouse, and the Nosh Pit. With long-standing institutions like St. Pete College, St. Pete Catholic High School, and Admiral Farragut all help support the diverse culture throughout District 1. There's no denying the vibrant display of energy, nature, neighborhoods, and great local businesses when you spend a little time in District 1.
Everybody wants to know what the future holds for 620. And I'd have to say, first and foremost, my job and my duty is to make sure that we continue to reflect the entire community. I think that what I am introducing to the world is how I see art and the stories in which I want to celebrate in the community. And so what we do will probably remain the same. How we do it is the thing that shifts a little bit, right? And the stories that we choose to tell. I want when people leave here, they're like, wow, that was a great story. Or continue to, what's going on at the studio? Because, it's Friday night and I want to do something. Let me go check it out. I really want that to be the thing. The studio becomes the place.
I think the validation is, the answer is yes. Yes, we can. Yes, we will. And yes, we did.
The future is bright.
Why not? I'm inluminated that you have accepted this assignment.
I'm excited about the assignment. I don't take it for granted. I don't think it's gonna be super easy, but I know it's going to be challenging in the way I like to be challenged.
Yes, and if it wasn't, you wouldn't have taken it.
I wouldn't have taken it.
So, I think it's one of those things, and this is what fortune looks like, or good fortune smells like and tastes like. You're coming in, and you meet right at that point where it's this makes complete sense.
Well, there were separate facilities. It was total discrimination, really.
It was just a second-classness that I wouldn't want to behold or be on anyone, because it wasn't humane. It wasn't human.
We African Americans could not eat at the lunch counters. We could not even sit on those green benches downtown. We were not treated equally as the white citizens in this city. In 1963, I was hired on the St. Petersburg Police Department. And when I went to work at the police station, I determined that the police department wasn't totally integrated.
The locker rooms were most definitely segregated. They were put in the corner. Patrol cars that they did have were the old ones, but maybe not in very good shape.
We African American police officers were always assigned to work in the African American neighborhood only. We could only investigate complaints from citizens of color. We could only arrest citizens of color.
You know, you're trying to enforce the law and trying to get respected or be respected, and you know, you're getting disrespected by the people you're working for.
In 1965, there were 15 African American police officers on the St. Petersburg Police Department. That includes 1 sergeant, 2 detectives, and 12 uniform officers.
They wanted equal responsibilities. They wanted to be able to police white neighborhoods like Snell Isle, like the Old Northeast, and they wanted to be able to arrest a white person and take them in without having to have an assist from a white officer.
So we 12 uniform officers started having meetings among ourselves at different one of our homes to discuss the racial attitude that was against us as a police department.
And at one point, finally, I think it might have been Fred Crawford who said, "The heck with it, let's sue them. If they fire us, they fire us." And that's actually where that nickname came from, you know, the Courageous 12, because every one of those guys put their jobs on the line when they decided to sue the city.
On March 31st and April 1st of 1966, we went to federal court in Tampa, and Judge Joseph Lieb ruled against us and ruled in favor of the police department in the city. That meant that we had lost the lawsuit. The NAACP agreed to file the appeal for us at no cost. On August 1st, 1968, the appeals court ruled in our favor, and we had won that lawsuit. When we won that lawsuit, we had different assignments. I'm the first African American police officer assigned to work in an all-white neighborhood. It was 100% white. We were very proud and honored because we felt that we accomplished what our mission was set out to be. We were honored at City Hall City Council meeting on September 13, 2007. And they gave us the key to the city and a proclamation. And we really thank the city for what they did for us. I never dreamed that I would see a black chief of police here in St. Petersburg. They have one African American chief now, and they had one previously black chief before. And it's part of what we was put that lawsuit for.
We want to make sure that when people enter our lobby now, we want to recognize the doors that you walk through are the doors that these Courageous 12 open for minorities here in the St. Petersburg Police Department.
Police department in the city put a plaque in the police station with all our names and our pictures on it, and a narrative let people know what we did to be honored.
I have put into place that every sergeant and lieutenant shall read the lawsuit, and they will be tested on it to make sure they are aware of what happened, so we make sure that never happens again.
What we did help these young men that come on the force now, that came on the force after.
I look around now, I see deputy chiefs, I see chiefs,
I see majors. It sort of makes you feel good.
That is the first 4 African-American police officers that were hired on the St. Petersburg Police Department in 1949. That's the Courageous 12. When I see these 12 faces together as unity, we was closer, just like brotherhood, that's what I think of. I'm the last one of the Courageous 12 left. And I think about those 11 other officers that are going on, because we were brothers. We were just like brothers. We were so close. And I am going to carry the banner on for those other officers that are going on. But I tell the younger generation to stand up and for what you got and what you believe in, and stand your ground and don't back down. And think about the Courageous 12 as what we did. We stood our ground and we did not back down.
I think a trailblazer is a person who looks at the needs of now without high regard for the status quo or the way we've always done things, but focuses their work on how you make our community better today and for generations to come. None of us stand on our own, and so in order for me to be elected mayor, there were so many folks in generations before me that had to fight even for the right to vote, or even for the right to be a full-fledged police officer like Leon Jackson. I just looked at myself as the next in a line of folks who are working to move our community forward. Without the Leon Jacksons of the world, I certainly wouldn't be in this position. And without guys like Bob Stewart, former city council member and county commissioner, who's one of my mentors, who served with both me and my father, you know, without those folks also pushing, we wouldn't be where we are today. You know, I attended the last segregated class at Melrose as a kindergarten student, that I'm able to go back to that and talk to those students as the 54th mayor of our city. That's a lot for one lifetime. As I go around the classroom, I do this for Great American Teach-In, and ask the kids, what do you want to be when you grow up? And the last time I went, there were 3 kids that said, you know, I want to be mayor, and one young lady who said she wanted to be president. That's what it's all about. It's just making sure kids understand you really can achieve. Progress doesn't happen without someone who challenges the status quo, the powers that be, and speaks up for folks who are largely silenced. There is such a thing as a silent majority, folks who are too busy putting food on the table, taking care of their kids or their parents, to be involved in the political arena. And so the folks that do that represent a lot of folks who can't be engaged. Find someone, reach out to someone that you admire who's made it, and reach out to them. Email, Facebook. I guarantee a lot of folks will actually respond to that. I certainly will if someone's interested in elective office. Reach out, make that first step. Never be bound by the status quo or someone else's opinion of what you can or cannot do.
Pablo Mardones. I'm the owner of the Crown Factory here in St. Pete.
I'm Angie Gray. I am the assistant right-hand woman of Pablo.
Yeah. Me and my friend Felipe, we opened this store together. We had this idea that we were kind of tired working like our corporate jobs, you know, although life was very like stable and all that, we wanted just to have something like of our own and kind of like work a little bit more like the life-work balance, you know, in our favor. So we decided to open a restaurant. We are in 57, the corner of 57 and Central. So like we are 1 block away from the Sunrunner, which is pretty cool too. Like before we open, like we didn't know this is gonna happen. We have a stop right here, like less than a block away, and so we are very close to the beach, but not too far from downtown.
I actually quit my corporate job and wanted something more like local, family-friendly, work-life balance, as you said. I submitted my resume to the Crumb Factory, and not even 10 minutes later, Pablo got back to me and was like, "Hey, come in for an interview."
We produce everything here in-house, like...
And you can watch us do
it.
People just enjoy coming here and like being part of like this little family local restaurant.
I think we have been very well received.
It's really like kind of laid back. It's not like your stereotypical coffee shop where like people come to work or people come to like sit on their computers all day. Like we do have some customers that do that, but for the most part, everyone's here like they want to socialize. We get a lot of regulars, and yeah, like everyone loves bread, everyone loves pastries. So yeah, it's great. I've even been out and about in St. Pete, and people have been talking about like the Crumb Factory, and I'm like, I work there. Like this is so exciting.
That's one of my goals. Like I want to be a place that people associate the Crumb Factory with St. Pete, you know. So it's definitely important for us to be really part of the city.
I'm Leo Anderson, co-owner of Taste of the Island Marketplace and Restaurant, 2231 34th Street South. I'm a family man and also a minister. I've been here in St. Pete now 5 years, and I've been loving it. Life here is great. It's a great place to live, great place to rear my family. This year makes 30 years that my family's actually been running the restaurant business in St. Pete. Started into it with my uncle, who's my partner in the business, who had the restaurant already, so I kind of bought into the restaurant. The idea of the grocery store was always there. It's just that we fast-tracked it because this was empty and it was right beside. So, came in and started doing, the reconnaissance and what it would take to get the market off the ground. We have a very friendly atmosphere. We have a very, very welcoming family atmosphere. That's number one. We pride ourselves in treating people good, whether you're paying us or not. We want you to feel at home. From spices to ground provisions to just snacks. We bring in chips from Jamaica. We bring in a lot of drinks from Jamaica. We bring in spices from Grenada. We bring in fresh soursop, which is a highly sought after item from Grenada and from Dominica. We really try to take the stuff that we're used to on the island and bringing it into St. Pete and let people who have tasted it or would like to try it, they can come on over and indulge. From customer to the generals in charge of running the city and so on, we have felt the presence and we feel welcome. As I say, it's a love affair. We are here to stay, really, in St. Pete. 30 years already and we're just getting started because as you can see, what the family is trying to do is pass it from one generation to the next. And hopefully, God tarry, I'll be able to pass it to the next generation.
District 8 is located from the interstate to Tyrone Boulevard and runs north to south from Central Avenue to 40th Avenue North. I'm Richie Floyd, your council member for District 8. I'm standing along the shores of Jorgensen Lake Park, located directly behind our main public library, a place where students and residents throughout our city have visited and utilized over the decades and still frequent to this day. The newly renovated President Barack Obama Main Library will be an impressive, well-known asset to all in our community. Another major landmark in District 8 is St. Pete High. This highly rated school, built back in 1926, has served as a campus for generations of Green Devils in the Sunshine City. You haven't experienced all of St. Pete if you haven't stopped by Mazzaro's Italian Market. This true Italian market serves as a destination for lunch, fresh roasted coffee and beverages, and homemade pasta. District 8 is also home to one of our best business districts, Grand Central, with plenty of places to eat and shop. Grand Central was also the birthplace of St. Pete Pride and the Pride Parade, and still plays a role in our city's annual Pride events. If you're looking to escape the grind of the city, this district also features several city parks, including Gladden Park and Booker Creek Park, which includes new pickleball courts. District 8 has the right mix of people, neighborhoods, parks, shopping, and culture. In a lot of ways, it's the best representation of what St. Pete is all about.
When I decided to transition and retire, and you had told me if I ever retire, you would like to throw your hat in the ring. And I said, there is no ring. And then I turned it over to the Board of Trustees, but I did give them this 411. Erica is an intelligent, credentialed person, working artist, but she's an artist. And I think that's important. And whatever degree of difference that is, how an artist approaches the thing, that's what I wanted. And you went through the process, and that's what the board agreed on.
Mm-hmm.
The future is always bright, but under your tutelage, it's going to be delicious.
I thank you for that.
No, because my generation, the baby boomers, we don't tend to get off the stage. You got to get the hook. Oh, there's always one other thing we can do, and I'm looking forward to that, seeing what's next.
I think we talked about it before, we have the same sentiment about the space and what our job is. My job is to maintain the heartbeat that has already been created in this space. I am not here to alter the heartbeat. I'm here to take this heartbeat and strengthen it and bring a bigger light so that the world can see it as much as I can, and to take that to whatever that next level is.
Well, as I told the Board of Trustees, we're getting an A+ candidate that you would normally have to scour nationally. And then she has the added thing of she knows this community and the community knows her.
I'm walking in the footsteps of a founder of an organization that is beloved, but I know that I gotta try it, and I know that we can do it.
The waterfront view is my favorite part about living right here in St. Pete.
Sounds of the water, the sounds of different species of birds. I find it very soothing and relaxing.
Everybody ride good? How you feel?
Yeah,
I feel good. It's like a perfect day for it.
See the pelican? Yeah, he's fishing for some fish too. Yay, fishing!
Water is an issue in the state of Florida. Do you know where our original water source was?
Back in the day, I believe it came from what we call Mirror Lake today. And back then, because it served as the city's reservoir, they imaginatively called it Reservoir Lake. And it supplied the city water for quite some time. And during the Spanish-American War, there would be troop deployments come over from Tampa to get water from the lake so that they could take back to the troops who were waiting to embark to Cuba.
They did. I remember seeing a newspaper article from the day the ships were leaving Tampa, and it almost became chaotic because a number of the ships that left Tampa had to come to St. Petersburg, take on water, go back to Tampa. The speedier ships wanted to leave Tampa and hurry and invade Cuba, and it became just some craziness in the middle of Tampa Bay there.
It would have been chaotic.
Very chaotic.
Fire Tech Echo, Engine 5, District 10, District 5, Engine 4, structure fire.
If you truly want to be part of the best, then St. Pete Fire Rescue is for you.
I love this job. We have no idea what's gonna happen every shift. We just go to work. We don't know when the wind's gonna come.
When the public calls on us, it's normally their darkest times and their darkest moments, and they depend on us.
We have to trust each other. In a fire, all we have is the team.
You know, we go into some very dangerous situations sometimes, so we need that feeling like there's someone there right along with you.
The spectrum of how we positively impact every person in our community is huge.
St. Petersburg Fire Rescue responds to over 60,000 calls per year. Of those 60,000 calls per year, over 70% are medically related.
We are fire and EMS. We are one team together, but we also have a lot of other avenues that a firefighter or firefighter paramedic can progress in their career.
St. Petersburg has specialty teams, technical rescue team, a dive team, and the hazardous materials team. So it's above and beyond the normal fire training that you get.
It takes a hardworking, selfless person with some good moral character. There's a lot of pride in this job and a lot of tradition that comes with it as well.
We're called to keep the citizens safe, but also keep each other safe. And you have to have that passion, that want to, that drive to not only do better, but be better.
I joined the military. I became a firefighter in the Air Force. It was a natural progression from the military service to a paramilitary organization such as St. Pete Fire Rescue.
The fire department is a semi-military organization, so we take direction through a chain of command. We train to an exhaustive level. We feel that the more you train, the better prepared you are to go.
I went through the cadet program. It was an awesome opportunity. Not only do they take you under their wing, they pay for your education, fire academy and EMT school.
We depend on each other. We live in an intimate setting. We live like in a house, and we're very much like a nuclear family.
It's brothers and sisters. We have our fun times. We like to play with each other. Best parts are always lunch and dinner, because when everyone sits at the table, we go over how our 2 days were when we got off, see what everyone's doing.
It's where you grow as a person. You kind of learn life lessons. Camaraderie is very important. It makes the job easier, not so much of a job.
You know, we're here every third day, so we treat this just like we treat our house. We have to clean the bathrooms just like we clean the bathrooms, take out the trash, make sure it looks good, clean the trucks, inventory the trucks. You take care of it just like you take care of your home.
Every station has a gym with full equipment.
The department's training division is very involved in health and fitness initiative.
We have an extensive behavioral health program. We assess risk within the fire department in three main areas. One is behavioral health, physical fitness, and on-the-job duties that we do, and then in training.
In St. Petersburg Fire Rescue, it's important to us to have a fire response service that reflects the community that we serve.
St. Petersburg is a very diverse city, and we can all work to reach a common goal together.
We've had folks that come to us and reach out to us, and that's the kind of trust we're looking for with our public.
One of our biggest programs is our Home Safe program, which provides free smoke alarm installations to City of St. Petersburg homeowners. Another big component is public education and community outreach. We provide public education on fire safety and injury prevention to citizens of all ages.
To me, being on the front lines as a first responder, I'm blessed every single day. There's no better feeling when you lay your head down at night and you're like, wow, I really had a hand in helping.
It's hard work, but it's hard work towards doing something great.
I know for a fact that I work for a really good fire department. It's an extreme honor.
You want to do something you love, this is the place. If you want to be the best, this is the place. You can't get any better place to work.
I'm Dan Gulick. Join our team.
Hola, me llamo Teresa Bieber Rishi. Únete a nosotros.
제 이름은 김희경입니다. 세인트 피터스버그 소방관에 가입하세요.
I am Aaron Walton. Join our team.
Hay un alfiler en una orilla de una ciudad en un mapa, como una esmeralda en la oscuridad o un ojo de pelícano. Oh península de sol, mar y baños. Aquí somos tan diversos como las conchas, la flora y las muchas aves que nos visitan cada invierno. Sí, somos banh mi, empanadas, knishes, injera, roti. Somos reggaetón, rap, cumbia, trap, jazz, rock y folk. Caminemos por el St. Pete Youth Farm para encontrar todo tipo de raíces entrelazados, alimentándose de la misma tierra. Aquí hacemos espacio para todos. Mira las historias pintadas en las paredes, calles y intersecciones. Neón, prismáticas y sin miedo de hacer ruido porque el arte brilla aquí, donde pintamos el arco iris por la ciudad con orgullo y decimos gay, donde las vidas negras importan y donde una hija de migrantes puede ser su poeta laureada. Thank you. Hay un alfiler en una orilla, en una ciudad, en un mapa. Acércate, respira el aire salado. Mi gente, miren a su alrededor. Somos St. Pete. We are St. Pete.
Talk a little bit about the Vinoy, because it, back in the day, used to be a big, major building in town that would catch people's eye right away, and they'd ask questions about it. What is this thing? The gentleman who built it was Amor Vinoy Lofner, and the story goes, and this goes into the category of lore again, I think, but he and his wife had a place on Beach Drive, right across from where that Vinoy would be built. Mm-hmm. And they were having a party that went on to 2 a.m., 3 a.m., 4 a.m. And at some point, he bet Walter Hagen, one of the era's foremost golfers, that he couldn't drive a golf ball off the crystal of his watch without breaking the crystal. And he said, if you can do that, then I'm going to build a big hotel over there. It was no big deal for Hagen. He stepped up, whack, 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 3 balls. This was in about 1923, and Lofner was a man of his word. He built that hotel. It took him about 11 months, and I believe it opened on New Year's Eve of 1925. Rui, does that sound right?
It did.
Hi, I'm Aurelis, and I'm the owner of the Happy Snapper food truck, and we've been in business for a little over 3 months.
My name is Raphael. I am a full-time charter captain here out of O'Neill's Marina in St. Petersburg, Florida. I've been doing it probably for over 20 years. The role that I have in the food truck is pretty much I am the fryer. She pretty much puts everything together, makes it look nice and pretty going out.
I do everything else. I've always cooked. I mean, I've been cooking meals for my family since I was 12, and I'm not talking about like boxed macaroni and cheese. I mean, like full meals. And it's just something I've always liked to do. And my son actually played club soccer for Strictly. We went out of town and we decided to cook for the entire team and all the parents. And ever since then, after multiple teams showed up and ate, everyone was asking us when we were cooking again, and 7 years later, here we are. When I cook, I put my heart into it, so you're getting food that is happy and inviting and
it's fresh. You know, with a little Spanish twist to it, because we do have a couple of things on the menu that is definitely a You know, from being from Puerto Rico, you know we're gonna have some plantains in there, you know, and we're gonna have some rice. Our main thing is fresh fish with a Spanish twist to it.
Apparently we're putting out food that there's not many other trucks doing, and we're getting customers asking, you know, when we're going to be back, where we're going to be set up. We're having breweries that are in St. Pete asking for us to come back to their location because their customers are asking about us. And I feel like St. Pete is a very good place for people that, I mean, they love supporting the local community, local businesses, and it's just a great place for anyone to thrive.
I started this company almost 20 years ago out of my parents' garage. Growing year after year after year, you eventually, can grow out of a garage space really quickly. Scooter Cardoza with Trinity Graphics. I'm the owner here, and we do screen printing, embroidery, and promotional products. One of my long-term goals was to have a brick and mortar space. It took us a little over 12 years, but we got this space. Talk about a, kind of like a life-changing moment. We print lots and lots and lots of t-shirts. And then as far as like on the embroidery side, anything you can think of, we can accomplish with putting a logo or a brand on. One of the aspects of screen printing is reclaiming the screens. So you can basically reuse the screen over and over and over and over again. We had about 150 of the wood frames and thought it would be really cool to do a screen wall. So each screen has some sort of sentimental, meaning behind it. We love what we do, so we're just going to continue to put out, a great product that we stand behind. It's really cool to have a team that believes and has the same passion and will, go the extra mile to do whatever it takes to get the job done. There's been a big push for keeping St. Pete local. It's been amazing to feel that love from the community and local businesses that will allow us to thrive in the community for another 20 years.
Welcome to the May 2025 meeting of the Community Planning and Preservation Commission for the City of St. Petersburg. This commission reviews proposed changes to the comprehensive plan, land use and zoning, as well as historic preservation-related proposals, and makes recommendations to the City Council. Our agenda today includes presentations. Staff, the applicant, and any registered opponent each have approximately 10 minutes for their presentation. After the presentations, each member of the public who wishes to address the commission will have 3 minutes to speak. Please be sure to fill out a green comment card at the front podium and hand it to the clerk. When called on to speak, please step up to the podium and state your name and address for the record and whether or not you have been sworn in. We ask that you make your remarks brief and not repetitive of prior testimony. All questions are to be directed to me as chair. I will in turn redirect the questions to the appropriate person for response. At the conclusion of these steps, the commission will enter into executive session. Commissioners may ask questions at any time during this process upon being recognized by the chair. At this time, I ask that all cell phones be silenced. And Iris, can we have roll call?
Marbe? Here. Gardner? Magnello?
Here.
Carrasco?
Here.
Davis?
Here.
Jeffrey?
Here.
Nelson?
Here.
Drake?
Here.
Wanamaker?
Here.
Michaels?
Here.
And we have a quorum.
Okay. And at this time, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
If there is anyone who will be speaking before the commission today, please stand and raise your right hand so that you may be sworn in.
Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you will give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes. Thank you.
Next on the agenda is the approval of the meeting minutes from last month. Does anyone have any discussion or comments? Okay. If there are no corrections to the minutes, I will take a motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, minutes are approved. Next is the public comment portion of this meeting. Mr. Belmont, perfect. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Some of you I haven't seen in a while, others we don't really know one another, but I'm here on behalf of Preserve the Burg this afternoon. I want to just say a couple things. One, I think Derek's going to talk about Preservation Month at the end of the meeting. We're excited because we have some great events for the month as well. The big event, which is tomorrow night, is Preservation Awards. So every other year, Preserve the Burg gives out awards to property owners, contractors, architects, etc., who've done great work in keeping our city special and preserving our past. And so we're excited to be doing that again. I know some of you are coming. Some of you have, I think, helped out some in the event. Some of you may be involved in some of the awards. So we certainly invite all of you. We'll be at the UU Church tomorrow evening. If you're interested in coming, please go to our website, preservetheburg.org, and you're welcome to sign up, or you're welcome to come down 6 o'clock tomorrow. We also have some tours going on. We have a special tour over in Ybor City. Manny Lito, our executive director, will be leading that. Manny is actually a Tampa native, so he knows the area well. So that's going to be this Saturday. We have other tours. We're very active with walking tours around the city. The other thing I just wanted to note, I'm not sure what's happening scheduling-wise. At one point I heard that maybe there was going to be some type of workshop or discussion at the end of today's meeting regarding your joint meeting with City Council, which at this time I believe is scheduled for this summer. I'll just note, under the city's comprehensive plan, that's supposed to take place every year. It hasn't. It's going to take place, I believe, this year. It's scheduled at any rate. I assume Derek will be talking to you more about that as well. But I Just did want to note that it is part of our comprehensive plan. The plan says, among other things, that you and council are to get together each year to discuss how to improve the preservation program. And so I hope you give some thought to what topics you might discuss with council. There are two I'll suggest you might want to discuss. One is Central Avenue. How do we maintain that wonderful place, that wonderful economic driver for the city? And the other is, everything has an acronym these days, NOAH, Naturally Occurring Affordable Housing. And so preservation along with affordable housing grants is a great combination to help address the problem. And I think most experts will tell you that we will never solve the affordable housing issue without reusing what we have. And so I think the city has embarked on plans and policies to help do that, but I think there's more the city can do. So I think that's a great topic for you and council to discuss at your workshop. So thank you. I look forward to seeing you again. Hope some of you or all of you can make it tomorrow night to the awards. And
thank you so
have
much.
a good meeting.
Is there anyone else that wishes to make any public comments? Did we receive any other cards? No. Okay. All right. At this time, I will have Iris read the first item into the record.
Okay, and this is City File Flum 72. It's a private initiated application requesting amendments to the future land use map and concurrent amendments to the official zoning map for 3 sites totaling 3.29 acres that are situated within 1/3 of a mile of each other off of 4th Street North. All 3 sites are located within the Coastal High Hazard Area, CHHA. A development agreement, DA, is associated with these amendments. The owner is Jonathan Stanton with Lima Construction, and the agent is Craig Taraski, and the staff planner is Britton Wilson.
Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. Britton Wilson, City Planner, presenting amendments to the future land use map and official zoning atlas with an associated development agreement for 3 sites located in the Gateway area, and the amendments were initiated by Lima Construction. The application consists of these 3 properties, all located on the east side of 4th Street North. Site 1 is unimproved and located east of 110th Avenue North and is 1.23 acres. Site 2 is partially improved with a wireless communications tower and is located on the north side of 108th Avenue North and is 0.71 acres. And Site 3 is located at the northeast corner of 3rd Street North and Gandy Boulevard and is 1.35 acres. And so altogether the sites total 3.29 acres. Here are the surrounding uses. Starting on the top right, we have Site 1 that is vacant. Site 2 is vacant except for the communications tower. Then we have the Gateway Mobile Home Park, Sienna Bay Apartments, and then new construction of townhomes, which are located directly east of Site 3, which is also vacant. Then to the west of Site 3 is a law office, followed by Aventura Bay Assisted Living, more apartments, and then up to the northwest, just out of view, is the Bayview Commercial Plaza that has a Winn-Dixie anchor tenant. And all these are low-lying areas located in flood zones and the Coastal High Hazard Area, or CHHA. This is the future land use map showing all 3 sites as split between residential medium and preservation land use. Here's a side-by-side of both the existing and proposed future land use map with the hatched area representing the CHHA. So Site 1 is 1.23 acres with 0.38 acres designated as preservation and 0.85 acres designated residential medium that is proposed to be entirely preservation. Site 2 is a 0.71 acre site where 0.51 acres are designated preservation and 0.2 acres are currently residential medium that is proposed to be entirely residential office general. And Site 3 is a 1.35 acre site where 0.3 acres are currently designated preservation and 0.62 acres are residential medium that is proposed to be mostly residential medium with a thin 1.13 acre strip of preservation on the east side that's not noticeable here underneath the dashed border. This is a zoning map, again showing all 3 sites with split zoning of preservation and neighborhood suburban multifamily or NSM1. And this is a side-by-side of both the existing and proposed zoning, where Site 1 is proposed to be entirely as maintained preservation. Site 2 is to be entirely corridor residential suburban or CRS1 to allow for office space. And Site 3 is proposed for neighborhood suburban multifamily to develop 20 townhomes with a strip of preservation on the eastern border. This slide addresses the change in development potential that would result from the map amendments in the development agreement. So the total overall existing density allotment on all 3 sites is 25 dwelling units. The total overall existing intensity allotment is 3,500 square feet derived from the preservation designation to as much as 39,500 square feet derived from the residential medium designation. So it's a sliding scale. If they do not build to the maximum allowed density, the remaining density can be converted to intensity and would be available for development. So the proposed changes would allow up to 29 dwelling units, and again, a range of intensity up to 45,000 square feet would be permitted. However, the development agreement restricts the overall density to only 20 units and intensity to 10,000 square feet, which is less than the existing entitlements. And the detailed math of that is itemized in the staff report. Also noted in the staff report, the proposed amendments are consistent with many policies of the comprehensive plan. And to highlight a few, the proposal furthers these policies and objectives as it's decreasing the overall allowed number of dwelling units, thereby directing population concentrations away from the coastal high hazard areas. And the proposed amendments are consistent with the surrounding area that is predominantly multifamily and located on a major roadway. This slide lists the terms of the 15-year development agreement. It limits the overall total density to 20 dwelling units to be located on Site 3. It limits the overall intensity to 10,000 square feet on Site 2. It requires Site 1 and an eastern portion of Site 3 to be maintained as preservation land. Requires regular maintenance and reporting of these areas. And it provides a financial guarantee necessary for maintaining the preservation areas. And lastly, it requires restoration of the preservation area on Site 1 to commence prior to releasing building permits for Site 2 and 3. So with that, staff recommends a finding of consistency with the comprehensive plan and to recommend to City Council approval of the proposed future land use and zoning changes along with the associated DA because the proposal directs population concentrations away from the coastal high hazard area and is consistent with the surrounding neighborhoods' land use and zoning pattern and provides a financial guarantee for maintenance of the preservation areas. And that concludes my presentation, and the applicant also has a presentation for you.
Great, thank you.
Good afternoon, Craig Taraski for the applicant. I'll try not to duplicate Britton's presentation. She already went over the relative location of the 3 parcels and the existing and proposed future land use and zoning. We did go through DRC to get approval of the mitigation for the preservation areas. And the concept is these are small, isolated, underperforming, low-value pieces of preservation area. And this proposal essentially condenses the preservation up to Site 1 over an acre. It'll be constructed wetlands, so it'll be a high value preservation area that will be a net benefit to the ecosystem. These are the existing zoning and future land use maps for Site 1. Notice a slight discrepancy. There was some vacation of right-of-ways in the past, so this will actually help clean up and make the zoning consistent. Again, Site 1 is proposed to be entirely preservation, zoning, and future land use. Site 2, existing zoning and future land use. This is the site that is currently developed with a cell tower. There's a little bit of history on Site 2. It was previously zoned ROP, a mixed use, and there was an office that was approved for the site and never built. There was also the cell tower that was built back in, it was approved in 2009. That approval in 2009 for the cell tower was a special exception with certain variances, including a variance to the required mitigation for the preservation, somewhat similar to what we're doing today, or we did DRC, it was already approved. The result of that 2009 approval was the creation of a new 0.17 acre preservation area on the west side of the parcel, and the balance of that parcel was proposed to be disturbed with the construction of the cell tower, access drive, and office. Strangely, there was no zoning or future land use map amendments to reflect that change in preservation area. However, it was replatted with the new preservation. You can see, let's see. It's hard to see on these old plans, but there's a cross-hatched area. That's the preservation area. The map still shows that same area today. And on the west side of the parcel is the 0.17 acre preservation that was approved in 2009. And a special condition of that approval was to replat that lot to include that preservation area. So this is the current replat of that parcel showing that 0.17 preservation area. This is the proposed site plan for the office, some warehouse storage associated with that office, accessory storage, and the existing cell tower facility to remain. These are photos of Site 2 existing conditions. You can see the cell tower and the access drive. There's some clearing, a lot of invasive vegetation, Brazilian peppers, some debris. This is actually, it looks like maybe a homeless encampment. It's hard to see in the photo, but there's a fire pit and a bunch of clothing scattered about. Site 3, existing zoning and future land use, a mix of preservation and residential medium. Again, there's just some debris. It's overrun with invasive vegetation. And the west side of that alley to the rear of that property is currently being developed as a townhome development. The alley is not improved, and the alley is not proposed to be improved either with the neighboring townhome development or the proposed on our site. There is a north is to the left. So there's the unimproved alley, and we were proposing an extra strip of preservation along that unimproved alley to provide some vegetative buffer between the two uses. 20 units townhome development. And as also part of this application, we're proposing a development agreement that will establish that the Site 1 and Site 3 preservation areas will be restored, established, and managed. There's an annual inspection and reporting obligation to make sure that occurs. There's an escrow of funds that could be drawn upon by the city to perform that maintenance should the applicant fail to. And there's use restrictions on Site 2, which is the office and cell tower. No residential uses, and the non-residential uses will not exceed 10,000 square feet. And on Site 3, that's the townhome development, capped at 20 dwelling units. And under the NS1 zoning, by right market is 18, but there's a workforce bonus available, so we'll be able to utilize 2 units of workforce on that to get to 20. And this is the overall, to try to boil it down into development potential. And Britton also showed you some information on this, that the proposed rezoning and future land use amendments with the restrictions in the development agreement will yield a net reduction in residential density or residential dwelling potential and intensity in floor area ratio. So we'll ask that we approve these amendments that we propose to you today. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Next, we'll move into the public hearing. I did not receive any cards for this item. I do not believe in the staff report there had been any public comments. Is there anyone in the audience that wishes to speak on this item from the public? Okay. Now we're going to move into cross-examination. City staff, do you have any cross-examination for the applicant?
City waives, thank you.
Okay. Does the applicant have any cross-examination?
I'll waive, thank you.
Okay. And does the city have any closing remarks?
City waives.
Okay. Does the applicant have any closing remarks?
I'll waive, thank you.
Great. So now we're going to move into executive session. Would anybody like to start?
I have just a couple questions. I guess I put a lot of weight into the habitat management report that was cited as helping to, I guess it's the habitat management plan prepared by Barge Design Solutions as helping to advise the city and the developer as to what is best use for the sites 1, 2, and 3. So I do put a lot of weight into that because they do appear to be experts on the topic. So I also just a question about the wildlife. I don't know if you can answer this or not, but I noticed that each of the 3 sites had different wildlife species. Is it thought that maybe all the wildlife from sites 2 and 3 will relocate to site 1, or what will happen to the wildlife?
That's beyond my.
Okay, it was just unique. It was really unique to me that each one of the sites had different wildlife. None of them were protected, so but I was just curious. So.
And I will add on that subject, the city also engaged
Mm-hmm.
their own environmental consultant to do a review of the application.
Right. No. Right. No gopher tortoises. No bald eagles. Nothing like that. So anyway. Okay. Thank you very much.
Yes.
A follow-up question. So for the different wildlife, is there any type of effort to kind of ensure that wildlife won't be harmed, or they will be safely, I guess, there will be areas provided for them to, I guess, transition to for the wildlife in the different areas? Is there any type of plan for that?
Well, there are no endangered species that we're aware of on the site. There is part of the restoration plan. It's more about establishing habitat, with the expectation, I'm assuming, that the wildlife will find its way to the desirable habitat. There is nothing in Barge's report or plan that talks to relocating actual animals, wildlife.
Okay. But there's efforts to, I guess, make sure that the habitat is replicated for
improved. Yes, and I think you need to realize these are very small areas within developed, surrounding development. These aren't large expanses of preserve that have a large volume of fauna. I walked through the sites. I saw rats, snakes, birds, lots of birds. I didn't see anything other than that, just in my own observation.
Okay. Thank you.
So reading through the report, I see a lot of information on Site 1 of what disarray, let's just use that as a word, it's in now with a lot of trash and tires and rubble and things like that. And I understand that there's a maintenance plan in place, but what about the ownership of that site? How will that be handled through the development agreement? Will it remain in ownership as a sole site, or is it going to be part of sites 2 and or?
So it's currently, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe Site 1 and Site 2 are under the same ownership. So the office, his office for his business, that entity will currently owns Site 1. And the development agreement with the obligations and the escrow agreement will run with the land. Should it pass to another owner, those obligations would still, under the development agreement, would still be there, as well as the obligations to maintain under the city's land development regulations as well. So there's 2 layers there.
Thank you.
I participated on Saturday on the Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council's Task Force on Resiliency, and we visited 2 neighborhoods. One was Shore Acres and the other was Riviera Bay, both of which were very hard hit by the storms this past year. And one of the strategies that is being looked at for the city here to try to mitigate that level of destruction from occurring again is the idea of having natural land areas to absorb heavy rainfall, intense rainfall, and where there is the potential for a surge to actually block or slow down the surge. There's been a lot of studies done, for example, of mangroves and the effectiveness of that vegetation in reducing surge impact. So, having had that experience on Saturday, as I read through this, I really had a question here about whether or not the proposal here meets the policy LU 7.1C, which is a mandatory policy. It says that utilization of existing disturbed areas, that's like the title, and then it goes on to say the requested amendment will result in the utilization of existing disturbed areas as opposed to natural areas that buffer existing development for coastal storms. So I'm struggling with that with respect to this proposal. I mean, there is a reduction in the net acreage of preservation land over the 3 sites here. These sites, even though they may be small, still could have a significant impact on mitigating the effect of extreme weather on the residences in the nearby areas. We had a lot of that going on Saturday, where improvements were attempted in one block, which helped some residents, only to increase the flooding on the houses across the street. And you had a kind of a, you weren't really achieving your purpose there. It would help me with this type of an application if the city engineer could take a look at this, because it's not just these huge improvements, it's the micro improvements, or the micro land parcels that are natural, that are preservation, that seem to be having a dynamic effect upon either mitigating or not intense flooding in neighborhoods throughout the city. Thank you.
I think that I just wanted to add, kind of putting on my more environmental hat, is that I do agree that from the images that they shared, that the ecosystems that are present on the sites are definitely degraded, which when things are so impacted and they're not healthy, those can have almost just as much drainage issues as impervious surfaces. And I do think that while we are losing some net preservation area, it is better to have one larger area for preservation that is well maintained rather than scattered, kind of unmaintained bits of preservation. And the only thing I did also see when you're talking about the species is that on here it did state that most of the species were highly mobile, like birds and butterflies and rats. So that's just something I wanted to add about kind of the environmental side on that.
Yeah, I'll throw in another point. I like this one because we can wear both our hats, both preservation and zoning. From the preservation side, honestly disappointed to see where the 3 lots are at current status and that they weren't properly upkept. And I didn't read through the agreement, but I would hope with the larger site that, you know, people are kept honest and upkeeping it, and, you know, it doesn't become a larger trash pile than the other 3 smaller sites. That's just more of an opinion. And then from a zoning standpoint, I'm kind of torn on this one a little bit because it is in a flood zone, and I know the area pretty well. My parents live down the road, and they're sandwiched between Shore Acres and the town below them. Anyway, they're in Kayakasta, and thankfully only half of Kayakasta flooded because it does have a good mangrove edge line there, and they actually built that peninsula in the 80s, and it was 2 feet higher than everywhere else, so the developer did a phenomenal job. But anyway, so there's still water damage. But when I see us looking at parcels that are rezoning to make these, you know, more efficient for the builders, at the end of the day, we're allowing residential use to really become economical for the builder, but we're still putting residential parcels in a zone, in a flood zone. I see that you guys have garages on the ground, so I'm assuming the living area is up above, so you meet the 11-foot, NVGD, et cetera. But from my understanding, unless they own it outright, they're still going to have to pay for flood insurance because they're in a flood zone. I'm hearing that it's your office, that's great, but if you were to lease it out, you know, any tenant that goes in there, that office is on the ground floor, so it's going to get soaked. So I don't know. When I see the first half of this and look at combining everything into 1 acre parcel for preservation, I think that's great. It's a smart tactic. Again, my residential hat would say, you know, as long as we maintain it properly and it doesn't become that. And honestly, just from the zoning side, I think because we're all still a little bit chapped from the last storms, you know, it's on everybody's mind, and you know, we're actually trying to sell my parents' townhome right now and really struggling because it's in a flood zone. So, and they, you know, can't afford the insurance that's gone up. So we are one of the statistics. And so, you know, here we sit, we're about to change, you know, potentially change the zoning to allow more residents to come in, which might just be adding to the problem. Really, you know, need to focus on, and I don't want to zero out your application. It's me just kind of also venting up here too. So anyway, I wanted to kind of put those 2 sides out there.
And I have one more comment, one question for the city. And this does not pertain to the application specifically, but I did notice that between sites 1 and 2, there's a building that's constructed in between sites 1 and 2, and it looks like it's sitting right on top of preservation. How did that happen? Did how did it happen that a building got constructed right on top of the preservation zoning set aside?
Similar to subject site 2 that has a cellular tower in preservation. 10-15 years ago, when it went before the commission, they approved the site plans and were just required changing the plat to designate and relocate the preservation, and they didn't go through the formal land use and zoning process.
Okay.
Unfortunately.
Okay. All right. Just curious. Yeah. Thanks.
Does anyone else have any comments or anything we want to discuss? Seeing none. Iris, can we take a vote? Or did I? A motion. I apologize. Can I please have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Okay.
I'd like to move that the Community Planning and Preservation Commission make the finding of consistency with the comprehensive plan and recommend to City Council approval of the proposed future land use and official zoning map amendments with the associated development agreement described herein.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
All right, Marbe,
Yes.
Magnello,
Yes.
Carrasco,
Yes.
Davis,
Yes.
Jeffrey,
Yes?
Nelson,
Yes.
and Drake,
Yes.
and that motion passes.
Thank you.
Iris, will you please read the second item into the agenda?
Okay, and that is City File number 25-903-00001. The request is an owner-initiated designation of the Emery House as a local historic landmark in the St. Petersburg Register of Historic Places. The owners are Joanne and John Manwaring. The agent is Preserve the Burg, Emily Elwin, and that address is 1947 Beach Drive Southeast. Our staff planner is Cindy Kohanek.
Good afternoon, Cindy Kohanek, Historic Preservationist with the City of St. Pete. This project is a review of a local landmark designation for 1947 Beach Drive Southeast, the William E. and Margaret H. Emery House. No public comments were received for this project. 1947 Beach Drive Southeast is located in the Old Southeast neighborhood and is part of the Old Southeast Local Hex Block District, as well as part of the Artist Enclave District. The house was built for William and Margaret Emery in the Rouseland section of Old Southeast. The Emerys were originally from Massachusetts, where William worked in textile manufacturing. Like many early St. Pete residents, the Emerys were winter visitors prior to establishing a more permanent residence in St. Petersburg. They continued to spend significant time out of state during the summer months after the house was built. After William Emery passed away in 1937, Margaret continued to live at the house until her passing in 1963. The building permit for the house and garage was issued in August 1922. The structures may not have actually been completed until the next year. At the time of construction, the house was addressed at 1747 Beach Drive South. This was prior to the citywide street renaming that took place in 1928, in which 18th Ave South was renamed to 20th Ave South. In 1923, the Sanborn map shown here depicts the area prior to the street renaming, and while this block section looks somewhat developed at the time, only about a quarter of the surrounding blocks have houses on them. The Emery House is a single-story masonry bungalow. The house was constructed in a mix of styles, including Mediterranean Revival, Prairie, and Craftsman or Arts and Crafts styles that were popular at the time of construction. The main structure forms an H-plan and is constructed atop a raised grade supported by a retaining wall. While the structure has always been addressed to Beach Drive, the entrance on 20th Ave Southeast functions as the main entrance. Also on site is a single-story masonry garage on the west side of the property. Details on the bungalow are too many to name here, but are characteristic of an architect-designed house. Some of the more notable include tapered hexagonal columns framing an original door on 20th Ave Southeast side, gloss-finished terracotta Lodoici Spanish tile roof in green with lion's head hip starters, a stucco-clad chimney, exposed beams supporting wide eave overhangs, tongue-and-groove boards enclosing the rafters, elaborate vents in the gable ends, diamond-shaped vents in the foundation, and prairie-style window planter boxes with pilasters and wood accents. The windows are an eclectic mix of double-hung and casements, some common and some not-so-common configurations. Site features include decorative concrete panels framing the driveway and a rusticated block retaining wall. The garage has a parapet topped with green roof tile and an original door on the rear elevation. Alterations over the years have been minimal to the main structure. The 1935 enclosure of the Beach Drive southeast porch has attained its own historic significance, and in 1974, an addition was made to the garage to convert it to living space, which was mostly sympathetic to the original structure. Replacement roofs were completed in 2003 for both the main house and the garage. The main house and the parapet on top of the garage being the green Ludowici roof tile. And then the garage roof behind that is a parapet flat roof system. Definitive documentation of the original color of the roof tile has not been located, but while most Mediterranean Revival style houses in the area have red clay tile roofs, a green tile roof was also common for this style. The Lion's Head hip starters on the main house appear to have been added in the 2003 re-roof, since they do not appear in the 1992 survey images. The house was designed by Henry H. DuPont and built by Franklin J. Mason. Henry DuPont came to St. Petersburg in 1914 after working as an architect in Indianapolis. His local designs range from single-family residence to larger commercial structures like the Don Cesar and the Pennsylvania Hotel. Prior to his arrival in St. Petersburg, DuPont collaborated with Carl Prinzler on the first panic exit bar device, which allows someone to easily exit a locked door from the inside. Franklin Mason came to St. Petersburg in 1920, where his contracting company grew rather quickly. Mason's company worked on many buildings in the area, some of the more notable including the Princess Martha, the Pennsylvania Hotel, and the St. Petersburg Central High School. Criteria for eligibility: the evaluation yields that the Emery House meets 4 of the criteria for eligibility listed here. And for areas of significance, the Emery House, the subject property is an example of how a significant portions of the residential areas in St. Petersburg and throughout Florida developed as homes for winter residents. The buildings are architect designed with the main structure a mix of architectural styles and many high-style details. Henry DuPont was not only a locally significant for his residential and commercial designs in St. Pete Beach and beyond, but adaptations of the panic exit bar that he collaborated on are still utilized in commercial buildings today. In addition to significance, a resource must demonstrate at least one factor of historic integrity. To be considered for listing, this property meets 7 of 7. Here's an abbreviated list of character-defining features. The staff report provides a much more exhaustive list. It should be noted that the character-defining features listed in the staff report include those Lion's Head hip starters, which are not a historic feature and would not be required to be retained when and if the roof is replaced. And perhaps not a character-defining feature, but wrapping up with a view of Lansing Park as seen from the front of the Emery House, or at least on the Beach Drive side. Staff is here for any questions, and the applicant is present as well.
Thank you. Okay. Does the applicant have a presentation?
I'm Joanne Manwaring and my husband Jack, and we're just thrilled that we got to this point, and we thank you for your consideration.
And hello, good afternoon. I'm Emily Elwin, and I am with Preserve the Burg. I'm a volunteer historic preservationist.
Have you been sworn in yet?
I have not, because I was late.
Perfect. We'll do that really, really quick.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Is there anybody?
Is there any?
Sorry.
Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you will give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. And I apologize for my tardiness. I flew in late last night and had my time change all mixed up. So I hate to be late. But I wanted to just say this is the kind of project that Preserve the Burg loves to work on, to work with owners that want to bring forth their properties for historic designation. And part of our advocacy at Preserve the Burg is when we can provide the funds and the professional expertise to create a thorough landmark nomination. And, you know, sometimes we can do them with owner support, which is really how we want to do this. And it's wonderful to show people that this is, you know, this is a house, but it's an important house in St. Pete. It's reflective of our community, and it's important to be preserved. So we are pleased that we could assist in this, and I'm here for any questions you have as well. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you. I did not receive any comment cards on this item. Does anyone in the audience wish to speak on this item? Seeing none. Okay, we're going to move into cross-examination. City staff.
staff waives.
Great. Does the applicant have any cross-examination for city staff? Okay, the applicant waives. Does city staff have any closing remarks?
City staff waives.
Great. Does the applicant have any closing remarks? Okay, the applicant waives. Now we're going to move into executive session.
Well, I'd just like to congratulate the owners here on bringing this forth and also preserve the Berg. I think it's fantastic, very encouraging to see this interest in preserving the landmarks of our city. I think this is like the 4th landmark in Old Southeast. Maybe we should be looking at a historic district there pretty soon. So congratulations to you all.
Same. Also, did the home suffer any damage during the hurricanes? Did you have any flooding or no roof tile flew off your roof? Great. That is so good to hear. Speaking of the roof, thank you very much for identifying and specifically specifying where that roof tile came from, the Ludovici green glazed tile. Have you learned if that tile is still available, if repairs need to be done on that roof in the future?
I specifically used their website to identify the names of everything, so
Yep.
yes, it was all still there.
Yeah, great.
The color might be a little bit different, but
Right.
I think it's all still pretty much there.
Would you also say that that roof is such a character-defining element that it should be retained at all cost, for instance? Is there anything on the home that, you know, really should be retained, maybe not at all costs, but almost all costs, should there be damage or, and I think maybe you know what I'm getting at. We had an application a couple months ago, and I feel like it needs to be stated very strongly what is really important to retain when designating a home, designating a structure, and that we all agree that it's really important to say that in the original application for designation. So that's where I'm getting at. And if there's nothing in there that states that really strongly, I'd love for something to be added. And that green roof is in my opinion, a very highly character-defining element.
So I did not list them all out because this was a pretty extensive primary character-defining historic features list that was in the staff report. But when staff goes to review any sort of replacement or COA for the property in the future, we will lean heavily on this list. Frankly, hopefully, fingers crossed, that roof will last years from now and you won't have to worry about a replacement. But if a replacement roof is sought, staff would not approve anything other than the green tile roof, which the color being an important feature of this roof at this time, without sending it to the commission. So if a future owner came and said they wanted to try it in red, then that would come to the commission. Staff would not do that, and then it would be up to the commission as to whether you wanted to approve or deny that. And then again, with it, the green color being identified as a character-defining feature, that would be a strong argument against
the barrel
something
tile.
like that. The barrel tile, yes. It is actually, I think it's the S tile.
Is it an S tile?
It is an S tile on there currently, yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I just wanted to say thank you for the efforts and for bringing your home before our commission. So thank you.
This is a very exciting application. It's always nice to see the landmarks that come to the commission, especially just to echo what Commissioner Magnello said, being so close to a flood zone. It's really nice to see that this home is going to be hopefully made a landmark status. So thank you for making the application, and thank you Preserve the Berg for your help in this as well.
Okay. All right.
I have a quick question for the owners and agent as well. I just want to make sure and put it out there that you guys have not been coerced by a real estate professional that you should get the house added to the historic designation for property value and resale purposes, correct? Have you been advised by a real estate professional that you should have the house added to a historic designation for resale and marketability value?
Really quick,
Right.
would you mind coming up to the podium? Sorry, just to answer the question. Just so that way we can record any answers. No, you're fine. Thank you.
Only because this has come up in the past. That's why I'm asking this question.
Your question is whether or not a realtor has suggested that we do this?
Correct.
No, not at all. This is entirely
Okay, good.
us. We owned a house in Maryland and had it put on the National Register, so the opportunity to do it here with another second old house that we own is just really important and valued to us and our family.
Absolutely. Okay, thank you.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, at this time, do we have a motion?
I'd make a motion that we recommend approval of the request to designate the William E. and Margaret H. Emery House located at 1947 Beach Drive Southeast as a local landmark, thereby referring the application to City Council for first and second reading and public hearing.
I'll second.
Iris, can we have a vote?
Yes. Marbe?
Yes.
Magnello?
Yes.
Carrasco?
Yes.
Davis?
Yes.
Jeffrey?
Yes?
Nelson?
Yes.
And Drake?
Yes.
And that motion passes unanimously.
Okay. All right, thank you. Heather, do I announce for an agenda item if like a member of the commission has a conflict? Because this is the first time that's happened, or does it just kind of happen naturally and I don't have to point it out?
Well, usually we read the number, the case number out, and then the commissioner announces that they have a conflict. But since he's already sat, then you can say that Commissioner Jeffrey has a conflict due to location.
Okay, and then that's when then I ask Iris to read. Okay. Prior to reading agenda item 3, I just wanted to announce that Commissioner Jeffries does have a conflict of interest, so he has stepped away. Iris, can you please read item number 3 into the record?
And that is City File Number 25-902-00024 and 25-902-00025. And for COA Number 25-902-00024, it is a review of a certificate of appropriateness application for the demolition of a detached accessory building at 2045 Burlington Avenue North, a contributing property in a local historic district. Then there is COA number 25-902-00025, a review of a certificate of appropriateness application for the construction of a one-story garage at 2045 Burlington Avenue North, a contributing property in a local historic district. The owner is Patricia L. Gaylor, and the agent is Mike Ketteringham of Cass Construction. And again, that's 2045 Burlington Avenue North. The planner in this case, or I'm sorry, Derek Kilborn, will be presenting this item.
Great.
All right, good afternoon. Thank you, Derek Kilborn, Manager for City's Urban Planning Historic Preservation Division. Kelly Perkins did work on this case and prepared the presentation for you. Unfortunately, she wasn't feeling well this morning, and so we sent her home, and I am subbing in on her presentation for you. But as you heard from Ms. Nguyen, there are 2 COAs that are under consideration here. And just kind of a general point of information, when we are dealing with accessory structures in local historic districts, we bring to you the demolition application and the new construction application at the same time as part of the same public hearing. When we are dealing with a principal structure, we bring to you the demolition request first, and then the new construction application would be brought to you the following month, so that there is a explicit focus on the details of the demolition request first. But for accessory buildings, it's not at the same level of importance as the principal building, and so that's why you have both of them here today. The property we are looking at is 2045 Burlington Avenue North. It is located in the southeast Kenwood Local Historic District. There are two structures on the site, including the single-family residence at the front of the property and then the single-story detached garage at the rear. Both are identified as contributing resources to the local historic district. As you heard in the introduction, there are two COAs requested here, first for the demolition and then for the new construction. The building permit card for the property indicates that the residence was moved to this location from 2509 Queen Street South in 1935. The property card does not indicate whether the garage was moved with the house, but there was a permit to renovate the garage building in 1945. The 1951 Sanborn map, which is shown on the slide, indicates the garage building is a dwelling unit, but the structure is currently depicted as an unfinished garage building in the Pinellas County Property Appraiser's Office website. The main house and structure is a craftsman-style bungalow. The garage is more frame vernacular. However, the open eaves with exposed rafter tails are a trademark for the craftsman style. These images are showing you the current condition of the accessory building. The applicant has provided a document from an engineer containing an assessment of the current accessory building. The document did not speak to the engineer's experience in structural rehabilitation, but the document does state that the building is not structurally sound, and the materials that were submitted did not include an estimated cost to rehabilitate the property. These additional images were provided with the application to show deterioration of the garage building. And then we move into the second application, which is new construction. The second application proposes construction of a one-story garage building measuring approximately 352 square feet. It will be smaller than the current garage building on site. Proposed elevations for the garage building include a simple front gable design. The applicant has confirmed that it will be 12 feet 8 inches tall. For a summary of findings in the staff analysis, first relating to COA 24, the demolition. There are general criteria for the granting of a COA, and then there are additional guidelines for demolition. These are explained in more detail in the staff report and typically depend on detailed information being submitted in terms of the engineering evaluation and estimates related to repair and renovation. So lacking some of that information, Ms. Perkins in her analysis did make these determinations and is recommending denial of the demolition. However, if you are proceeding with approving the demolition, these would be the recommended conditions of approval, essentially tying the demolition to your action on the new construction piece. Related to the second COA, COA 2590225, this is the new construction. In this particular case, the analysis shows it meets most of the criteria for approval, and so staff is recommending approval on the proposed design that was included with the application set. With that recommendation of approval for the new construction piece, you have these, what are typical standard conditions of approval. The recessed window, and then the door references, and then the conditions relating to inspection are all typically standard. So that concludes our initial staff presentation. We can pull up any slides if you would like for additional reference. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Does the applicant have any presentation? And if you could just state your name and address for the record.
Okay, that's all right. My name is Caitlin Grunenberg. I'm with Cass Construction in replacement of Mike Ketterington, who is the agent. Obviously, with the denial, the new building is going in place of the demo, and our client actually just told us about further roof damage that's kind of happening because of the deterioration of the existing garage. So it's in pretty bad shape, and obviously our engineered letter kind of goes towards that as well. And we are planning on making sure that the new build will mimic the historic details. So that's all for now. And I'm here for any questions too.
Okay. Great, thank you. I did not receive any public comments for this. So now we are going to move into cross-examination. Does city staff have any cross-examination for the applicant?
No cross, and we'll have no close either.
Okay. And does the applicant have any cross-examination? All right, the applicant waives. Does the applicant have any closing remarks? Okay, the applicant waives. We're going to move now into executive session.
I'll kick it off. This is the first one I've seen in 2 years. It actually isn't an ADU, so this is impressive to see that it's going back in the existing condition. So kudos to the team putting it together. And it does a great job mimicking the existing. I was going to ask about the detail of the engineering report, but after seeing the photos, that's enough. So yeah, I'll be approving both demo and new build.
I think for me, this isn't the first time I've felt kind of manacled in my decision-making process by the fact that the construction company has not provided at least the secondary rehabilitation estimate. There's nothing to compare what you've provided to against anything in that respect. And that's something that came up in the staff report too. It's a little bit of deja vu because sitting on the commission, I feel like this happens quite frequently with this historic neighborhood. We have a lot of people coming into the commission asking to have substantial restoration work done to their house and or repairs or construction done, new construction. And each time I look up the property appraiser report and their house was purchased, well after the time that this was made an historic district. So I fear that sometimes we're slipping into a pattern of just a bit of comfortability with allowing certain things to happen. So if it is at all possible for CASC to create that secondary estimate on rehabilitation, that would be nice to have.
I hear you, and we could do that for future ones. It's the first time I think I've heard of it. I'm sure maybe someone from our team has kind of talked about that. I know with how much labor costs are and the extensive damage that does there, you're essentially bringing it down to the bare bones anyways. And so from a labor and time schedule, you're essentially doing a new construction as well as you're probably exceeding it with the labor costs, and whatnot. But I hear you.
Yeah, that is totally understandable, but to have the comparison from my perspective and making any kind of decision would be beneficial.
Noted.
Unfortunately, we can't take any comments because we're in executive session right now. I'm sorry.
I was happy to see that the rafter tails were going to be replicated in the new garage, the new construction. So, and some of the other details. So that's very important.
Really quick, there was a portion in the staff report that talks about, I think I'm on the right one. Let me just make sure that I'm not reading from the, yeah. Yeah, so there is a portion of the staff recommendation that talked about at the owner's expense requiring the recording of the property for archival purposes. Is that something that would be a condition of approval if the demolition went through?
In previous demolitions, we haven't necessarily required a formal survey. I don't know if if the application included any sort of like elevations of the existing, but staff has required photos before we've approved, like clear photos of each elevation and all the details before we've approved the actual demolition of a property. So that might be a way to creatively document the property. It's up to the commission if they want actual like measured drawings of the elevations. But that could potentially be a condition of approval. It has been on previous applications for demolition.
It sounds like there are, according to the staff report, a lot of different examples of this type of structure within the neighborhood. So would this be like a very unique example where we would want to request something like that? And who would do that?
Typically, it's on the applicant. The last time I did this, it was for a single-story pyramid roof accessory, two-car accessory structure that was original to the site. It was on Burlington Ave, and we asked the applicant to provide clear digital photos outside of PDF form that we could manipulate and see the details on. And there was some back and forth even before, because that was a condition of the approval, before we would even approve the demolition on the property. So we had something to kind of like just keep that on record as to what was previously there. I don't know that this one is necessarily a high style, super, elaborate example that we might need drawings for, but maybe at least clear photos of each elevation and some details would be nice to document the structure.
And that's stored in what repository?
We keep it in our files here.
Okay. That seems simple, a simple enough condition.
Yes.
Chair, if I may.
Yes.
So there was an ask to make a public comment from the audience, and I believe that we may have skipped the public comment portion right into executive session. If I missed your call for public comments, I apologize. But
I think there was a call for public comments, but I think that the comment was coming from the property owner, so it may have been in response to one of the questions from the commissioners.
yeah,
Okay.
we can maybe invite that person up to respond to that if she was still inclined to respond.
I would love to invite you up to make a comment. Yes, of course.
Hello, everybody. I've owned the building now for 25 years. I was the second person on the block to actually live in the house, in a house on the block. It was a mess 25 years ago, as maybe a lot of you might know. I have saved up money over the years. I've learned. My parents taught me how to have the Protestant work ethic, and you got to save up your money before you spend it. I can afford now to fix up the garage and get rid of this mess that's out there. It's an eyesore. It's falling apart. And when Milton and Helene came through this last year, nothing was really destroyed, but all of the shingles are coming off of the roof. I've had to repair the roof now. This storm that came through the other day has got another hole coming in the roof. I don't know how anybody could have ever lived in the back there or would want to, having it be an IDU. The kitchen, bathroom, and whatever it was in a little spot, maybe this big. And then the garage, if you wanted to go out and sleep, you had to go outside and go in another side door and go in where I keep my car. They had about 8 inches worth of carpeting on the floor, and was, I guess, maybe a sleeping room. But it's not good for an ADU. You can't do anything with it. It's falling apart. And it's leaning now since Milton. And every day I'm gonna go outside, there's more stuff laying on the ground from the roof. I don't see how it can ever be replaced. Not be replaced. And I don't know what else to tell you. Do you have any questions? No?
I think we're good.
Okay.
Thank you. I have a question.
Okay.
So for a agenda item that has 2 certificate of appropriatenesses, and we are perhaps looking at adding different conditions, I'm not sure. How do I introduce this as a motion? Do I introduce as a motion for both, or just for the first one? How does that typically go?
So typically, when they're 2 separate applications, the one ending in 24 for the demolition and the one ending in 25 for the new construction. So we would ask that those would be separate votes, and they do have a little bit different conditions of approval. So if a member wanted to add or amend a condition of approval, they would make a motion to add or amend a condition for the particular COA number, and then that would be voted on, and then we would vote on that with the amended conditions, and then move on to the new construction the same way. If there was a condition for the new construction, then we would amend that and then take a vote on the whole.
Okay. Sorry, I've only done this a couple times. Iris, would you mind putting up, just while we're voting, if that's okay, if we can just review the staff findings for the certificate of appropriateness ending in 24?
Okay.
Okay.
So here's where you want to add a 4th one about just photos for the existing condition?
I think that would be appropriate. And I don't know, it doesn't sound, well, actually, the existing structure is a little bit more rectangular and the new one's a little bit more square. Is it possible to get elevations done, as-built drawings done from your contractor and add that to the file? I mean, that's something I think we should, if we're making changes like this in a historic district, that's the least we should be asking for. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Around an old country.
Wait, we'll let her speak and then I'll.
Yeah, thank you.
The building as it is very long and narrow. My proposal is to make it smaller so that I have a smaller footprint. We are building it 1 foot back further from the alley, and because of my age, we're going to put in a wider garage door so I can get in and out a little bit easier. I think that's, I'm in a tier 3 stormwater area as far as that goes, and I would really like to pay a little bit less on my water bill every month, as we all do. And a smaller, more compact building would do just fine for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
The staff position would be that photographs at this time would be probably the most appropriate request, given that it's an accessory structure and we haven't had a larger discussion about as-built drawings being submitted as part of a demolition. It is something that we did want to bring to the joint meeting discussion in August. What exactly should be submitted when there is a demolition that is potentially approved? At minimum, is it photographs, or is it something more like a set of as-built drawings, because they do come at additional expense? So for where we are and how it's been applied in the past, today we would recommend photographs. knowing that we'll have this discussion in a couple months.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Could we, if we could pull up, perfect. So, having that up there, I'm going to ask if there is a motion.
I will make a motion to approve the demolition of the existing detached garage at 2045 Burlington Avenue North, subject to the 3 conditions identified in the staff report, and adding condition number 4. I think we can do this all at the same time. Or do you want to do, yeah, okay. And adding condition number 4, which mandates that a photographic documentation be taken and recorded with the, of the existing structure.
I second.
Iris, can we have a vote?
Yes. Marbe?
Yes.
Magnello?
Yes.
Carrasco?
Yes.
Davis?
Yes.
Nelson?
Yes.
Drake?
Yes.
Wanamaker?
Yes.
That motion passes unanimously.
Great. And if we could pull up, yes, number 5.
Okay, I will make a second motion to approve the certificate of appropriateness, to approve the construction of a new garage building at 2045 Burlington Avenue, subject to the 5 conditions shown in the staff report.
I second.
Okay. Iris, can we have a vote?
Marbe?
Yes.
Magnello?
Yes.
Carrasco?
Yes.
Davis?
Yes.
Nelson?
Yes.
Drake?
Yes.
Wanamaker?
Yes.
That motion passes unanimously.
Congratulations.
Mm-hmm. You're gonna have a much nicer backyard also, a lot more space. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Good. Congratulations. Okay, now we can move into agenda item number 4. Iris, would you mind reading that item into the record?
Yes. This is City File Number 25-902-00038. The request is a review of a certificate of appropriateness application for window replacement at 3211 8th Avenue North, a contributing property in a local historic district. The owner is Elizabeth Kiefer, and the agent is Kayla Rochelle with Reese Builders Windows, Inc. That address again, 3211 8th Avenue North, and the staff planner is Cindy Kohanek.
Good afternoon again. So this project is a COA review for 3211 8th Ave North. No public comments were received for this project. The property is located in the Northwest Kenwood Local Historic District and is listed as contributing to both the local and National Register historic districts. The Craftsman-style bungalow and 2-car garage were moved to the site around 1932. The front porch was enclosed in 1935. Miami awning windows were present on the right side of the front porch in the Florida Master Site File survey image from 1995. These windows have since been removed and the porch screened in. The COA request is for a window replacement for 19 windows on the main building. All the windows proposed for replacement appear to be historic or original, except for windows numbers 6 and 19. Staff updated the site plan on this slide to correct for some inaccuracies in the indicated window locations. And window number 6 is not interior to the rear enclosed porch. Here's a sampling of some of the original historic windows that are proposed for replacement. They're all 1/1. This slide shows windows 6 and 19, which are not historic original windows. The submitted site plan indicates again that the window number 6 is interior to the rear enclosed porch, but the submitted photos in the application support that this window is actually located on the left side elevation on the first floor near the rear. And window number 19 is in the front facing dormer. The proposed replacements are Regency Plus Series 5305 vinyl impact double hung sash windows with full screens. The proposed window configuration is 1/1 to match the existing. Replacements will be size for size in the existing openings. Existing trim and mulls to be retained or replaced to match. The proposal states that the windows will be installed from the interior up to the blind stops for the existing windows and will be set back 2 inches. It's unclear if the 2 inches can be achieved since there is additional projecting vinyl framing in front of what appears to be the flange in the images shown here. In the images provided, the stiles appear to be aligned vertically, but the top stiles appear to be wider than those on the bottom sash. In the images provided, however, this could just be due to the angle and perspective of the images here. In summary, the staff evaluation yields that most of the relevant criteria for the granting of a certificate of appropriateness has been met. Half the relevant criteria for the guidelines for alterations have been met, and most of the relevant criteria were met for the guidelines for window replacement. Thus, staff recommends approval with conditions of the COA for replacement windows at 3211 8th Ave North. Conditions include all the standard conditions of approval as well as the window recess requirement, which is the 2 inches to the top sash, including the trim measurement. Staff is here for any questions, and the applicant and owner are also here.
Great, thank you. Does the applicant have a presentation today?
Hey there. Good afternoon, council members. My name is Elizabeth Kiefer, and I have lived in the historic Kenwood neighborhood since 2016, before the historic designation. I am here today to share the challenges that I've faced in trying to replace the original, now rotting and leaking 100-year-old windows in my home. This has been an ongoing issue since November, and it's been anything but straightforward. Initially asking my rep if he was familiar with working with historic designations, he assured me that he had. And he showed me the same windows and addresses of homeowners just weeks and months prior. I selected a window that is both wind resistant and came with protective metal covers, safe, durable, matching what is existing, and significantly more affordable than the hurricane impact windows I was ultimately forced to consider after Historic Preservation Association denied my request. I want to be clear, I care very deeply about preserving the beauty and character of our neighborhood, but I also care about safety, practicality, and fairness. The window I chose was far more within my financial means. The mandated impact windows are a tremendous financial stretch, and while I'm hoping insurance relief, of which I'm currently paying $8,000 a year, hoping it may eventually help me absorb the cost. I worry about many other residents who don't have that option, who might be kicked out due to a way a certain window might look, who are on fixed incomes, have been there in their homes for a very long time. St. Petersburg often promotes itself as a city that supports affordable housing. But I ask, where's the conversation about affordable maintenance? You made a comment about renovating the prior person's garage. I have a neighbor who renovated the same windows last year and has now put his house up to sale, had a contract on it, but the people coming in to buy it cannot secure a mortgage, and the insurance is far more than what they could afford by preserving and restoring these windows. My question is, historic designation should not become a financial trap. What good is affordable housing if those living in it cannot afford to maintain it safely and responsibly? When our neighborhood was first placed under historic designations, we were told it was to protect us from McMansions, not to restrict basic upkeep or drive up the costs with bureaucratic hurdles. What began as a preservation effort now feels like a regulatory overreach, and I am not alone in this feeling this way. Many of my neighbors have expressed frustration and a sense of helplessness, as they too want to preserve and maintain. They care about their neighborhood, yet seem to be caught in a red tape. I have written to the mayor, the governor, and to you here at City Council because I believe this isn't just about windows. It's about a future of livability in our historic neighborhoods. Preservation should not come at the cost of safety, affordability, and common sense. In regards to your I addressed that one. And these windows were going to be costing me $33,000, and now I'm up to $49,000, just to keep that into perspective. But I would like to thank you for your time, for your effort. I appreciate everything that you do here and the way that you scrutinize and you pay good attention to everything. But I'm just asking you to consider the impact that these decisions have on real people trying to care for their homes and their community. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we are entered into the public hearing comment or public hearing section. I did not receive any green comments. Does anyone in the audience wish to speak on this item? Okay, seeing none, we're going to move into cross-examination. Does city staff have any cross for the applicant?
I don't have any cross, no.
Okay. Does the applicant have any cross-examination for city staff? All right. The applicant waives. Does city staff have any closing remarks?
So I would like to mention that the application has never been denied. My conversation with the contractors were that it would be difficult for staff to support a non-impact window with basically permanent tracks for metal, basically not temporary metal hurricane shutters. A lot of the reason why this has taken so long is because it's been a struggle for staff to get the required information and documentation that the commission is used to seeing to support the historic window replacement. And there are some other windows that were replaced for non-historic windows in the local district that the contractor was using for comparison. It's not an apples for apples situation. That was a house that had already had replacement windows on it. These are historic windows which come to the commission. So that other application did not come to the commission because it was already had replacement windows.
I have a couple comments to add as well. First, it's important to remind the commission that staff is recommending approval in this case for the request that you are considering. To give you a little context, back in 2015, there was a substantial update to the city's historic and archaeological preservation overlay. And at that time, there was a lot of detailed discussion among this commission and the city council, and specifically about window replacement. So historic preservation best practice is to repair historic windows, not replace them. That created some angst because we do live in a vulnerable community, being in Florida, susceptible to many hurricanes. So there was a discussion about window replacement and specifically about allowing vinyl window replacements. Now, vinyl window replacements is not something that is typically approved nationwide as a best practice for local historic districts. But again, recognizing our vulnerability here, the city council at that time in 2015 requested that a window replacement allowance be explicitly stated in our ordinance. And so it was added in a way that you don't typically or traditionally see in other local historic districts around the country. So we already have an insert that allows window replacement. Now, the justification among the council for doing it at that time were two things. One, to improve energy efficiency, and second, more importantly, to create more protection against storm impact. And so when you look at the window replacement criteria there, it says that the replacement window for a historic window must explicitly have a particular energy rating and be impact resistant. And if it doesn't meet those two criteria, then you should fall back to the traditional best practice, which is to repair the windows that you have. So that is why that language is in there. It comes from extensive discussion in 2015. There was flexibility written into the code that isn't traditionally granted for window replacements, and it is because of our vulnerability here related to hurricane and storm impact. When the Kenwood districts were created, our staff specifically did not go out and say that this was protection against McMansions in Kenwood. Now, that may have been messaging that was being shared among the residents. It was not a message that was coming from city's historic preservation staff. We did do information meetings at that time, and those information meetings prior to the balloting explicitly described the COA process and what would be expected if the local historic district was approved. And we explained the process going forward. What is a COA? How does that work? Staff did not describe that ever as a protection against McMansions. But I did want to describe to you the history of the window replacements because it does come up often, and a requirement that they have impact-resistant glass as part of our review extends from the allowance that was created by City Council in 2015. Thank you.
Thank you. That was the end of closing remarks, correct? Or-
Nope, the applicant gets to go.
Okay, applicant? Great, thank you.
Thank you. And again, I totally appreciate the historic thing. And I think the breakdown in what you were saying, everybody's gotten so comfortable. We had block captains, and we were told, yeah, this will be, so somebody can't paint their house neon purple. This will be, so I think it was really easily given to us. I voted for it. And it seems over and over again, many people are trying to do these things to their house as they're doing it and they apply, and it just seems to be kicked it back. So I think that's great. But we weren't afforded that. We had our block captains and we signed everything. So I understand what you're saying, the comfortability, but I think that's the breakdown of communication that we're all going, we feel like our hands are tied, especially those of us that lived there prior to this happening. So I just wanted to say that. So thank you.
Thank you. So now we are going to move into executive session. Would anybody like to start?
Yeah, I have a question. I guess just going back into history, just for my own knowledge. But so you said that the price of the windows went up, and again, I know recommended for approval today, but I just want to understand. So is that because you went to full impact?
It wasn't one of the metal coverings didn't want to be there, or the track. That wasn't going to be in keeping with what the historic designation wanted.
You're talking about the hurricane shutter.
Mm-hmm.
What about the ones, the cloth ones? Aren't those an option?
Yeah, that's not acceptable. However, plywood that can stay on year round is acceptable.
We talked about that, I think this is in our last.
As we saw in the last video, last presentation. Just saying, it's not that pretty.
Just for my reminder, so the cloth is not allowed in the historic. It's just a little davits around the window, and
It's never been brought up in this case. That is something staff.
I'm just saying in general.
Yes, it is in general. It is actually approvable.
Yeah. Yes, that could have been an option. Because then you didn't have to do the.
Oop, if you do want to, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
All right, I was just curious.
All right. I think that,
Yeah, our metal shutters actually had the same hardware as well as the canvas shutters, and we were never preceded that opportunity. We were told that it would be more likely to be declined if we proceeded with the shutter hardware on the non-impact windows. And that's why Ms. Kiefer finally made the decision to switch impact so that we can proceed with this process in the hopes of getting her windows replaced, not repaired. Okay. So obviously if they could have been repaired, we could have put shutters on them, but even still that hardware was coming into question as well. So.
Thank you.
And I kind of just want to say, at least my house will be preserved. The house might fall down around it, but the windows will be there.
Thank you.
Sure.
That's all I have.
I'm sorry, we're in executive session right now.
And I think just to kind of reiterate what I said before, I think that's why it's really important to maybe get all of the information, not from our vantage point and trying to make decisions, but for your own edification. There might be an opportunity. I was looking at some of the pictures of the windows to repair those windows in kind and then get some of the mesh screens that would be not as cost prohibitive. Again, just it's always nice to get, moving and get feedback and get an estimate. But for me particularly, I'll just speak for myself. It's nice when someone can come up and say, this is one estimate and this is the other, and it will make us, or it will give us the opportunity to make a more informed decision. So, and then also for you to have a more informed decision.
Well, I had my informed decision because my neighbor keeps having contracts fall through on his home because he renovated his windows. So people coming in to get mortgages because they aren't there, and insurance is so high to renovate, so it's kind of like this little space. So I understand what you're saying, but I had my information.
Thank you. Yeah. So this executive session, is just for comments amongst the board unless you are directing a comment.
I wasn't.
Okay.
It was just in general.
Okay. I have a question for the applicant and perhaps the rep. Iris, would you mind pulling up the agenda item that shows the conditions? Have you seen this before? Okay. If you wouldn't mind quickly just stepping up just so it can be on the record. Really, really quick. So you said you have seen these before, and this is work that's doable, that you guys do agree that you can do?
Oh, yes, absolutely. And that's what part of installing from the inside and hitting those blind stops comes into play. So
Great.
that we can stop the protrusion on the exterior of the home.
Great. Okay. Just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, and the way we've measured so far, we do not protrude across the exterior of the home.
Okay.
So we're right, we're hairline, but we're right there. We're in line with it, so.
Okay. Thank you. Yes.
I think I have a question too, because I know insurance has come up a few times, and sometimes just replacing the windows, of course, is not going to qualify for that credit to get your homeowner's insurance down. I know sometimes I look at the doors too, and I see the door here. It looks like it might be an older door that's not impact. So I just wanted to ask if this is approved, could we see a future application for the door, or are you okay leaving it as it is?
Are you speaking of the front door? It's impact. It's yeah.
Okay.
I bought the house with it and it had been installed like a year or two prior. It's
Okay.
heavy duty, yeah.
And the one on the side as well?
No, not the one in the back. But no, I haven't.
Okay.
I'll add it to the list.
Just curious. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone else have any discussion before we make a motion? Does everyone feel like we're all in agreement about the conditions that were set forward with that? Any edits or anything? Okay. Do we have a motion for this agenda item?
I'd like to recommend that the Planning and Preservation Commission approve with conditions the application for window replacement at 3211 8th Avenue North, a contributing property in the local historic district, with the following conditions as outlined in the staff report.
Second that. Third.
You third.
Okay, so the second was by Commissioner.
Yeah, I second.
Iris, do we have a
Madam
vote?
Chair, if I may?
Yes.
I want to make sure I understand the contractor correctly. I think what she was saying is these might actually be flush mount, and that the first condition is that these actually be set 2 inches back as measured from the trim. So I want to be clear that we're all talking about the same thing.
I believe that, we were clear about our conditions. Okay.
Yeah, it doesn't protrude past the trim of the window. So it's, it doesn't protrude past the framing of the window, or the trim of the window.
The trim of the window is typically only an inch, so you're not looking at a full 2-inch recess, which is what staff has pointed out in the staff report. And if, it's up to the commission if they're comfortable with that.
I think the conditions are the conditions, and if they're not met, then the COA won't be closed out and the permits won't be closed out. That is, the condition currently says 2-inch, so that's what is being approved.
Well, could I just ask for clarification? What I heard you say was that you're flush mounting on the inside. You're installing from the inside.
Would you mind, stepping up
Yeah.
really quick? Thank you.
We're installing from the inside to go up to the blind stop so that the window does not protrude outside. So our window, because of the impact window and the build of the window, is going to be thicker than your historic window. I mean, it's a vinyl window. So that's why typically our installation would go from the outside of a block home or a home that's not historical. But in order to meet the criteria of the historical, we're installing from the insides, hitting those blind stops, which would prevent the window from protruding from the exterior trim of the home. So it would be more, it wouldn't protrude past that frame.
So understanding what you're saying, though, the conditions as we're setting them do state 2 inches.
2 inches of what? At least 2 inches of setback?
Yes.
I mean, again, the window's beveled, so the frame itself is going to be 2 inches back, but there's still a bevel on that window that will protrude to be flush mount with the trim. So if you pulled a picture of the window up, you can actually see how the front of the window is beveled. So, well, I guess this isn't a great depiction of that.
There's another one with the sash coming out. There's another photo.
Yeah, so that's that side of the window, we can kind of see it a little bit.
It's not on there.
Yeah, on the right side there, how the frame, in essence, it almost is beveled. It has a
I know this is so annoying. Would you mind stepping over towards them? I am so sorry. I know that's really annoying. We just want to make sure everything's caught.
You're fine. So it does have a quarter of an inch, half of an inch bevel, which includes the screen that's set in that bevel. But by putting the windows in from the inside and hitting the existing blind stops that are already there would prevent us from returning from the exterior of the home. So the frame itself is going to be set back, but it's beveled. Maybe I should.
2 inches?
No, I don't know. It doesn't come out 2 inches.
Can I get the?
Oh, yes.
You can see a little bit on the left side how it's beveled a little bit there.
Okay.
So this might be the one that's in the application. It's not in the presentation, but this is the
Yeah.
one that is in the application. This shows the flange is here, so this is what's going to stop at the blind stop, and then you've got this projecting out in front of that.
Yeah, and that's not 2 inches. It's not. Yeah. So with the screen the screen itself, you might be looking at an inch. That's why we're installing from the inside to hit the blind stops, because then the window can't go any further.
Okay.
It's forced to stay where it is, and we would leave the existing trim there. We're not replacing any trim unless it's absolutely rotted away. Then we would replace with liking trim. But otherwise, we're just setting it in from the inside and securing it from the inside so it does not protrude.
Okay. So let's pull up those conditions again, because basically what happens is if we vote on these conditions, that is.
What are our options? Can I go and install one window and take pictures of that one window and present that to you? I mean, I don't want to go and put 19 windows in this house and it be declined. I mean, that's just.
All right. Let's
I have a question.
talk. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Is there a different style of window that would allow for a 2-inch recess?
Not an impact.
Yeah.
The frame itself, it's an impact frame. Yeah, and the wall, I mean, vinyl windows nowadays are just larger framed windows than wood back then.
Thank you.
So in the past, I think that's why we've seen these windows actually protrude in past the interior
Correct.
drywall line or stucco line, depending on the year of the house.
So that has been a condition with others. Staff has done, not this particular staff member, but has done final inspections and have had, the windows have had to been packed out on the inside so that they could be recessed even farther in. So you add more trim essentially on the inside or framing to pack that out.
Okay, can I ask a question? So are you saying specifically that you cannot meet condition 1 or you can?
No, we can, but what I'm saying is with flirting so close to that line, I'm hesitant to want to go put 19 windows into her home for you guys to come out to do that inspection, for it to then fail, and now we've put 19 windows in this homeowner's home, and we have to figure out how to then move that back another inch.
Okay.
Because the frame of itself, it does have a half-inch bevel to it. So when you hit those blind stops, you're getting, we're flirting close. I'm not exaggerating. We're right there, but it is flush to the trim of the home.
So I've done a ton of these projects. We have used the impact windows. We have been able to meet the setbacks. I think it's a good point that you make. let's get one window in and just make sure.
Yeah, that's all it is.
move
I don't want
forward.
to, make this more difficult or any more stressful for the homeowner. Let's get one in, come out, take a look at it, make sure we're all on the same page, that it looks okay, and then we can proceed with putting the other 18 in.
Okay.
Or draw a wall section, window section.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is there anything from the standpoint that we're at now that we need to amend in the existing? Okay, that's just more so what you guys are gonna do on your own.
Would I just contact you to go about for having
Yeah.
an inspection for the one window? Okay, cool.
And they'll help you out after we're done with this process. Thank you. Oh. Can we pause for just 1 second while we're wrapping this up, and then you can talk to city staff afterwards? Thank you. Okay. Let's start again, because we did not end up voting on it. Do we need to reintroduce the motion, or?
There's still a motion and a second. There was
Okay.
just further discussion based
Okay.
on the motion. So if you're ready, Chair, you can call for roll call at any time.
Okay, let's take a vote.
Marbe?
Yes.
Magnello?
Yes.
Carrasco?
Yes.
Davis?
Yes.
Jeffrey?
Yes?
Nelson?
Yes.
Drake?
Yes.
And that motion passes unanimously.
Okay. So now at this point, you can go talk to city staff, and they'll help you with everything you need to do from there on. Yep. Okay. I think if everyone's okay, I think let's go into agenda item number 5. I know we still have the presentation, but then I think after agenda item number 5, maybe we'll take a break. I just wanted to put that out there for everyone to know. So Iris, would you mind reading agenda item number 5 into the record? And actually, really quick, I think that the applicant potentially has not yet been sworn in. Should I do that? Should we do that now before agenda item gets read in, or what's easiest?
That's probably fine to do now. Is he going to speak?
Are you the applicant for this? Okay. Are you going to be making a presentation today or speaking? Okay. Okay. Because if you do want to speak, we do have to swear you in. All right. Well, let's swear you in right now if you'd like to speak. Okay.
All right, if you'll raise your right hand, and do you swear or affirm that the evidence you are giving today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Great. Thank you. Okay. Iris, would you mind reading agenda item number 5 into the record?
Okay, and this is city file number 25-902-00046. The request is a review of a certificate of appropriateness application for window replacement at 2740 3rd Avenue North, a contributing property in a local historic district. The agent is Michael Cummings, listed as the contractor. That address again is 2740 3rd Avenue North. The staff contact in this case is Kelly Perkins. However, Derek Kilborn will be presenting on her behalf.
Great.
Oops, 1 second. Here we go.
Hey, thank you, Ms. Nguyen. Just told you, again, I'm presenting for Ms. Perkins today. As you heard in the introduction, this application is actually very similar to the one that you just worked through. So I'll be a little more brief in the presentation and details here. Just quickly, the property is located in the southwest central Kenwood Historic District. The subject property was built in 1925 and is a Craftsman-style bungalow. The COA application proposes to replace 7 historic windows. The proposed replacements are 1/1 vinyl single-hung windows in the existing openings. The trim is proposed to be retained or, if needed, replaced to match. And the new window frames will be recessed to match the historic window setback. This window schedule here shows you the location of the 7 windows that are identified for replacement, including their photographs and labels. And then our summary of findings are just summarized here. They are explained in more detail within the staff report. Overall, they do meet most of the criteria, and staff is recommending approval, subject to the following conditions, which again are standard conditions of approval for our office. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Do you have a presentation? No. If you would like to,
If he has a comment, yep.
okay. So just state your name and address for the record, please.
Hi, I'm Pedro Medina. My address of work as a contractor is 3215 Bennett Street North. I was just approaching this from a situation we had in Tampa. We had a customer, and we did just like you guys decided on, where we did one window and see if you approved it. There is a lot of modification involved of kind of cladding the vinyl windows, and they finally approved it, and we made it match. However, none of that is really comes up in the permitting process. You either approve the window as is or not, and we can meet the setback, but there's other things that we had done to the window, like covering certain parts of it with wood. So when you look at it, you don't even see the vinyl. And I don't know, that's kind of specific situations that I don't know if we get talk about, but maybe that's something worth discussing in future historic projects. Just my thoughts. But I thought we might have to do something like this for this project, to cover all the vinyl. If that's desired, we can do that. We were successful before, but I was surprised to hear you guys talk about that you actually do approve vinyl windows. I didn't think this was going to get approved, so I was just like, oh, but after you said that, I feel a lot better. So we can, help meet in the middle more by covering it with wood if desired. But I think that that requires a lot more in-depth and actually coming out to the site. Do you guys do that sort of thing? Okay, because it's not an inspection, it's like a historic inspection, so it's like under a different department, but you still do that. Okay. All right, that's only thoughts I had. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now we are entering into the public hearing. I did not receive any green cards, and seeing no one in the audience that will most likely have any comments about this, we're going to move on to cross-examination. Does the city have any cross-examination? Okay. Does the applicant have any cross-examination for the city? All right, the applicant waives. We're moving into closing remarks. Does the city have any closing? All right. Does the applicant have any closing remarks? Okay. All right. So now we're going to enter into executive session, and
I'll just make a comment about all of these window replacement projects. And, I think this last hurricane season was a bit of a wake-up call for all of us, especially the residents of a lot of these older homes. I mean, people were scared. People were afraid of, debris coming through their single-pane glass. I can't imagine how many of those old windows leaked, and we are seeing, and we're going to see, a lot more of these window replacements. People want to have windows on their old homes that are going to protect them in the event of storms. And, we need to be understanding and empathetic when, they want to do double pane glass with vinyl, and just, accept that we're going to start seeing these more and more. So it's very hard to repair to get the impact protection on a single pane glass, repairing the existing wood, and then having the stress and the struggle of having to put up, whether it's fabric panels or plywood panels or corrugated metal panels. I mean, that's a lot of extra work. So I just wanted to make that comment. So,
okay.
Well, if I could add to that, and certainly not disagreeing at all with setting windows back in plane, because that is a very specific look that we want to try to maintain as much as possible. But when you're talking about these old wood frame buildings that only have a 4-inch window wall depth to begin with, it's a feel-good thing when we start saying, well, let's add additional trim to the inside and whatever. That window then becomes vulnerable of caving in because it's not anchored properly to the building. So, I think we need to think through very clearly that type of setup so that we're not creating a false hope that that window is going to survive a hurricane. And again, it's, as Commissioner Wanamaker said, this is just something we're going to see more and more of. And I would rather, at the end of the day, save the building by not having rainwater come in. I mean, I had a building that I panicked in getting all new windows put into it for that very reason, that they were in the process of rotting out, and they were replacement windows already. But had I not done that before last hurricane season, I probably would have lost the building, or at least had such significant damage, it would have not made sense to repair it. So I think we have to think the big picture too.
And just to follow up that as well, I am totally sympathetic to the citizens of St. Petersburg. I endured some damage myself, thankfully not from my windows, but I think, as stewards on this panel, we need to strike a balance. Your historic windows aren't necessarily going to leak, and in fact, I manage 20 plus historic buildings that have the fabric over the historic windows, and it is possible to make them weather tight. While I understand everyone is really afraid after this hurricane season especially, I think that it's important to, as we did, do our due diligence in every single case. Again, we're having applicants come before us that have moved into these historic districts well after they've been established. They're aware when they move in that they're moving into an historic district. So again, while I am really sympathetic to everybody who went through this last hurricane season and has, encountered damage in the past from any hurricane, any natural disaster, my daily experience in managing the historic property that I do really does show that it's possible to have these historic windows and protect them from inclement weather.
I would like to add also, I think that obviously we've heard some of this here today. There's going to be probably now, we're seeing a lot of, and we'll continue to see in the future, significant overlap between requirements for historic preservation and conflicting requirements for reasonable homeowners insurance. That's one of the things that's starting to come up where it's like, yeah, okay, your roof isn't leaking, but if you have a mortgage on your house, you're required to have homeowners insurance, and the insurance companies or carriers are going to require it to be X years old or not. So that is also going to go into effect with when somebody's purchasing a house. They're going to do a 4-point inspection so that they can obtain insurance, and they're going to look at the roof, the windows, the doors, things of that nature. So we're going to start to have conflicting overlap here with historic designations and your average homeowner trying to buy a property or sell a property that then is not able to be financed or insured through reasonable conventional means. So I think we just have to be cognizant and sympathetic to that as well.
I have just a quick thing, just very similar to what we did with the previous agenda item. When you have a minute, would you mind pulling that up? Just the conditions that we set forth for the application. Have you had a chance to review those items that were in our application that are our conditions for approval?
Yeah, you brought it up.
Yeah, would you mind stepping up to the podium?
Yes, I was looking at it.
Okay, great. If you want to take a minute just to make sure that these conditions, 3, 4, and 5 are standard. They're always in there. But definitely take a look at 1 and 2 and let us know if those are not doable.
How are you using the word light in that first one? 1/1 window light configuration.
Thanks, city staff.
Essentially, it's the single pane over the single pane that moves. Right now, you got double hung, so they're both moving this way. Single hung would just be move the ones. But it's just, if sometimes other designs have like 6/1, which is like the Muttons, where it's got grids, like a colonial grid. So she's just saying match the exact existing 1/1 configuration.
Got it. Yeah, that's the case. Yes, I'm at that. Windows. We talked about this number 2 earlier in the week, and everything else is fine. Yeah.
Great. Okay.
I'm confident with that.
Wonderful. Thank you. Do we have any other comments as a group before I ask for a motion? Okay. Do we have a motion at this time?
I'd like to make the motion that the Community Planning and Preservation Commission approve with condition the certificate of appropriateness application for the replacement of windows at 2740 3rd Avenue North, a contributing property to local historic district, with the conditions as outlined in the staff report.
Second.
Great. Iris, can we have roll call?
Yes. Marve?
Yes.
Magnello?
Yes.
Brasco?
Yes.
Davis?
Yes.
Jeffrey?
Yes?
Nelson?
Yes.
And Drake?
Yes.
And that motion passes unanimously.
Great. Thank you. So that ends the quasi judicial section of the meeting, but I think this would be a great time for a 5-minute break before we move into the presentation, if that's okay with everyone?
Yes, please.
Okay.
I'll second that.
Sounds good. All right, we'll see everyone in about 5 minutes.
Go with me then, right?
Oop. Thank you. So welcome back, everyone. Now we're going to have a Historic Preservation Month presentation.
All right, very good. Well, thank you. May is National Historic Preservation Month, so I thought it was important to give you just a general information presentation on a number of issues that really go beyond just the classic certificate of appropriateness or local landmark designation. So working in my role as manager for urban planning and historic preservation, I am also responsible for comprehensive long-range planning, and I work a lot on zoning and day-to-day land development regulations. And I can see how historic preservation is complementary to what we are trying to do through the LDRs and just general planning initiatives. But sometimes I think those things get missed in the kind of hyper-focus on COAs and the restrictions that sometimes come with landmark designation. So I wanted to just take today to kind of go through some of the different incentives that are out there related to historic preservation, and this is very casual, so if you see something on a slide and you want to interrupt me, we can stop and just have a discussion about what we have up on the screen. The other thing I've tried to do is create a presentation for you that is interactive. So when Ms. Wynn puts the presentation up on the screen, as we're moving through, you will see there's a short URL here, and there's also a QR code, which basically takes you to the location where this presentation is saved. And then there is a second document there on how to research the history of your home that is currently not on the website. So I put that in the folder as well so you can access that too. So this is a presentation that I know you've all been emailed now, and you are free to share this with anybody who might benefit from the information. We share similar information and presentations like this one regularly, and so I would encourage you to do that as well if you encounter somebody who could benefit from the information here. So just very quickly, this is how our division is set up. So I manage the division. We have 2 historic preservationists, and this is contact information for anybody who might see this presentation today or see it later and want to come in with additional questions or look for follow-up information. The other thing that we like to include when we go out to speak to organizations is a breakdown of just some of the terminology. So there's oftentimes a lot of confusion about what things mean. So just kind of sarcastically, you will hear people say, well, it's historic, and they want to save everything that's historic. And I want to be clear that that is not necessarily true. And in the profession, historic simply means that a building or resource is 50 years in age or more. It does not indicate the value or importance of that resource and whether or not that resource would qualify for designation. It is simply a age descriptive. National Register of Historic Places does identify historic properties significant on more of a national level, and it is important to be familiar with National Register properties and resources because locally they do qualify for a ad valorem tax exemption, and they also qualify for federal rehabilitation tax credit, which we have additional information later on in the presentation on that. But it does not necessarily have to be a local landmark in order to qualify for those incentives. We also have the local landmark designation, which we formally refer to as the St. Petersburg Register of Historic Places. And then you have, of course, kind of just terminology, contributing and non-contributing resources, certificates of appropriateness, and then because we're oftentimes introducing the design guidelines book, or we're describing the work of this commission, we include that information too. Okay, we also like to show the residents how to empower themselves to look up information that relates to the history of their property. And so we will walk whoever we're presenting to through some website slides and how to access that information. So normally you would come into the city's website at stpete.org/history, and then you would click into historic preservation. And then we recommend that they start with the historic preservation map. And when you go to that map, This is where you can access different information layers. National Register is separate from local. And we continue to refine the information layers to include additional helpful information. So, for example, you'll see we have a layer for historic trolley lines. That is not a regulatory piece. That is just some historic information we had that was adaptable to the GIS map system. Okay, and then of course we have local historic districts, and local historic districts and local landmarks do require certificates of appropriateness. So these are the most important parcels to be familiar with. And I mentioned that these presentation slides are interactive, so you'll see, for example, across the bottom, interactive historic preservation map. The color rendering is a little different in the chamber here than what this was set, but if you click on that link, it will take you to the interactive map. Okay, so again, I apologize here for some of the color rendering being off, but the first group of information that we wanted to review were some of the regulatory incentives and aspects that we have in the city. And then the second grouping will move through some of the financial incentives, and then finally we'll just close with some different random items that didn't necessarily fit into these two groupings. So starting with adaptive reuse of historic buildings, some of you may recognize this building. It's a former school-owned property in the Euclid St. Paul neighborhood, located right across the street from the Euclid Church of Christ that recently came through as an adaptive reuse proposal. So this particular school building was converted to 16 multifamily units, and in the city's land development regulations, we have an adaptive reuse chart that allows uses that are otherwise prohibited by a underlying zoning category. So the one that we most commonly see is a parcel that is single-family zone residential, and somebody is proposing to convert a church or a school building that is also in that single-family residential zoning to a multifamily proposal or project. I think that having worked with the adaptive reuse regulations and now processing several applications over the recent years, I think that we're probably at a point in time where we would like to revisit this table and perhaps expand the flexibility that is afforded through this adaptive reuse table in exchange for tightening up some of the other language that's in the adaptive reuse section related to rezoning. When we had a case recently come through, there was an option for adaptive reuse with what we describe as major change or major reuse. And because of that, it was including a companion rezoning. And legislatively, it's a little difficult to enforce that through the adaptive reuse section. So we think that that's something we'd like to clean up. And in exchange for removing that option, expanding some of the flexibility through this table here. The land development regulations also include a floor area ratio exemption in the downtown center zoning districts. So it's very difficult in the downtown center to encourage preservation of historic buildings because the value of redevelopment is so high. And one of the things and tools that we use downtown to encourage preservation is to completely exempt the floor area for any landmark building, to say that that floor area would not count against your calculations. So what we're trying to do, of course, is encourage designs that maybe wrap the historic building in a way that it is preserved and doesn't take any development entitlement away from the property owner. We also have building and fire code exceptions. We don't get a lot of questions about this, and sometimes we have to bring this up in permit review meetings as an option for an applicant to consider. But there are exceptions to certain building and fire code requirements if you are a historic building that is contributing or listed in the National Register and or local. And so we do try to bring this up from time to time as maybe a way to preserve the historic integrity of a building, by granting an exception to a building code requirement that might significantly alter the building otherwise. Another thing that has come up since our storm season this past fall is that historic buildings, National Register and local, can be exempted from the 49% rule. So if you have one of these structures that have been impacted, it does allow for improvements to the building that are historically correct, but does not trigger full compliance. And so this exemption to the 49% rule is really important, and we're going to try to ramp up our communication of this going forward into the upcoming storm season so that people are more familiar with it. Okay, in the next grouping, we'll start with ad valorem tax exemptions. There are a lot of home improvements that are made in the National Register districts that never come in and apply for an ad valorem tax exemption. So in summary, basically, if you are doing a substantial improvement to your building through the ad valorem tax exemption, you can capture the value that is derived from that improvement and have that rebated back to you through a 10-year prorated period going forwards. This does not require local landmark designation. So if you're in the historical Northeast, Round Lake Uptown, if you're in the larger Kenwood neighborhood, Roser Park, these are large National Register areas that do qualify for this incentive. We don't see many people taking advantage of it. If you're doing the project anyways and it's historically correct, you should definitely be filling out one of these forms because you're leaving this incentive on the table. So in the presentation, as you work through this, you'll see some different examples. There's also a federal historic rehabilitation tax credit. We don't see this often. There are several examples where it has been used. Most recently, this commission worked on the Florida Peninsular building, which is 4th Street North and Gandy Boulevard. They went through a National Register listing, I believe local designation, and also applied for the federal rehabilitation tax credit. So this is a more recent example of that being utilized. And then this is an older example when the Hotel Pennsylvania was modified into Courtyard by Marriott. They used the federal rehabilitation tax credit, and it's not necessarily constraining. You can see from this project that not only did they obtain the federal rehabilitation tax credit, but they also did a substantial addition at the back of the building. So preservation here had financial incentive that did not constrain the ability to do new construction. We do have a transfer development rights program in the city for historic buildings that just simply allows you to convert unused airspace or development entitlement, convert that to a TDR credit, and then transfer that off-site to another development that is looking for development bonuses. So this program has changed a lot over the years, and currently the way that it is working is you can convert the difference between the square footage of your existing building or buildings on site and the base floor area ratio that is itemized in the code. If a development in the downtown center, for example, is impacting a historic listed building, so for example, if there's a building that's a contributing resource to the National Register district and the proposed development will demolish that National Register building, when they move into the bonus system, they are required to prioritize a historic preservation incentive, and we see that most often used through the TDR program. So they're going out and buying TDRs. We do manage those TDRs through a registry table, and this is just an example of what that table looks like. So if you receive this table and you see in the left margin, we have the original TDR credit, and that top line is going to be who created the credit and how many credits were created. And then we've indented the sales underneath the parent. So as those credits flow through the projects, you can see the movement of some of those credits. And we can come back to any of these if you have questions. Okay, the city also established in 2019 a historic preservation and conservation grant program. I included it here to show you the potential of what we can do. This particular program is on what I'm calling a COVID hold for right now. So we went through the first cycle in 2019, and I'll show you the projects that were awarded then. In 2020, of course, we had COVID, and many of the city's grant programs were put on a temporary hold. We are redesigning this program right now and hope to reintroduce it this year. This was initially a $5 million allocation out of the downtown TIF. And the original plan was over a 5-year period to award up to $1 million per year for improvements in the TIF boundary. And so on this graphic here, you'll see this is the downtown TIF boundary, and the orange parcels are the ones that identify National Register district parcels. One of the awardees, this was originally designed as a matching grant up to $250,000. One of the awardees was the Green Richmond Arcade. They received, you can see, a $47,800 grant award for doing HVAC improvements on the building. Some of the other examples are the State Theater, who received $250,000. The Snell Arcade condo owners received a cumulative total of $148,000. The Fleur de Lyon, $250,000. And then the Detroit Hotel was the fifth awardee. They were awarded $110,000, but never followed through on the project that they applied for. So, you know, in this case here, there's effort by the city to provide resources to help the owners of these historic buildings make the necessary improvements. In this case, this $110,000 was left on the table and never claimed from the awardee. Through the State Division of Historic Resources, there are 2 annual grant opportunities. One is called a special category grant, which will provide up to $1 million, and then there are small matching grants up to $50,000. So we have been successful in applying for several of these, either through our division or through the city's facilities relating to, for example, Sunken Gardens has been effective in receiving some of these awards. There are also other miscellaneous grants that people wouldn't normally think about our office for. American Express, for example, has 2 small business grants. One of them that just reopened for this 2025 cycle is the second bullet point, backing historic small restaurants. So in this case, we had received an email in our office from American Express that this opportunity was opening up. We forwarded this to the greenhouse and coordinated with our economic and workforce development team. They sent the information out, and we had a restaurant ask for additional assistance because they were interested in applying for the award. Our team then went ahead and did all the background historic research for them so that when they submitted, they would have all that material to help strengthen their application. Unfortunately, the one that we helped last year did not receive the award, but I did include it in the presentation because I think it's important to point out that if we're thinking creatively, these opportunities are out there and they are historic preservation related. Whether it's preserving the historic space that the business is located in, or it's preserving the business itself. In these cases, they would be what we describe as a legacy business, something that has been contributing to the community for decades. There's no consensus around what is a legacy business, but we've seen different references between 40 and 60 or 75 years in age. Down on the bottom here too, we've included several different funds. National Fund for Sacred Places, National Trust for Historic Preservation has a grant for preserving Black churches. We've had several church properties that have come through this commission in the last few years that have qualified for these types of grants. And so we're always trying to share information with applicants and helping them, because sometimes the city is not a qualified applicant for these grants, but a property owner or a nonprofit organization might be. And so we're trying to provide support where we can. And I think that this is an example of that. So we have several cemeteries that I'm sure you've heard or read about in the last few years that are just west of Tropicana Field. These are 3 former cemeteries that were contracted for relocation. As part of the redevelopment of the Trop, it was important for us to do ground penetrating radar and confirm were the contracted grave sites relocated or not. And so we have gone through 2 phases of ground penetrating radar analysis, confirming that the cemeteries have been relocated as contracted. And we are continuing to work on that as we move through whatever the next phase may be for the Tropicana redevelopment. At one point in this process, future next steps were incorporated as part of the Rays Hines development deal. Since that deal has now kind of dissolved in the month of March, we are reassessing where we're at, and we're taking back some of those pieces and evaluating what our next steps will be, continuing the analysis. In talking about the grants, there is a grant opportunity that was provided through the Florida Department of State for something called Abandoned African American Cemeteries. One of the 3 cemeteries here was historically known as Evergreen and was an African American cemetery. The city did not qualify as a grant applicant for that particular grant offering. And so we reached out to the USF Anthropology Department under the direction of Antoinette Jackson. They operate what's called the Black Cemetery Network, where they're collecting information related to Black cemeteries nationwide. Her team was able to then apply for the grant because they were an academic institution. We provided some of the backup materials, and they were awarded that grant for $50,000. And so her team has been doing additional research on the Evergreen Cemetery that used to be there, and just trying to pull together research about who may have been buried there and what were the histories of their families and life experiences in St. Petersburg. Okay, our current grant is one that came through the National Park Service for underrepresented communities. What we had submitted for this particular grant was something called the Deuces Neighborhood Survey Update and National Register Nomination Project. This grant was awarded to the city in December of 2024. However, the funds are on hold, I guess pending some determinations at the federal level. But we were awarded this grant, and so our team is ready to proceed with this project if the funds are released. But specifically, what we're hoping to do with this project is update an older neighborhood survey for the Deuces neighborhood. And then if that area does qualify and has kind of a concentric set of properties that meet the National Register criteria, submit for National Register designation. And that would not come with the certificate of appropriateness requirements, but it would qualify these properties for the different incentives that we were talking about earlier. So the ad valorem and the federal rehabilitation tax credits. Okay, finally, there are different legislative actions that are happening to create a state level historic preservation incentive. This particular cycle, there wasn't anything particularly active related to a state incentive. For the last several years in the 2023 and 2024 legislative cycles, there was an effort to pass a bill related to Florida Main Streets that would have created additional credits that would match like our local ad valorem or the federal rehabilitation tax credit program. Unfortunately, those bills did not pass, but this is another example where we are working and trying to support where we can these types of efforts. There are also many, many contributions that private organizations and individuals can make to historic preservation work. Most of you are familiar with Keeping the Vibe Alive, which was an economic impact and housing affordability analysis that was led by Preserve the Burg and funded in part from the city of St. Petersburg. They unfortunately came out with the final report right about the same time that the Ray's Hines redevelopment negotiations were ongoing, and that took up much of the attention in the local press. But this is a very valuable report and has a lot of information. If you haven't read it, I encourage you to do that. I included this one. It's from City of Tampa, but again, it shows the power of private organizations to advance this work because the cities can't always do that. And the Tampa Downtown Partnership had taken on the project of doing a historic survey and analysis of the Franklin Street corridor. And so they have a plan that they put out in February of 2023. And I linked to that report too, just so you can see the types of things that could be done on the private side. Finally, I'll close with these three bits of information and resource tools. So most of you are obviously familiar with the design guidelines for historic properties. It's what we're using here to analyze our COAs. And so we will oftentimes show these slides in our presentations to just illustrate there's so much information available already for you to make informed decisions about what are appropriate window configurations or door configurations for your style. But in addition to design, there's also just a lot of helpful information in the design guidelines relating to project planning and maintenance. So we have other information in there about how to maintain your historic building. You have probably heard me say in different presentations before, at the end of the day, the goal is to give people the tools to maintain and preserve their historic building, regardless of whether it's designated or not. And so our design guidelines attempt to do that and give you the tools that you need. I referenced a resident's guide to researching historic property. Some of you may remember working with Laura Duvicott on our team. She initially put this document together, and this is a great resource for just homeowners to understand how to research the history of your home. It is available in the folder that we linked with the presentation. Okay, one of the other things that we've talked about is a direct mail piece. And so what you have on the screen here are scans of the postcards that individuals are going to receive. You see right on the front of the postcard, you are the owner of a National Register property, or you are the owner of a local landmark property. And then when you flip to the back side of the postcard, there's not a lot of space, but it will give you enough description and then a QR code to click through to get to an information booklet that has also been prepared to walk you through more of a summary of what is the Historic Preservation Program with special emphasis on Certificate of Appropriateness process. And so the example that we used in here was related to fences, because we know we have issues with COA requirement for fences, but not a permit requirement. So we really wanted to highlight that in the booklet. But everything is really distilled down to just small kind of pieces, so that if they're looking for more information, they can go get it. But this will definitely put them on notice. You are classified this, and here's what the COA requirement means.
Quick question.
Yes,
so
of course.
The properties that are both national and local, will they get both cards, or how is the homeowner going to know which is more?
Yeah.
What?
Good question. So that's something we have to answer yet, because there is some overlap, and if we're sending a postcard for both, then that's additional postage. So we're trying to figure out how to budget this correctly.
Additional question on that. Is
Yeah.
this going to be a one-time push, or is this just going to be mail out to all these property owners every 6 months, quarterly, annually?
It used
as
to
a
be.
reminder?
Yeah, so it
You know what I
used to be a trifold letter. And by switching to, we've used postcard as a pilot on several recent very large-scale zoning applications, and it's worked very well. So by using the postcard, our intention is to do the initial mail-out. And then the one thing we have to decide is how do we handle that going forward? So at the 1 year mark, we could potentially send out a whole new set of postcards, or we can, through GIS, also identify only the parcels where there have been ownership changes and just do target mailings to those address changes. And because we can do those GIS cross-references, can we do that at 6 months versus a year, since it's going to be a much more select mailing? So that's something we're going to have to figure out. What do the numbers look like, and what would the budget for something like that cost? But our intention is definitely to get back into some type of annual routine where notice is going out to owners as they come into the districts.
Cool.
And individual local landmarks too, because they also have a COA requirement.
This looks so clear. I really, really, really like it. You guys really did a great job.
I appreciate you saying that. It's taken more time than we anticipated, but we've been making some adjustments too. So we were getting close to ready in the fall, and with the storm season and seeing a lot of the confusion about the 49% rule, we've tried to rewrite some sections of the document to put that in there, because it wasn't in there at all. We already had put in there a section that included a link to federal guidelines for flood adaptation of historic buildings. So there's a really great set of guidelines that already exist, and we had previously linked to it, but we didn't say anything about the 49% rule and its applicability. So we've tried to change this document to include that now.
I just think that how you phrased it with the postcard simple statements and just like the language that I can see, and I want to look through the whole booklet, but I felt like the words that were used were digestible. They were easy, and I felt like they didn't go over a property owner's head, you know, because I think some of this stuff people aren't totally grasping. So I think you guys did a really, really great job of making this digestible, saying you are the owner, you know, this is where it is, and it's just, thank you. It looks really, really good. You guys, I'm sure this was a lot of work, so I'm excited to read it, but so far, like, just, it seems digestible, and I looked ahead, obviously, but it's really useful, and I think people are going to be really, really grateful for this information that you guys did.
Great, thank you. I will share those comments with our team and
Please
with the
do.
marketing department as well.
Yeah.
That's a great transition to this document, which is also pending. We have the rules and regulations, rules and procedures for the CPPC and for the DRC. They're very similar. And so what we've tried to do is put together a public hearing document that is more visual and not just kind of legal bylaws type of language. So this is something else that will be coming out soon, and this will be a public hearing booklet that kind of walks you through the process of going through a public hearing. So I just clipped some of the images here. What is the order of a presentation? That's a little more text-based, but we've tried to break it down a little bit. One of the pages will be a map of City Hall with where you can park and what entrance do you go in at City Hall. You can see these pages here are trying to break down the podium for you. And also the picture in the center is how to use the clicker and what is the visual perspective when you're standing at the podium, and you know your timer's going to be right over here. So we have that labeled in the picture as well, because I think a lot of people come into this process and they're very intimidated, and some of the aggression that we see in these cases I don't think is the person's personality necessarily. I think we're just kind of seeing some of their fear and not knowing what to expect. So that was kind of the inspiration for trying to do a booklet like this and just break it down visually so that hopefully they're more comfortable coming in and already know what they're stepping up to if they're speaking at the podium.
I think that's really important because I feel like we've seen a lot of people that it's probably their first time even going to a city meeting.
This is super intimidating if you've never like walked into something like this. You're an average homeowner, like, and you're working with city staff and you're just in an office and a face-to-face and you walk in here and it's like, am I on trial? Like, what's going on? So I think that maybe puts people in the defensive. They come in hot.
It helps to make it more of a level playing field, I think. You've got folks, professional folks who've been here 50 times a year, and, they know how to navigate the room here. But, the poor neighborhood guy who's coming in for the first time, it's just overwhelming.
Yeah.
Makes it welcoming. I think that providing this I think it's really going to empower people coming in here, and it's really, really great you guys did this here. Because I would have never even thought to have included something like this. And I think people hopefully read through it, or at least even after the fact, if they see it. They're like, oh, wow, someone put a lot of time into this and thought about what it would be like coming from my perspective. And I think that's a really, really great job that you guys did, including that.
Thank you.
I think it makes it a lot more user-friendly and
Oh, yeah.
obviously accessible and transparent, and kind of takes away the mystery of a lot of this if you're not familiar with it. So great job. Kudos.
And we did set it up so that you'll see here it has references to the CPPC and DRC. And then again, as you move on to this, we have references to both commissions, because the idea is we want to create a document that we can use for both. And what will happen is when Ms. Nguyen is sending out communications related to applications, we will include a link so that they can access this prior to the public hearing. And of course, our staff will be aware of it too. So as we're dealing with individual applicants, we can share that too.
That's genius.
It actually was coming together much better than expected. And so we reached out to the city council's office as well, in the city clerk's office, to let them know, hey, we're working on this document for our two commissions. Is there something we're doing here that you might like to see added? Be thinking that it might be adaptable to other commissions and perhaps the city clerk's office as well. So this doesn't necessarily relate to National Historic Preservation Month, but it does relate to the commission, so we wanted to include that in there. That kind of concludes our presentation of information today. We do appreciate you listening. And I did have, going back to some of the discussion from earlier today, there was a reference in the opening comments about upcoming joint meeting between this commission and the city council and what the comprehensive plan says. The comprehensive plan does reference a joint meeting annually between this commission and the city council. We did bring that to the joint meeting 3 years ago and identified the comprehensive plan policy, but the discussion between the commission members and the city council at that time was that they felt they did not need to meet annually, and so they asked for us to come back with a joint meeting in 3 years. And so we're at the 3-year mark now, and that's why we're coming back at this time. The opening comment was correct, but it was decided by the commission and the council at their last joint session to wait 3 years before doing it again.
I do have a question about that meeting.
Mhm.
Is that going to be open to the public as well, or is that going to just be our commission with city council? I just wasn't sure what the structure of that meeting was.
It will not be public comments where people are coming up to a podium. This is a meeting between the commission and the city council. But when you have that many commission and council members coming together, it is advertised as a public meeting. And so members of the public could attend if they were interested. And I think right now we're scheduling or looking at scheduling it at the Sunken Gardens meeting room. And that, of course, will be on August 28th. So we don't have any workshop planned for you after today. I know that was mentioned as well. That was not planned for today. But we have encouraged you to start thinking about if there are specific issues that you want to bring to that joint meeting, the sooner you can tell us about it, we can start to plan and do background research. So maybe what we can do as staff is start to identify as well. We already have a list of some things we think are important for discussion. We can share that with you too, so you can see maybe we've already touched on the things that you think are important.
That would be great if we could have maybe, if the meeting is in August, if maybe we could see that list June, July. That way, you know, we can see it and brainstorm, because like, you know, off the top of my head, I already have a couple things that I'd like to bring on there, and that will give you guys time to add that. Because I don't know if we're going to present them with that list or how the discussion's going to go, but at least that gives us time to brainstorm and then provide that to you all as well.
The other thing we can do is provide you, I'm trying to remember if we did this after the last month's discussion. We can provide you a copy of the information and the report that was prepared for that joint meeting 3 years ago.
That would be amazing.
So there might be information in there that you find helpful. Yes. And you'll see how the agenda was set up and what that looked like going into it.
That would be great.
Okay.
So about a year ago, I had submitted a plan for furthering historic preservation in our city, and I think that would be a useful document to look at too. If we could maybe send that out at the same time, that would be helpful. I thought at the last meeting, we had talked about having a workshop to kind of get our thoughts together on this so that we have like a joint presentation at the meeting with the council.
Yeah, if maybe, I don't know what the agenda items obviously look like for July, but perhaps maybe that's something that we could put in the schedule for that meeting. That way it's what happens in that last meeting right before our August. So we're all, you know, it's fresh in our minds and we're prepared. I really like that idea though. That way we can all kind of gather and brainstorm our thoughts and bring them together and kind of be on the same page going forward into that meeting.
I'm just looking at the calendar. I guess the August meeting is also a couple weeks ahead.
Oh, the 12th?
So, yep, the August meeting is on the 12th.
So maybe we do it that meeting.
And then, right, maybe if we all need more time or you need more time, the August meeting is on the 12th, and then the joint meeting is on the 28th.
So could we
maybe
maybe have your list of the items by July, and that way in the August meeting, we can have that workshop where we discuss it, and then 2 weeks later we have that meeting, and I think that that'll keep us all super prepared.
Sure.
Right, yeah.
We can do that.
Great.
Yeah, good.
Okay.
I have one closing comment that I'd love to make. I'm sure you all have heard about the documentary film Raised, and I don't know if any of you have had a chance to see it. I saw it yesterday. It was put on by the St. Pete Downtown Partnership and the Chamber of Commerce and St. Pete EDC. It's excellent. It documents and tells the story of the raising of the gas plant neighborhood, not necessarily to make way for urban renewal and then eventually Tropicana Field, but it's excellent. They're going to continue to make the circuit, trying to get that out for the public to see. At some point in the future, they will get it out in the public domain, but they're also trying to pick up distribution rights, so that they have to be careful about how much they get out in the public right now, like on YouTube or somewhere. But if you have the opportunity to see it, to view it, see it. It's about an hour and 10 minutes long, and following it, they usually do a little discussion with the producer and the director, and then they had a resident of the gas plant neighborhood there as well. It was excellent. So.
Did you watch it? Sorry.
I'm sorry? Oh,
Where do we go to?
well, it's I got an email from the Downtown Partnership, the Chamber of Commerce, and St. Pete. It might be that it might come back out again in a couple weeks or 3 weeks or 4. I'm not sure. It was kind of a special showing, and I think this might be maybe the third or fourth showing of
They had it at Healthy St. Pete was the kickoff.
Yeah.
Maybe 6 weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
Very, very well attended.
Yeah.
Probably 400 or 500 people
Yeah.
there.
Mm-hmm.
And really, probably 80% of the audience were people that were either descendants or lived in the gas plant area.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, yesterday it was more of the business community downtown and beyond, and yeah, just it was excellent. So if you have a chance, I'm not sure when it's going to be viewed next or again, but just maybe keep a lookout for that. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a URL that's gasplantfilm.com, and it has the screenings on it. So it's the last screening, probably was the one that you saw on April 20th. Oh, no, that one's not even on there.
Oh, yeah, I saw it yesterday. Was it yet? Yeah, yesterday I saw it. So,
Sounds really good.
yeah, I know the producer, so if, I'll make sure he's got that website updated with any future screenings.
Perfect.
I'll send him an email.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, that's it.
One other update. So obviously, we just had the legislative session. We were tracking probably over 20 bills, different bills that related to land use, zoning, historic preservation. There are a couple that made it through. Most significantly was probably updates to the Live Local Act. So some of these things are in different forms of the approval process, so we're just continuing to monitor everything, and then we'll be able to report back to this commission in another month or two about the final outcome from those different actions. But I mentioned the Live Local Act updates. There was another one related to the demolition of historic structures and the ability for municipalities to fine unapproved demolitions of historic structures. And so that one honestly wasn't on my radar until very late in the process. And so, like I said, we'll kind of collect the final actions, and then we can do an information report item to you sometime in the next month or two. Now I'm done.
Okay, does anyone else have any updates or announcements they want to share?
Just a thank you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That was great. I'm really excited to see how the rollout of that implements the process going forward. So, great job. Okay.
All right.
Let me pull up my thing. Sorry, guys. Okay, so there's no more updates or announcements. So thank you all, and we are adjourned. And then I do ask that while the mic's on, we all just stay seated until the
Mm-hmm.
was not something that I thought was in my reach. It wasn't a part of my vision. But when it came to fruition, I realized that it was such a huge honor and a huge opportunity to help others understand that it's not where you start, it's where you finish. So being the president of SPC is an honor, it is a privilege, it's also a lot of hard work. One of the biggest moments of a college president is the investiture. I remember fighting tears because it's a part of my journey that my mom, who helped get me there, was not able to join me. She had passed away. She said, Tanja, you're gonna do some cool things in life. I'm not gonna be here to see it, but I know you will. And she said, don't sell your soul to get it, and don't sell your soul to keep it. And I remember standing on that stage saying to her, we did it, and I did not sell my soul. I've had a lot of people in my life who stood in the gap for me to help me do what I didn't think I could even do myself. People like Helen Callier at George's Pools. They were one of the first African-American millionaires in St. Petersburg who owned a swimming pool company. They pushed me hard to go to college, and they helped me stay in college. For those of you who are thinking, wow, I've failed 3 times, get up the 4th time. Many of us have failed. Many of us have made mistakes, but you dust yourself off and you keep going. It's all about the possibilities. Don't leave them on the table. Get up, dust yourself off, and keep trying.
Water is an issue in the state of Florida. Do you know where our original water source was?
Back in the day, I believe it came from what we call Mirror Lake today. And back then, because it served as the city's reservoir, they imaginatively called it Reservoir Lake. And it supplied the city water for quite some time. And during the Spanish-American War, there would be troop deployments come over from Tampa to get water from the lake so that they could take back to the troops who were waiting to embark to Cuba.
They did. I remember seeing a newspaper article from the day the ships were leaving Tampa, and it almost became chaotic because a number of the ships that left Tampa had to come to St. Petersburg, take on water, go back to Tampa. The speedier ships wanted to leave Tampa and hurry and invade Cuba, and it became just some craziness in the middle of Tampa Bay there.
It would have been chaotic.
Very chaotic.
District 3 spans parts of eastern and northeastern St. Pete. Bordered to the east by Tampa Bay, it's a slice of everything that makes St. Pete special. Vibrant neighborhoods, convenient city amenities, and abundant access to nature. Hi, I'm Mike Harding, your City Council member for District 3. Here in District 3, we have 18 parks, including Shore Acres Mini Park where I'm standing today. From intimate neighborhood spaces, like this one, to larger destinations like Fossil Park, there's something for everyone. Want to visit Willis S. Johns Rec Center? Got it. Pickleball courts? Absolutely. Skate park? Check. And yes, there's a pool too. We're also home to the newest rec center in the city, Shore Acres Rec Center, with 6 swimming pool lanes, 2 diving boards, and spaces for community gatherings. It's become a central hub for the neighborhood. Looking for golf lessons or just a place to hit a bucket of balls? Visit Mangrove Bay Golf Course, where you'll find a full pro shop and the Cypress Links Par 3 course right next door. But what I love most about District 3 are the neighborhoods. I grew up right here in Shore Acres, spending my grass cutting money at an arcade and pizza joint where LCC's middle school campus now stands. Shore Acres is a tranquil waterfront community. Like its neighbor Snell Isle, it's just 5 minutes from the buzz at downtown, but feels worlds apart. Drive 5 minutes west and you'll wind through the hilly, tree-lined streets of Allendale. Hard to believe you're still in St. Pete. District 3 is also packed with amenities. We've got a boat ramp, 2 fire stations, a library, a water plant, a brush site, and 25 bridges. Sports organizations like Northeast Little League and the St. Pete Raiders Soccer Club are woven into our community. And yes, you'll find me refereeing youth soccer on the weekends. That's what District 3 is all about. Family-friendly neighborhoods, plenty of outdoor space, and top-notch city services. It's where I grew up, and it's where my wife and I raise our daughters today.
My name is DeWitt Miller. I work for the City of St. Pete. I'm equipment operator 2, operate street sweepers for the city. I'm a second generation street sweeper operator. My dad did it. I like it, I'm by myself. There's no rush, get a certain area done. The object is to get the area clean. Like you got to go and say, oh, you got to get the area done in one day. That's not how we operate. The object is to get it clean and do the best that you can. Street sweeping is very important, I think, because without street sweeping, we would have all the pollutants build up in the curb line and the gutters, and then it would make the streets flood. Pollutants, what I mean by that, you got sand buildup, leaves, trash along the gutter lines. My job is to keep it clean, pick it up. On an average day, you might get anywhere from 5 to 15 cubic yards of material. Mileage-wise, you might get anywhere from 8 to 10 miles a day sweeping. Some of the challenges we have to deal with, you have cars that are in your way, you might have trees down, palm fronds, stuff like that. We have to go around some of that stuff. We're trying to get every street in the city swept at least once a month. Enjoy seeing the citizens out, come giving you a high five, telling you what good job you're doing. I just enjoy my job. Well, as a kid, I used to get excited when I see my dad come down the street in a street sweeper. As a kid, one day I would like to do that. So I guess you could say I fulfilled the dream that I always wanted to follow in the footsteps of my dad and drive a street sweeper. Well, I get a sense of pride with every neighborhood I do. I go out and try to give it 100%, because I feel like every house that I go past, it's my house. So my job is to go out and do the best that I can. I take pride in that.
Hey guys, St. Pete Mayor Ken Welch here, continuing our Sunrunner bus tour. I'm here with fellow Bull USF St. Pete student Joey Vars. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you for having me.
Tell us what Sunrunner means for a student at USF.
You know, Sunrunner is really a game changer. If you live on the western side of St. Petersburg or by the beaches and you're a student, it really opens up the city to being able to get to town a lot quicker. You can go to class without having to drive. I take my bike from Paso Grill to the station, and then I'm downtown in less than an hour, and I don't have to worry about driving.
And you were telling us on the bus how you actually get your bike mounted on the bus. Can you explain that?
Yeah, so the way that the Sunrunner has it, they have these little bike assists, and you wheel your bike right in kind of on the little machine, and then it verticalizes it, so it takes up less space. You can kind of stand more compact, and you actually get more people on the bus that way too.
Cool. Well, thank you for sharing your thoughts with us today, Joey.
Thanks for having us.
We'll talk to you more on our Sunrunner bus tour.
On the road, there are no second chances. When you're behind the wheel, nothing is more important than staying focused on the road. Your life and the lives of others are at risk. Put the phone away. It can wait. Don't drive distracted.
The Pinellas Trail is probably the best way I've found to get all over the county without worrying about traffic or my pace. It's just a way to get around and have fun.
So in the spring, say on a weekend, on a Sunday, you'd find lots of folks out just walking, biking, just really enjoying the weather.
So the trail starts downtown by the water, and it goes all the way to Tarpon Springs, if I'm not mistaken. And I like it because it kind of cuts back behind the neighborhoods. There's murals, there's tree coverage, and it just kind of winds through the most beautiful parts of the city.
It's an awesome engineering feat, and it dissects the middle of an urban city, and at the same time, you feel like you're off to yourself. You're a little bit secluded, ample places for you to run, ride, and even collect your thoughts.
It's pretty quiet and peaceful. Quiet in the sense that there's typically during the day a lot of users on the trail, so you're never by yourself, but everybody's kind of in their own world, so it's not a lot of noise.
We were looking for a place that would be a hub for a healthy and active community, and one of the big things we wanted here was to have a place where people could run and walk right near our location. Pinellas Trail, which is right behind our facility, turned out to be the perfect location.
We do lots of events here at the store. We do probably about 100 free community group runs from here where we're using the trail.
Have a great walk, have a great run, guys.
The running community in St. Pete is so supportive and so encouraging of all of the runners, no matter your pace. Everybody's just encouraging you along the way. And so when I went to my first group run, I invited my mom to come and do an evening walk with me, and that became part of our weekly routine, particularly in the spring.
We do 2 runs a week, Monday and Thursdays, where we're running on the trail. So that's 100 times every year right there that we're out running on the trail with a group of people.
I retired from Pinellas County in urban planning, and so I was involved in the initial planning for the Pinellas Trail. We saw it as a means of providing a facility that could be used not just for recreation, but health-related benefits as we deal with obesity and other issues. So our planning was from the perspective of an alternative to on-road facilities.
So a lot of times here in the store, we encourage people, just go out there and see what happens. Don't have any set expectation for how far you're going to go, how fast you're going to go. Just get on the trail and have fun.
The scenery is probably why I started using the trail as much as I did. The murals, number one, are my absolute favorite thing, and they're constantly changing.
Not far from here, it's called Stonehenge Park. They have some beautiful murals painted on the bridges.
Stonehenge Park is like one of those really cool wonders of art, and it's just right here. Nobody knows about it.
So you'll have a cool blend between really fun art, awesome plants life. There's all sorts of berries and things growing I didn't know about back there. You learn a little bit more every time you go. Good morning. I love to specialize.
When I was working still, we did surveys along the trail, and on any given weekday, we found about 1/3 of the users were using it as a commute alternative.
If you've never tried the Pinellas Trail, I urge you to do so. You can walk it, you can run it, you can rent a bike at just about every few miles. You'll find a bike shop that's got bikes for rent.
And we've had people come in and verbalize like their thanks, but also like you just see them out there and they just look radiant. They look awesome, they're healthy, happy, and you can tell that they're glad they're doing what they're doing. We're just appreciative that we had a part in their success.
Trails give me the opportunity to really get out there and feel safe. There's bike lanes in some places, but to have a fully dedicated place, that helps a lot. It's more than just a long stretch of pavement, it's a community.
The trail is a wonder that brings everybody together.
Wardsville. That was actually named for perhaps a businessman and his wife who was maybe for a while the postmistress in town.
They took care of everybody's mail here, and we needed a name, and we were Wardsville until, you know, the magical day where we became St. Petersburg.
And speaking of that, how did it happen?
That's a great story. If you ride the trolleys, you hear a great story about, you know, a coin flip where, you know, Peter Demenz and John Williams, who owned most of what is now downtown St. Petersburg, General John Williams, flipped a coin. Right? The winner gets the name of the city, loser gets the name of the first hotel. Makes complete sense, right? The city is St. Petersburg, named after St. Petersburg, Russia, where Peter Demenz is from. The Detroit Hotel is our first hotel, named after Detroit, Michigan, where Williams is from. Great story, but it's not true. We needed a name, and the postmaster wanted a name. Peter Demenz had a press conference saying he was taking his train to St. Petersburg. John Williams didn't want to call it St. Petersburg, so there's all kinds of discussion. So what do you think happened after that?
I think somebody, perhaps one of the partners in that railroad enterprise, said, look, we have to name this after Peter Demenz, and so we're going to name it St. Petersburg, and you go to the post office and tell Ms. Ward that's what it's going to be. And that's probably about how it happened, as simple as that.
It's as close as it came.
Fire Tech Echo, Engine 5, District 10, District 5, Engine 4, structure fire.
If you truly want to be part of the best, then St. Pete Fire Rescue is for you.
I love this job. We have no idea what's going to happen every shift. We just go to work. We don't know when the wind's going to come.
When the public calls on us, it's normally their darkest times and their darkest moments, and they depend on us.
We have to trust each other. In a fire, all we have is the team.
You know, we go into some very dangerous situations sometimes, so we need that feeling like there's someone there right along with you.
The spectrum of how we positively impact every person in our community is huge.
St. Petersburg Fire Rescue responds to over 60,000 calls per year. Of those 60,000 calls per year, over 70% are medically related.
We are fire and EMS. We are one team together, but we also have a lot of other avenues that a firefighter or firefighter paramedic can progress in their career.
St. Petersburg has specialty teams, technical rescue team, a dive team, and the hazardous materials team. So it's above and beyond the normal fire training that you get.
It takes a hardworking, selfless person with some good moral character. There's a lot of pride in this job and a lot of tradition that comes with it as well.
We're called to keep the citizens safe, but also keep each other safe. And you have to have that passion, that want to, that drive to not only do better, but be better.
I joined the military. I became a firefighter in the Air Force. It was a natural progression from the military service to a paramilitary organization such as St. Pete Fire Rescue.
The fire department is a semi-military organization, so we take direction through a chain of command. We train to an exhaustive level. We feel that the more you train, the better prepared you are to go.
I went through the cadet program. It was an awesome opportunity. Not only do they take you under their wing, they pay for your education, fire academy and EMT school.
We depend on each other. We live in an intimate setting. We live like in a house, and we're very much like a nuclear family.
It's brothers and sisters. We have our fun times. We like to play with each other. Best parts are always lunch and dinner, because when everyone sits at the table, we go over how our 2 days were when we got off, see what everyone's doing.
It's where you grow as a person. You kind of learn life lessons. Camaraderie is very important. It makes the job easier, not so much of a job.
You know, we're here every third day, so we treat this just like we treat our house. We have to clean the bathrooms just like we clean the bathrooms. Take out the trash, make sure it looks good. Clean the trucks, inventory the trucks. You take care of it just like you take care of your home.
Every station has a gym with full equipment.
The department's training division is very involved in health and fitness initiative.
We have an extensive behavioral health program. We assess risk within the fire department in 3 main areas. One is behavioral health, physical fitness, and on-the-job duties that we do, and then in training.
In St. Petersburg Fire Rescue, it's important to us to have a fire response service that reflects the community that we serve.
St. Petersburg is a very diverse city, and we can all work to reach a common goal together.
We've had folks that come to us and reach out to us, and that's the kind of trust we're looking for with our public.
One of our biggest programs is our Home Safe program, which provides free smoke alarm installations to City of St. Petersburg homeowners. Another big component is public education and community outreach. We provide public education on fire safety and injury prevention to citizens of all ages.
To me, being on the front lines as a first responder, I'm blessed every single day. There's no better feeling when you lay your head down at night and you're like, wow, I really had a hand in helping.
It's hard work, but it's hard work towards doing something great.
I know for a fact that I work for a really good fire department. It's an extreme honor.
You want to do something you love, this is the place. If you want to be the best, this is the place. You can't get any better place to work.
I'm Dan Gulick. Join our team.
Hola, me llamo Teresa Bieber Rishi. Únete a nosotros.
제 이름은 김희경입니다. 세인트 피터스버그 소방관에 가입하세요.
I am Aaron Walton. Join our team.
So a gentleman by the name of Percy Fansler had an idea of using an airplane, because back then flight was basically just a novelty, right? So a lot of air shows and stuff like that. So that he had an idea of flying from point A to point B on a schedule, just like a train. Unheard of, but who the heck would do that? Nobody was gonna fly on a plane when you had a good old train. They arranged for Thomas Benoit and his airboat company to come to St. Petersburg. Roger and Tony Janis came with them, their chief pilot and mechanic / engineers. January 1st, 1914, they pushed that bad boy, that Benoit airboat, into the water, and 22.5 minutes later, landed in Tampa in the world's first commercial airline flight. Would you have flown in that plane?
I believe I would have. I think I would have.
Camp Ignite is a 1 to 3 day program geared to help girls build their self-confidence, and for St. Petersburg Fire Rescue to show them what we have to offer. It's going to be action-packed. They're going to get their hands dirty. They're going to be a little tired at the end of it. But when it's all said and done, they're going to hold their head a little higher. They're going to leave a little more confidence to go out there and get after whatever it is that's their calling.
They'll get CPR certified by me. So I have the joy in teaching them that. It's a lifetime skill. They'll still have the CPR certification and the knowledge of it to take with them for the rest of their lives.
We want to ignite. We want to empower them. We want to be proactive in reaching out to them at an early age to expose them to the possibility of being a first responder.
Exposure is huge. I didn't get into the fire service until after I started my military career. I'm embarrassed to say I really didn't know much about it. And I got into it because we had to do onboard firefighting on our ships, and that kind of led me down that path. I didn't have a program like this.
It's important for us to have female mentors to help girls be able to see what they can possibly be one day.
If you can see it, you can be it, right? So that just inspires them, like, hey, if she can do that, so can I.
This is our way of being proactive and ensuring that we have a very diverse workforce that reflects the community we serve.
We have a big mix here. We got more people coming. I think it's just important for us to look like who we work for.
We're being firefighters today. We basically trained to be a firefighter. We learned how to do things that the firefighters do.
I really like the hose because I learned how to put out a powerful water supply out of a fire hydrant.
The coolest thing I've done out here is putting out fire. The coolest thing I've done is probably walk down a tower. It's like having a ton of adrenaline go through your whole body, and then it's like you're scared, but like you know you're safe.
I think it's a cool idea, and I like how they put this together for girls to learn about firefighters and show that you can be anything you want.
I feel like it's great for me because I want to become a firefighter when I grow up, and becoming a firefighter, you get to help people, and usually when you call in, it's usually the worst day of their life, so you're there to make that better.
I think they're pretty cool. I think I would want to be a firefighter. It seems fun.
I never really thought about doing it before, but doing this actually kind of changed my mind a little bit.
Together we ignite.
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 Together we ignite. Woo!
PCCA, Gibbs High, was high school that was invented because initially black people didn't go much beyond the 6th or 7th grade. And they created it. And then they put this performing arts magnet there. And I remember the first time I went there, just the art in the hallways that was from students, very sophisticated. And I thought, who wouldn't want a job there? Teaching motivated, talented young people. And obviously you were called because you taught, how long did you teach at Gibbs?
I believe I taught for 9 years, 8 or 9 years. Yeah, a long time. I think teaching at PCCA for those years made me a better artist. Mm-hmm. Working with young artists and inspiring young artists. But beyond the inspiration, teaching them how to coexist as artists in the community. They did not seek artists who were teachers. First, you didn't have to have a teaching degree to work in the magnet.
I didn't know that.
No, they wanted you to be an artist first. So you came with your artist degree or your art, and then from there, once you were inside, because I didn't have a teaching degree, once you were inside, once you got hired, then they put you through, Pinellas County School District has a phenomenal program so that you could get your teaching license. They wanted all of their educators to be working in the community so that their students had the opportunity to network and with the community members so that it strengthens the school and it also strengthens the community. And I think that was very important. I think it's a pivotal part of the program. I think it's a thing that makes it successful. And then not just the community as in St. Pete or the Southeast region, but our national community too. Because so many of our artists visual and performing artists have gone on to do great things. Broadway, LA, and beyond, tours, all those things, yeah.
Growing up, one of my biggest female role models was my grandmother. My grandmother was an incredible woman. She was hardworking, she was kind, she was sweet, but she was tough. And she really taught me from a very, very young age how important it is not only to work hard for everything that you want, but once you achieve those things, to give back to others.
When you look at who did I look up to, I have to say my mother was definitely the primary one, because she was actually able to take so little and provide so much. She taught me what fortitude was. She taught me what commitment was.
Even in this day and age, it can be really tough for women who are, aspiring to achieve their career goals or their own personal goals for their life. For those of us who are at this level, who have, accomplished some of our goals in life, we have kind of a responsibility to reach our hand out to that next young woman, grab her hand and pull her along.
Well, I think growing up, children learn from those who are around them. And even as they're babies, they mimic everything that their parents do and what they teach them. And I think having the positive role models that are necessary to make the right choices in life, role models are helpful.
Well, really, I think the sky's the limit when it comes to female leadership in our city. I think there is a day when we will have a woman in the mayor's office.
The future of female leadership in St. Petersburg is awesome. It looks bright. I am so encouraged. We take a lot of our lived experiences and we apply logical applications to making decisions.
I am inspired and encouraged by the number of young women who are rolling up their sleeves, getting involved in their communities, and really stepping up to be true leaders.
There was a time where it was, when is there going to be the first female on city council? Then we got to, there's a supermajority of women on city council. And I think that question in terms of whether or not women can be a part of our city and whatever leadership position isn't a question anymore. Women do lead.
Women have such an important role in our culture.
And the future of the women in St. Pete has never felt brighter.
Mentor a young lady or find a mentor for yourself.
Be sure to honor the women in your life this month and every month.
It's very important for people to have diverse cultural experiences so that they can better understand and empathize with people around the world.
Sometimes you can take away things from those other cultures and add it into your own life, and it's very inspirational.
I learned so much about the culture of Japan, what it means to be in another country, what it means to have a host family in another country.
It's truly a very unique and amazing experience. It offers an immersion opportunity that's really once in a lifetime. You can't find it anywhere else.
I definitely learned so much more about their culture. I learned how everyday life is lived. You learn to love the people that you're staying with. You learn to love where you're surrounded.
One of the events was going to the Yashima Temple It's a temple up on a mountain in Takamatsu, and it's otherworldly. It's absolutely beautiful.
I'd only really seen photos of the temples before, and it's quite a different experience seeing them in person.
I just remember it was so beautiful, and the more temples and things like that you visit, the more you appreciate the culture and appreciate the historical significance of Japan.
This is maybe a once-in-a-lifetime program. Even though Japan is on the other side of the world, I have another host family out there. I have another family out there.
It's really a great opportunity to exercise that interest in culture and learn more about Japanese culture specifically.
Not only is it educational, but it's also inspirational. It really inspired me to get out and travel more. And there's so much more for the world to see, different cultures, different foods, different lifestyles. And it's just so important that people realize and seek the world around them.
Today we honor not just a promotion, but a legacy, a career that spans over 3 decades.
I am so proud of this young man. I know that y'all got something. All I would ask y'all to do is what he feed into you, you turn around and take that same energy and feed it into someone else.
I, Keith Watts, do solemnly swear that I will faithfully discharge the duties of the office of Fire Chief for St. Petersburg Fire Rescue.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Fire Chief, Chief Keith Watts.
As the first black fire chief for the city of St. Petersburg, I recognize the weight of this responsibility, and I know that I did not get here alone. I stand on the shoulders of giants, and it is their sacrifices and resilience that has paved the way for me to stand before you today, and I thank them. I think about new leadership brings about new vision, new goals, new objectives.
What Chief Watts brings to this is making sure that we provide opportunity for everyone who might have that DNA of public service. And so he's already done that with Camp Ignite, reaching out to young girls who might be interested. That's the kind of innovation I think that we need in our city to move forward and make sure that our progress is truly inclusive. That's what St. Pete is all about.
My name is Adrian. I've been with the City of St. Pete for about 3 years. My job title is environmental tech. That means strictly rodent control and basically keeping the rodents out of the structure or the home. Basically, the service that we provide is a free service to the residents. Kind of go through an interview process with the customer, what they've been dealing with, how long, how often.
Good morning.
Good morning.
The City of St. Pete. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
All right.
And then from there, an exterior inspection takes place. And then from there, it's pretty much education, which is key. The more the customer knows, the better we're going to be able to assist.
But the flaps sealed right now, so that's excellent.
The most common problems are going to be entry points. When we get those cold snaps, Rodents are just like us. They want to be inside, they want to be warm. So the first place they're going to look for is set up inside the home. So we want to go ahead and get those places sealed off, which is pretty much the most important part of pest control. Sanitation definitely is key. Not giving them a food source to keep revisiting. My job is important because of the fact that rodents do carry a few different types of diseases. They can basically make you sick. As a last resort, we do provide bait boxes to the customer to kind of try to help control the population. I've been in the business for over 20 years now. I think it's a sense of enjoyment being able to help others that may not know exactly what to do in the field of pest control. So it's kind of a privilege and an honor to be able to help that customer and be able to walk away knowing that that customer's been satisfied with the service that's provided.
My name is Dominic Colangelo. I am the ground maintenance here for Treasure Island, City of St. Pete. And essentially I make sure this place stays up and running, clean, help with any little things that may go wrong. When I come to work, the first thing I do is I blow the sand, leaves off the deck, kind of clean it up over there. And then after all that's said and done, go down to the beach, make sure everything's all picked up over there, rake the area, make sure it's nice and clean. It's the start of my day. I really do enjoy my job. I get to hang out at the beach all day, meet some interesting people. It's cool. I've had a couple of people come up and they didn't realize this was owned by the City of St. Pete, so we kind of give them the story about it. Mayor John Brown donated this property to the City of St. Pete, and it was basically for the residents, for their families to come to enjoy the amenities that we had here, like the restrooms, the indoor showers, playgrounds. So he donated that to the community. Today's a beautiful day. I love feeling the wind. I love looking at the water when I drive around. It's kind of peaceful. It's kind of like I'm just by myself, getting the job done, but it doesn't feel like work. I like the freedom. I like being out by the water. It's always a beautiful day, and it's something a lot of people don't get to do.
The American Rescue Plan Act provides relief funds to governments negatively affected by COVID-19. The City of St. Petersburg has received about $45 million in the ARPA funds for investment and have identified key projects that will directly impact St. Pete residents, focusing 75% of funds on affordable housing and support, and 25% of funds on health and social equity efforts. These projects also fall within Mayor Ken Welch's 5 pillars of progress: housing opportunities for all, neighborhood health and safety, equitable development, arts and business opportunities, education and youth opportunities, environment, infrastructure, and resilience. So, what happens next? We plan to spend ARPA funds in the following categories: $34 million for housing affordability and support, and $11 million for health and social equity. Here's a closer look at the plan. To address the affordable housing crisis in the city, 75% of the ARPA funds will be allocated to affordable housing and support. The city received the Housing Champion Award from the Florida Housing Coalition, which recognizes the city for dedicating the highest percentage of COVID-19 state and local fiscal recovery funds from the ARPA to affordable housing. What might that housing assistance look like? Financial assistance toward things like new housing units, shelters for families in need, and additional supportive services. With the rest of the funds, the plan addresses mental health challenges and food insecurity. 25% of the ARPA funds will be used to develop projects that treat root causes of these conditions and situations. Things like food security programs, mental health counseling, youth development and nonprofit funding, and other neighborhood services. For more information about the city's use of ARPA funds, visit stpete.org/ARPA.
Welcome to the City of St. Petersburg City Council meeting. Your elected officials are Mayor Ken Welch, District 1 and Council Chair Copley Gertis, District 2, Brandy Gabbard, District 3, Mike Harding, District 4 and Council Vice Chair Lisette Hanowitz, District 5, Deborah Fig Sanders, District 6, Gina Driscoll, District 7, Corey Givens Jr., and District 8, Richie Floyd.
Good afternoon. We're going to call to order the May 8th, 2025 City Council meeting. If we could please do a roll call, clerk.
Big Sanders.
Here.
Driscoll.
Here.
Givens. Floyd.
Here.
Gertis.
Here.
Gabbard.
Here.
Harding.
Here.
Hanowitz.
Here.
Okay, we will today have our invocation given by Bishop Manuel Sykes from Bethel Community Baptist Church. Then please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. If everybody would please stand.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Let us pray. We are thankful to be here once again, that you've allowed us to see another beautiful day in this city. We're thankful, Lord God, for the opportunity to gather together, to listen, to give opinions, to give thought to all the things pertaining to all of the people of this city. We ask now that you'll bless each and every elected official to have a mind of service, to listen to the voices of their constituency, that together they will knit together a fabric that will make this community one, and that every person, big, small, wealthy, and poor, will come together knowing that their voices are heard, their hearts are being felt. We pray that you'll bring the resources together that will allow us and that will allow our elected officials to capture and to cast a vision that will be one that will make everybody feel the shine of the sun. Bless us now as we come together, and let our deliberations be thoughtful, be just, caring, and compassionate. And where we need answers, we pray that your divine wisdom will provide us with the right answers at the right time. That when this session is dismissed, everyone present will know that your hand has been upon it. This is our prayer in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Please be seated. Bishop Sykes, thank you so much for the invocation, and thank you so much for everything you do in our community. It's greatly appreciated. Okay, council members, we have an agenda in front of us. I'll entertain a motion for approval.
Approval. Second.
Seeing as we have a motion and a second, no council members wishing to speak, clerk, could you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, could you please tally and announce the vote?
Mr. Chair, motion to approve the agenda passes unanimously, with Councilmember Givens being absent.
Council members, we have a consent agenda in front of us. I'll entertain a motion for approval.
Move approval. Second.
We have a motion and a second. Seeing as no other council members wishing to speak, clerk, could you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, could you please tally and announce the vote?
Mr. Chair, motion to approve the consent agenda passes unanimously, with Councilmember Givens being absent.
And Mr. Chair, just to place on the record, we had no cards.
Thank you. My apologies. Thank you, clerk. Okay, now we'll move into open forum. Clerk, could you please read the rules?
If you wish to address City Council on subjects other than public hearing or quasi-judicial items listed on the agenda, please sign up with the clerk. Only the individual wishing to speak may sign the open forum sheet. Only city residents, owners of property, business owners in the city, or their employees may speak. All issues discussed under open forum must be limited to issues related to the City of St. Petersburg government. If you are speaking to an item on the agenda, you may only speak once during the open forum or when the item comes up on the agenda. In order to provide an opportunity for all citizens to address council, each individual will be given 3 minutes to speak, and after which the microphone will be muted. If you wish to address City Council through the Zoom meeting, you must use the raise hand feature button in the Zoom app or enter *9 on your phone at the time the agenda item is addressed. When it is your turn to speak, you'll be unmuted and asked to state your name and address. At the conclusion of your comments or when you reach the 3-minute time limit, you will be muted. All raised hands will be lowered after each agenda item. Regardless of the method of participation used, normal rules apply, including the 3-minute time limit on comments, the requirement that any presentation materials must be submitted in advance of the meeting, and the rules of decorum. If live public comment is disrupted by violations of the rules of decorum, the chair is authorized to accept public comment by alternate means, including by email only. And Mr. Chair, we do not have any speakers.
No Zoom.
Okay. Well, then we'll move on from open forum and move right into awards and presentations. And we're going to start with D1, Senior Hall of Fame inductees. And this is given by Mayor Kenneth T. Welch. I think we probably beat him to it. We're just that efficient, Mayor.
I was expecting an open forum, but actually the chair and I have had quality time with our seniors, both at the Mahaffey and then earlier today. So Lucinda is actually going to bring this forward. And to all of our seniors, thank you for everything you do for our city and what you continue to do. Y'all are a blessing for us. Lucinda?
Thank you.
Lucinda, welcome.
Thank you, thank you, thank you to council and all of those within my voice. Joining me today is our newly appointed Recreation Supervisor 2, Ms. Marcy Neal, and Kara Ware, our Rec Center Supervisor 1. Aging, it's not about how many years have passed, but how much life you've embraced. That's by Sophia Loren. I share this quote as we celebrate Older Americans Month this month and Senior Citizen Month in August. This year's theme is Flip the Script on Aging, which encourages a shift in how society views and talks about aging, highlighting the positive aspects of growing older and promoting engagement in various activities and opportunities. On April 16th, that is just what we did, as we celebrated the 41st anniversary of the Senior Hall of Fame. We honored 40 senior nominees who have given over 975 years of volunteer service. These seniors represented various fields of education, faith, and civic engagement. They have all flipped the script of aging by giving new meaning to being a senior. That's me too. At the ceremony, we inducted 10 of these remarkable seniors into the Senior Hall of Fame. It was a great event full of fun, flavor, and laughter. We thank the mayor, our administration, our department, Parks and Rec, and the community for the support you all provide so that we can do these things for the seniors of this community. Earlier today, as Mayor Welch mentioned, these 10 seniors that are here today with us were honored with keys to the city.
Amen.
If I'm going to ask that everybody holds their applause as I read out all of the 10 nominee names. And if you can stand, stand. Otherwise, wave your hand and hold it up so everybody will know who you are. Sue Allen, Dr. Davis Barris, Wallace Tarr Bratton, Jack Fletcher, Antoinette Stone, Paulette Jones, Kathy Michaels, David Middleton, Joanne Rainey, and Jeffrey Thomas. Two of the individuals could not be here with us, at this service, but did join us earlier today. This is your group of inductees for 2025 to the Senior Hall of Fame. Will you join me in giving them Mr. Mayor, we like to love on you. Okay? So we have gathered some little goodies together just to be able to share with you how thankful we are that you are always willing, not that you aren't, okay? All right, not that you aren't, not that you aren't, always willing to help us with the Senior Hall of Fame and be there as a supporter for the seniors of our program. So we really appreciate you very much. So we just wanted to give you a small token of appreciation. Okay.
Are we gonna take a photo? I'm gonna ask the chair to come down and take this photo, and I'll accept this on behalf of our entire city team. We all support our seniors and know what a great treasure you are. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Sure. I guess Maria, tell us what to do.
Grab that man.
Boy, this got in the picture.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, up next we have D2 EMS. Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry. Deborah Fig-Sanders, Councilmember Deborah Fig-Sanders. Sorry.
Don't leave, don't leave, don't leave, don't leave.
Don't go anywhere yet. Don't go anywhere yet.
Don't leave.
Oh, they're gone.
Don't go anywhere yet.
They have volunteer work to do, Chair.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. They've got to get.
It's got to be somewhere.
Well, since we see that our seniors have somewhere to go, well, first of all, let me say I am super jealous because when they called your names, you got up quickly. It taken me a minute to think about getting up from the chair. So that's my first point I need to make. You all are staying young, staying active, but please know you are always going to be appreciated. You know that you're one of my favorite populations because God has given you to us with the wisdom that you bring. And with that, we will not be able to find it anywhere else. And we're so thankful for the fact that you are our seniors and you've been honored with that and such. And where's Miss Lucinda? Thank you for always putting on that class act for our seniors. We appreciate you and your staff for doing that. But you know, I when it comes down to, and don't let me insult you by saying elders, but for me and my household, our elders is a distinguished title. It's something that lets me know that you outrank any other in regards to care, concern, and the attention that we should play in your admiration and respect. And for that, thank you so much for being who you are, and I do congratulate you again.
Councilmember Gabbard.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you all for being with us this afternoon. You know, Lucinda knows all too well that the event, the Senior Hall of Fame event, is one of my absolute favorites every year. I leave there with my face hurting from smiling the entire time, but really what I leave there with is such an inspiration to know that the rest of my life, I have all of you to look up to. You, combined with all the work that you all have done for our city, make us look like lightweights. Like, I feel so inspired by what you bring to the city. I went home that evening and I shared with my 14-year-old son that we just celebrated 900 plus years of volunteering in our city, and his little mind was just blown, right? Like, I don't even know what that looks like. It looks like all of you. And so thank you for everything that you do, for making St. Pete truly the special place that it is, and keep on inspiring. Thank you.
I just had an amazing time at the Senior Hall of Fame, and one of the things, council member, I'm glad you brought it up, because the view you have from the stage, right? You're smiling, you're listening to the stories, you get to interact and say hello and get 2 minutes of picture taking while hearing a little bit of the background, and then you see everybody sitting, and you smile even more. Because you hear the families, you hear the friends, you hear the organizations just celebrating these amazing people. And for me, it was a lot of fun. And I got to see my colleagues with massive grins on their face too. And so it was just an absolute blessing. And I'll just repeat just a little bit of what I said that evening. I wanted to come back to this town because of people like you. And I hope that we are doing a good enough job to where my kids want to come back to this town like I wanted to come back. And thank you, because they get to experience it now like I did as a kid. And hopefully we are carrying that mantle, even though you're still carrying it, which is absolutely incredible. Hopefully we continue to do that work behind you so they feel the same way I do about this amazing, amazing place. So once again, thank you from the bottom of my heart, and congratulations. Okay, we're going to move into D2, EMS Week proclamation given by Councilmember Fig Sanders.
Busy seniors. They need to know.
It's like me at the recess bell.
They're busy. They
listen, I get it. I get it.
So as they exit, I want to thank Mayor Welch for allowing me to present this particular proclamation. And I'm going to ask Chief if you would join me as I read this, please. I want to give a brief history of where we are with EMS Week. In 1974, President Gerald Ford authorized EMS Week to celebrate EMS professionals and the important work they do in our nation's communities. National Emergency Medical Services Week brings together local communities and medical personnel to honor the dedication of those who provide the day-to-day. Every morning they wake up, they're there for us. Services of Medicine's Frontline. EMS Week is presented by the American College of Emergency Physicians in partnership with the National Associations of Emergency Medical Technicians. Together, these organizations are working to ensure that the important contributions of EMS professionals in safeguarding the health, safety, and well-being of our community is fully celebrated and recognized. And I can't claim that, y'all. I got that from the EMSweek.org. But it was worth sharing as to why we are here to celebrate these phenomenal people. And as I have you all standing with me, I'm going to read this proclamation. Whereas emergency medical services is a vital public service, and whereas the members of the St. Petersburg Fire Rescue are ready to provide life-saving care to those in need 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And whereas access to quality emergency care dramatically improves the survival and recovery rate of those who experience sudden illness or injury. And whereas emergency medical services has grown to fill a gap by providing important out-of-hospital care, including preventative medicine, follow-up care, and access to telemedicine. And whereas the emergency medical services system consists of first responders, emergency medical technicians, paramedics, emergency medical dispatchers, firefighters, police officers, educators, administrators, pre-hospital nurses, emergency physicians, and others. And whereas the members of the emergency medical services team engage in thousands of hours of specialized training and continuing education to enhance their life-saving skills. And whereas it is appropriate to recognize the value and the accomplishments of emergency medical services providers by designating Emergency Medical Services Week. Now, therefore, I, Councilmember Deborah Figgs Sanders, on behalf of Kenneth T. Welch, Mayor of St. Petersburg, Florida, in recognition of this event, do hereby proclaim the week of May 18th through the 24th, 2025, as Emergency Medical Services Week in St. Petersburg, and encourage the community to observe this week with the appropriate programs, ceremonies, and activities. And with that, I'm going to ask all of our EMS heroes, if you would please stand as we ask the chief to come and give a few words.
I'm here on behalf of Chief Watts, and I am the rescue chief. My name is Lindsay Judah. I serve at St. Petersburg Fire Rescue. As the rescue chief, I have the opportunity to be able to share a few words related to EMS Week. Dear Mayor, Council Chair, Vice Chair, Council members, and the City of St. Petersburg community, we respectfully request the EMS Week proclamation be included by the City Council each year to recognize the significant contributions made by our fire rescue personnel every single day. May 18th through 24th is the 51st anniversary of National EMS Week. The theme is We Care for Everyone. The City of St. Petersburg and St. Petersburg Fire Rescue began providing EMS service over 50 years ago. It was 1974. EMS Week and this proclamation are to highlight our gratitude toward EMTs and paramedics who provide life-saving care throughout our community day and night through sunshine and hurricanes, on holidays and anniversaries in many environments such as businesses, homes, roadways, and waterways. EMS Week offers time to educate the public about EMS and the essential services provided to our residents and visitors, as well as reducing preventable injuries. St. Petersburg Fire Rescue offers CPR classes and connects with the community to provide safety-themed children's books, fall prevention materials, and smoke alarms, just to list a few. SPFR was dispatched to over 57,000 EMS incidents throughout 2024. Some EMS incidents require multiple fire rescue apparatus to respond and provide quality patient care to residents and visitors in our community. Our total apparatus response to EMS incidents throughout 2024 was over 78,000. Currently, we have over 370 sworn personnel serving our community as paramedics and EMTs, and we are grateful for their dedicated service in providing exceptional emergency services. And just to add one more, we have a retiree right here.
Did something early? Okay, we good. No, you know I'll take a picture. So again, I don't think we've given our EMS heroes a proper acknowledgement. We want to thank you. And if you can come up for the photo, because you all missed our first photo, so they wanted to make sure you include it. So can you all come take a photo, please? Chair.
Deborah, you go ahead.
Photo, I don't know how she's gonna do it, but. Chair?
Yeah, literally all day.
Yeah, they missed the first photo, so.
You want?
I can stand right here.
You brought theirs.
What do you want
I
us to
brought
do?
them. I brought my own. I got problems. I have them all on my desk. I don't know, but I have. That's from Waterwise, and these are the ones that are.
when you are doing this, but not doing this.
Yeah. But there's also some personality. I would imagine Matt is right on the screen.
Just blurt it out.
All you can do is go on with the facial expressions, right?
Vice Chair Hanowitz.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to take a quick moment to say thank you to all our EMTs, paramedics, and first responders. I've been there when we have celebrated some of the lives that you have saved, and the difference between life and death is seconds. And people do not realize how it feels. And I've been in an accident, and you see that first responder get there and how it makes you feel, and you feel safe. And that's what you are. You make us feel safe in our community, and you save lives every day. And there was a kid who had a motorcycle accident. It was District 4, and it was Station 4 that responded. And the doctors showed up, the nurses showed up, all the paramedics and EMTs were there, and the doctors said it was the work of you all that saved his life. And it was just moments that would have changed from having, and he was a child. He was early 20s, and it was 1 in 100 type case where they couldn't believe that he survived, and it was because of the fast response. And that's why whatever you need, whatever equipment you need, whatever you need from City Council, and you know, because you've heard it from all of us, you heard it the other day when we were talking budget, you'll hear it now. We got you, and we have your back. Thank you.
Well, Chief, I'm not sure I can say it a whole lot better than Vice Chair Hanowitz just did, but you know, unfortunately, I've taken a few ambulance rides in my life, and just this past weekend, Gertis took an ambulance ride. And Rescue 6 showed up, and I only live about 20 blocks away from where they were. They got there and had that Gertis out of there before I could even get there. And so the work that this team does, it's miracles every day. Period, end of story. It's heroes every day, and unsung heroes. And so, Mayor, thank you for bringing this proclamation forward. Chief Judah, I don't think you're going to have any worry about this proclamation being here on an annual basis. There might be a riot on our side of the building if there isn't. And so, just very happy to celebrate all of you, and thank you for everything you do, second by second, minute by minute, hour by hour, day by day, all day, every day. Thank you for doing it. It's very much appreciated, and thank you for being here to celebrate with us. Thanks, Chief. Thank you, Chief.
And next up, we have D3, Drowning Awareness Month, and our own Chair, Gertis, is going to be presenting the proclamation.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Colleagues, if I could have Rick Kraft, Andy Chi, Brandy Dorson join me. It looks like we've got a couple already. And then obviously, those we just celebrated, our EMS staff, also play a big role in this. I certainly didn't mean to get serious in the EMS conversation and then go straight into this. But I'm sure you've heard from me before. This proclamation is near and dear to my heart. Just to give you a little bit of background for those that don't know, in my lifetime, I have swam thousands of miles in a pool, probably hundreds of miles in open water. I was a certified lifeguard. I was a certified lifeguard trainer. I was a certified lifeguard supervisor. I knew how to swim before I knew how to walk. And 5 years ago, when my wife was going through a medical condition, the night before her treatment, I would go to my best friend's house. And during those nights, it was a night to give my wife some time and some peace and quiet with a 18-month-old and a 2-year-old. And it was a time for me to download with my best friend. And that's what I was doing. I was downloading. Our kids were playing together. And I thought we were in a very secure house. because my 2-year-old couldn't open the sliding door. My 18-month definitely couldn't, but my best friend's 2-year-old could. He knew how. And my son walked out the door and jumped into the pool, and I had no idea it happened. So, the young adult with thousands and thousands of miles of swimming training, have done CPR, have made saves in pools, have made saves in open water, have made a save in a river, had no idea his 18-month was in a pool who couldn't swim. Thank God my daughter is a better babysitter than I am. And she came running in and said, "Daddy, Daddy, Cade water. Daddy, Daddy, Cade water." Let me tell you, I've never been more joyous that my 2-year-old daughter could speak. And so I went running out, seeing my son struggle in a pool. Thank God he wasn't at the bottom of it, because that certainly could have been the end of the story. So, I say all of that to go, it can happen to anybody. It can happen anywhere to anybody. And so what our Parks and Recreation team does, and trust me, I am a byproduct of that, is God's work. The swim lessons, the time they spend, the advocacy they do, along with our fire and EMS departments. We were just at Water Safety Weekend last weekend at Walter Fuller, which I think you know I have a love-hate relationship with that place, because that's where most of those 1,000 miles have been done. And so, although this is, I hope it's one of those things we never have to do. It's one I'd love to throw in the trash. And so I just thank you for all of your work, for all of your advocacy. And for anybody that's listening, it's seconds, it's not minutes. It's seconds, it's not minutes. So it's my honor. It's my honor to bring this proclamation to celebrate Drowning Awareness Month. And so the proclamation reads, whereas in Pinellas County, 70% of all submersions occurred at beaches or residential or community pools, and 68% of all submersions were children under 5. And whereas, according to the Florida Department of Health and Florida Department of Children and Families, in 2024, Pinellas County had 31 non-fatal submersions and 1 death. And whereas, with public education, constant adult supervision around all types of water, formal swimming lessons, installation of safety barriers, and learning CPR, Pinellas County is reducing, that's the highlight here, Pinellas County is reducing drowning statistics. And whereas, through this awareness, the City of St. Petersburg will continue to educate the public and eliminate the devastating effects of drowning. Now, therefore, I, Copley Gertis, Chair of the City Council, on behalf of Mayor Kenneth T. Welch, for the City of St. Petersburg, do hereby proclaim May 2025 as Drowning Awareness Month in St. Petersburg, and I urge all citizens to join me in actively protecting our children by promoting Learn to Swim programs and parental caregiver awareness. Thank you.
Wow. I'm standing here and I'm almost in tears because I did not know your story. So, yes, every year, Florida tragically leads the nation in drowning deaths for children under the age of 5. Drowning is the #1 cause of injury, death, related to toddlers in the state, and it often happens, like Copley said, in homes, in people's backyards, when no one expects it. So drowning can happen in less than 30 seconds, and it's almost silent. So to help protect our children and families, the St. Pete Parks and Recreation Aquatics Division and St. Pete Fire Rescue have partnered to bring water safety education directly to our community. So thank you to Chief Watts and his team for all that they continue to do. Lana Stefanik and Alexis Lawrence, they are educators in the fire department for drowning prevention. They have worked tirelessly to work with the aquatics division to put on car washes, water safety days, pop-up events. We've also done some life jacket giveaways. We've given away lots and lots of equipment and education around drowning prevention. On May 3rd, we held a Water Safety Day event at Walter Fuller Pool, where families received free life jackets, water safety packets, door alarms, swim lesson evaluations for their children, and food and fun. So, we're thankful to be able to put on these types of events and partner with Fire Rescue and their team to provide valuable opportunities for our community and their families. So again, thank you, Chief Watts and your team, for all that you have helped us do in our community to support and recognize drowning prevention.
Good afternoon, Council. I am fortunate to have a support staff, senior staff, support staff, and members of the department who work extremely hard every single day. And I'm very proud of the fact that we are proactive in the community. So in addition to running those EMS and fire calls, we're proactive and we are engaged in the community. So I'd like to thank you all for your support. Thank you, Mayor, for your support. And again, thank my staff for their support. The partnerships that she just described is our way to collaborate with other community partners. And again, be proactive and engaged in the community, because we know that prevention starts at home, and it's our goal to continue to reduce the number of drowning deaths that we have and drowning emergencies in general. As she mentioned, this past Saturday, we kicked off National Water Safety Month with our second annual Water Safety Day at Walter Fuller Pool. It was held in partnership with Parks and Rec, Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital, and the Juvenile Welfare Board. Thanks to this collaboration, we were able to distribute 312 life jackets, 179 free swim lesson vouchers, 120 free CPR certification vouchers, and 105 door alarms. Again, our mission is to prevent drownings before they happen. Prevention begins in the home, as I mentioned, and we want to give parents and caregivers the tools and education needed to protect children in and around the water. We also strongly encourage everyone to become CPR certified. Statistics show that performing CPR immediately can double or even triple a child's chance of survival. St. Petersburg Fire Rescue offers CPR certification courses. To learn more, you can visit us at fire.stpete.org or call us at 727-893-7076. If we're busy out running calls, we'll get back to you. Please leave a message. And a special thank you to Pinellas County EMS for their ongoing support and generous donation of free life jackets for our community.
Good afternoon, Council, Chair. Thank you so much for that proclamation. I just want to introduce our speaker earlier. This is Brandy Dorson. She's our new aquatics manager. She's been here about a year and a half, and we're excited about the work she's doing. And Andy Chi, who's our new aquatics supervisor of our neighborhood pools. Again, our partnerships are wonderful with Fire and the community groups. The Juvenile Welfare Board supports swim lessons every year. The Tampa Bay Rays pay for free swim lessons. And so thank you for all your support and everything you do for us, Mayor. Thank you so much, and we appreciate you.
Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you, and thank you for bringing this proclamation forward, and to Chair Gertis for sharing your story and really bringing it home and reminding us that, yes, it can happen to anyone. This is, we were just talking about swim lessons in the budget workshop a couple of days ago, and you know, I made a comment that I would love for us to be known as a city of swimmers. And the work that you are doing, the programs that you're putting out there, the gear that you're providing, all of that helps us work towards that goal. And I know that we can one day soon be able to say that everyone in our city, all children, have an opportunity to learn how to swim. And I was wondering how early, like how young would do swimming lessons start with the programs that you have?
Yeah. So we do start with our parent-child swim lessons. So at the age of 6 months, a parent can get in with their infant up to 3 years old for our parent-child lessons. And then at the age of 4, children can start to do swim lessons on their own with our preschool lessons. So from ages 4 to 5, those are our preschool lessons. And then, of course, 6 and above, all the way to our adults. Adults need lessons too.
Right.
Their swim lessons are available.
Right. Oh, that's great. So starting at 6 months.
6 months.
And it's not like a huge time commitment either.
It's not.
I mean, just really helping to learn the basics.
Absolutely. So with our parent-child classes, it's the lifeguards, the instructors, they are teaching our parents how to give water exploration skills to our children. As Copley stated, children have to be aware of water. They take baths, they get in the shower, even just a drizzle of water on top of their head, you know, to get them acclimated. And it's for us to have our parents, you know, get those skills as well, to teach our kids to blow bubbles, to get your head in the water. What happens if a sister or a brother falls into the water, you know, having the knowledge to be able to say, Mommy, Daddy, I need help. Mommy, Daddy, even, you know, their child's name, just water exploration and knowledge of water is where it all starts.
Yeah, that's such a great point. You mentioned the water safety packets that were handed out at Water Safety Day. What's in the packet?
Yep, so we have water watcher tags in there. So a water watcher tag is a tag that an adult can wear while they're watching kids at a pool. You might be at a house party with family and you have a pool available, and it's a tag that gives I'm the adult that is in charge. I'm the adult that is actually watching kids. We have vouchers for swim lessons in those bags. We have a Stewie the Duck book with information about swimming. So again, we're educating our young kids on what swimming is, you know, and water exploration. We also have some educational material in those water safety bags and some goodies.
Yeah, that's great. That's great. Well, another thing I mentioned the other day was that we, I think the only thing that we could be doing that's more is getting the word out.
Getting the word out, absolutely. You know, with swimming, it comes from word of mouth. It's word of mouth. You say, hey, I'm taking swim lessons, and someone's like, well, where are you taking swim lessons? And it's you grabbing a friend. Do you want to go take swim lessons? Yeah, let's go. We'll get a group of adults, you know, getting ready for a cruise, telling your friends, you know, let's go take adult swim lessons. Even, you know, at the daycares, getting the information out to the daycares. We have rat cards that we put out at our recreation centers. We take them to daycares. We take them to other partners, the fire rescue department. They help us distribute information through our car washes, through our pop-up events, you know, on our marquees, our Facebook pages, social media. It's all about sharing the word and word of mouth through us all, you know. We do, during the summertime, we don't realize that getting ready for swimming does not happen during the summertime. It actually happens in the winter time. So we do have swim lesson registration coming up May 24th. The great thing about this year is that you can actually register online. So we're doing online registration, we're doing in-person registration. So it's really just getting the word out to people and sharing with your friends and your families. Look around as you drive past the parks, you will see, on the marquees, you will see big signs out that says registration is getting ready to start. So it starts with us, word of mouth.
That's great. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
May 24th is when registration starts.
Yes, May 24th.
For swim lessons for everyone.
For everyone. St. Pete Parks Rec.org is the website if you're interested, or you can go to any local pool. We have 9 pools that you can go to and just walk up and say, I want to do swim lessons, give me some information. The pools open up Memorial Day weekend, so at that time, just join us at a pool.
You guys have a great spokeswoman here. I mean, you can't beat Brandy for that. I remember it was about a year ago that you and I got together and
so I was
shot
about
our
to
video.
Say, if you want to do a little bit of marketing, I'm available.
Okay. I love it. I'll be in touch.
Yeah, let's do it. No,
Mike, we don't even have to ask Mike. We'll just go and do it.
We'll just do it, yeah.
Well, and last year that video was just a pitch that we made to get more funding for swim lessons, and I hear everything that's going on now, and we've made some really great progress on that, and that makes me happy.
Absolutely. One of the biggest things what we would like to do when we're talking about making our city full of swimmers, right? So we really wanted to win the mayor's initiative.
She's so good.
We really wanted to win. No, because again, what we wanted to do, our vision. Our vision. It was to partner with, Pinellas County Schools and being able through their PE educational classes to partner with them and for them to come and do swim lessons. We're currently doing that now with some schools, but our vision is to partner with all schools. And how do we get all of our kids through? We can start K through 2. We can start small, to get them to come during their PE time and be able to have the opportunity to get some swim lessons or get acclimated with the water. Just that's very important. It's all about education and information.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you for all that you do and for doing it with such enthusiasm and grace. We're so lucky to have you.
No, I thank you, and I thank you, Council, for supporting us and always having our back and looking at different ways that we can provide swim lessons to all in our community. So I hope you have our back, too.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Councilmember Fig Sanders.
Thank you. I wasn't going to say anything because everything has been said about this phenomenal team, but I just have to say, Mayor, you've just been challenged.
I believe so.
And so we... You've just been challenged, and I want to say that when your term is up and you can no longer run for mayor, I got my next candidate. Because she is definitely going to get it done. And I truly want to thank you for all that you do, Rich, and everybody for working with our children. Because, I have grandchildren. I have one that her dad was a firefighter. Her grandfather was a firefighter, a paramedic. So he taught my son at 6 months how to swim. So she loves water. I have another granddaughter that loses her mind when she gets her hair washed. So we have a diverse group of children and swimmers. But I appreciate the fact, and again, you are such a ray of light in such a serious situation. In such a serious situation. And with that lets us know that our children are in good hands. We always say it starts in parks, and they did an excellent job by bringing you on and helping to support such a vital, and very important initiative for the city of St. Petersburg. For that, I thank you so much.
But I do want to say that I do have a wonderful team, so I do not want to leave out the aquatics division in the team.
You got my vote.
Okay.
Thank you all. Thank you, Chief, Parks and Rec, and our chair for his powerful words. Thank you so much. And now we have item D4, National Public Works Week Proclamation, presented by Councilmember Harding.
Thank you, Vice Chair. In this, my 5th month in this position and being part of the St. Pete team, I have been taught, I have been reminded, and quite frankly, I've been browbeaten with the idea that it all starts in parks. But I would challenge you that in order to get to that park, in order to water that park, in order to flush a toilet in that park, you're going to need public works. So,
Wow.
So Mayor has graciously bestowed power upon me, and I'm going to use that power to declare that the next 7 days, it all starts in Public Works. If anyone sees Mike Jeffries behind me, just let me know.
Yeah, second challenge of the day.
Whereas Public Works professionals focus on infrastructure, facilities, and services that are of vital importance to sustainable and resilient communities and the public health, high quality of life, and well-being of the city of St. Petersburg, and whereas these infrastructures, facilities, and services could not be provided without the dedicated efforts of Public Works professionals who are engineers, managers, and employees at all levels of government and the private sector, who are responsible for rebuilding, improving, and protecting our nation's transportation, water supply, water treatment, and solid waste systems, public buildings, and other structures and facilities essential for our citizens. And whereas it's in the public interest for the citizens, civic leaders, and children in St. Petersburg to gain knowledge of and maintain an ongoing interest and understanding of the importance of public works and public works programs in their respective communities. And whereas the year 2025 marks the 65th annual National Public Works Week, sponsored by the American Public Works Association, Canadian Public Works Association, with the theme People, Purpose, Presence. Now, therefore, I, Councilmember Mike Harding, on behalf of Mayor Kenneth T. Welch, do hereby proclaim May 18th through May 24th as National Public Works Week. Claude?
I want to start by recognizing my team that is here. So everybody who works for Public Works, if you'd please stand up.
Yay!
So proud to have them here, and I thank you for allowing us to have things start in Public Works. We often tease that it actually often ends up in Public Works.
Oh my goodness.
I'll leave that there. But as Councilmember Harding mentioned, this year's theme is People, Purpose, and Presence. And this theme highlights the 3 cornerstone ideals that motivate the people that you saw standing here